Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 30th, 2022. We are so happy you're here today. We begin our meetings with an invocation and a pledge of allegiance. If you'd like to join us, we'd invite you to stand for those. Our invocation today is going to be by Senior Pastor Kevin Ballard from the Calvary Chapel in Inverness, and then after that we're going to have our own in-house veteran, Mr. Douglas Wright, lead us in the pledge. Pastor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the invitation. Let's pray. Father, creator of heaven and earth, and the one who has formed man and breathed life into him, thus making him a life-giving spirit. You said in your word that there is a blessing of the people that approach you seeking wisdom. So, Lord, on behalf of our beloved county, we are seeking your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding for each of our commissioners, Lord. May they have the mind of the Lord. You said in your word that the heart of a leader is a watercourse in your hand, directing it as you desire. May each one of our commissioners submit themselves to that leading. For as doing so, they'll do not only what brings glory to you, but what is best for our citizens, Lord, what is best for our community. And Lord, we know that you're faithful in your word, that you will refuse none of us, but you accept us as we come to you. We thank you for your knowledge, your wisdom, and your understanding in all matters regarding our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Pastor, we appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to come and pray for us today. Can we have a roll call, please?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 30th day of August 2022. In attendance, Commission Chairman Ronald Kitchen, First Vice Chair Ruthie Slaybaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioners Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise Lynn.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, we have some changes to the agenda. We're going to be adding B17, which is canceling a previously scheduled meeting. We're also going to be adding E20, which is dealing with release of retainage. And also, I'm going to move that up to right after the consent agenda so that that can be dealt with quickly. And then we'll move into regular business. And also, we're removing B15 from the agenda as it is not ready as of today. Okay. That's the only ones I know. Mr. Oliver, anything else?
No, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so we'd be looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, seconded by Commissioner Kennard. It's been so long since we met, I'll see if I can remember everybody's names today. That's straight. So, okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. Next we have the consent agenda, which goes from B1 through now B17. Inclusive.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve the consent agenda B1 through B17.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes that motion, and seconded by Commissioner Davis. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda from the public? Any public comment? Okay, Commissioners, any discussion from the board? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Before we go into regular business, let's, if we can quickly, let's just deal with this item E20 to get that off of our agenda so it can be dealt with quickly. Mr. Oliver, you want to touch on what that is?
Yes, this is release of retainage for the completed project at the Christopher River Airport because there was 3 weeks between meetings of the Florida Prompt Payment Act. The clerk asked that we get this moved up so they can get that those funds distributed today.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve E20.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on item E20? Seeing none, Commissioners, anything else? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. We will now move into open to the public. Is there anyone here that wishes to address the board? I'll remind everybody again, if you're here to speak as an individual, you'll have 3 minutes. If you're here to speak as a representative of the group, and you have that group's permission for you to represent them on file, let us know. We'll give you 5 minutes. And if you would, before, during, or after, please fill out a green card. Yes.
Marion Hanson, Inverness. I just wanted to give a positive shout out to my two favorite commissioners, Ruthie and Holly. Good job. I appreciate everything you do and the hard work that you managed to get done and putting up with all the nonsense that dances around you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have done speak, please.
Hello, I'm Ron DeSantis, and I would like to bring up some issues that I've seen throughout the county. The roads mainly. Forest Ridge Road was just done, resurfaced and everything, and a sidewalk was put in and everything. Did you know there are potholes there already? I'm like, who did you employ? Didn't they put an underlayment under there? I'm like, my goodness, how a brand new road has potholes? And then on State Road 44, over by Rock Crusher, there's like this whole area that's like nothing but, I mean, it's just all potholes. And I'm like, what is going on in this county? Oh, it's getting so dangerous. It's like you're gonna have to pay for everybody's car to get fixed around here. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the Emergency Operations Center. I understand that, you know, the director left or something like that, and you like elevated somebody lower to take their place instead of looking for somebody else. That's very important, especially during hurricane season, that we have somebody that knows what they're doing. And are there any preparations for the Emergency Operations Center for the upcoming riots that they have been proposing? I've been watching it on the news, you know, that Senator Lindsey Graham said there are going to be riots if they arrest Trump or anything like that. So I was just wondering if the county is preparing for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Kathy Gates, Inverness. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As we work on other topics today in peace, let's not forget completely about mass resistance that's still in our county and has a national agenda. They are still aiming for library boards, and in their latest monthly national newsletter, an article takes center stage. It is titled, How to Confront Your Local Library Board When They Push Pornography on Children. Quoting from the article, public libraries used to be safe, nurturing, and educational places for our children, but in recent years, libraries have attracted more and more repulsive and dysfunctional people as employees and governing board members who often appear to be battling their own sexual issues. Seriously, can you imagine writing this and owning up to it? How insulting to the members of our community. We have an excellent library system, and with the draconian directives from the state of Florida to our school districts, a good library system becomes even more important in our society. Some districts have banned school book fairs, rejecting a dictionary donation for students by a Rotary Club. I guess you can't trust all the words in a dictionary now. Pulling classroom libraries until every book can be vetted by a school librarian. I taught for 30 years. My classroom library had hundreds of books in them. Next month, you will address the library budget. Please continue to fully support them. A good library system may become one of our most important stands for freedom in this country. It's quiet here for now, for the moment, and let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know there seems to be just a static on the internet feed at this time. We are working to correct that at the moment.
Thank you. And of course, people on the internet don't know what you said because now they understand. But we appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrett from Citrus Springs. First of all, we'd like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for getting SCOUT money and for getting West Citrus Springs Boulevard paved and for Deltona It looks like they finally finished, and now that they finally finished, they actually did a wonderful job, and I've had people compliment and come in and tell me, you know, how wonderful it is. So I want you to know, thank you. The other thank you goes to Francine from Parks and Recs. The temperature in the building got changed to 74, which was a much more livable situation until yesterday. But that wasn't your fault. We had an electrical outage and it was 88 yesterday. So, you know, they're working on it. Now, roads. Today you're going to be talking about budgets, and I was very happy I was able to go online and print out what roads are being proposed to be resurfaced for the 2020 or the 22-23 budget. It's really nice. There's going to be 34.36 miles done. Of that, 31.9 are in the county, and the county is paying for those with road, with money from gas tax and things. And $1 million worth is being paid for with MSBU money. Our $1 million is going to get Citrus Springs a big 2.46 miles. $1 million, 2.46 miles, according to the numbers that were here. That's $406,000 a mile. The county roads, however, are only going to cost $197,000 a mile. We have 423 miles of roads in Citrus Springs. That's 1/4 of all the roads. Yet our citizens are paying for roads that, you know, don't help them. We have lots of complaints on a daily basis. Come into the office, come to a meeting, and you will hear them. People having tire problems. They're having front-end alignment problems. They want to know, can they turn a bill in for front-end alignment to the county for non-failure to fix potholes? And yes, we do call in potholes. A lot of people besides myself get very friendly with the people at road maintenance. So when you're doing these things, you need to realize Citrus Springs is just under 600 approved houses for 2022 to be built. And that's only through now. That's not counting September, October, November. That is a lot of money coming into the county when it goes on the tax rolls. And I know it doesn't go on immediately. So the thing is, you need to be aware. Citrus Springs is alive, well, but we need roads. And we're tired of being put at the bottom for roads. Thank you. And yes, we do know the schedule for how the roads are paved, so I don't need to have it told to me again.
Thank you. Perhaps somebody should explain about the MSBU, though. Yes, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Otis from Inverness, and I have a question, basically, I'd like to have answered by each county commissioner, and that is, are each one of our commissioners planning on voting for the mill rate to be raised? And I'm very disturbed by that, because over the last 6 or 7 years, we've watched the taxes go up. Now, most of that's based on the value of the properties, but in fairness, the county commissioners should be lowering the mill rate to offset how much we're paying in taxes. I moved here 7, almost 8 years ago from New England because I got tired of coming to meetings like this and basically given 3 minutes of airtime but falling on deaf ears. Decisions are being made before the public has their point of view. We've seen taxes go up every year. We've seen the values of properties go up, on average about 20%. We've seen impact fees go up and actually be implemented. As far as I'm concerned, we've had millions and millions of dollars come into this county over the last few years, yet we're going to raise the mill rate. We're seeing huge tax increases, but every one of these conservative Republicans that I'm looking at basically ran on fiscal responsibility, keeping the taxes low, and none of you people have lowered the taxes. You can say, well, we haven't raised the mill rate, but we're all paying more in taxes, and we're about to do so again. So I'd like to know why we're having county commissioners not stand forward and saying, I'm here to lower the mill rate to offset the increase in values and all the other development. We're doing a lot of development in this county, and it's supposed to have us looking at it as this is going to help offset the taxes. Not the case. Taxes are still going up. So what do? We deal with the added traffic, we deal with the congestion, and it doesn't benefit us in any way whatsoever because we're going to lower the not lower the taxes. And I see a lot of county commissioners where people are lined up stating their opinion on things like what we should be teaching in the library and in the school system, and it's ignored. I don't understand why our county commissioners are not listening to the 73% of conservative Republican voters here that are not happy with the way you're voting, such as the Meadowcrest situation. The people don't want that, but you're not listening to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Gilbert. I'm with Inverness, and I'm here representing the Citrus County Young Democrats. We have a letter on file. If I can get 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Just recently, we adopted our charter on August 21st of this year. This effort has brought together some bright, young, and talented minds of our county. Our group includes lawyers, medical personnel, school staff, students, mothers, fathers, and software engineers such as myself. We understand that we live in a strong conservative county, but we also understand the importance of reaching across the aisle on issues to accomplish great things for us. I myself have had multiple conversations with Commissioner Carnahan, Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Davis, and Commissioner Schlabach. We have also had contact with Commissioner-elect Bays and look forward to growing that relationship as she comes into office. This is not said to be an attack on the chairman, as he's the only one we have unfortunately not had the chance to meet with. For the last year, I have attended BOCC meetings and I have not been rude, disrespectful, or out of line in any of my questions. However, I believe that deciding to only enter selected people or topics sets a low bar for your incoming replacement and will continue to do that. So for that, today, sir, I'm asking for a response. Now, on to some of the issues that we believe are happening in this county. Where I don't currently have a solution in front of you today, I propose that conversations could lead us to one. We are losing our young professional base here. It's not a secret that graduating classes are up and leaving our county. Young families are struggling to find doctors for their kids and themselves. I personally commute to Ocala for a pediatrician for my 3-year-old. To set up a dentist appointment, I was recently put on a 3-month wait. On a positive note, you all just recently voted on the Meadowcrest Apartments in a 3-2 fashion. I was supportive of that, as it will give us more housing opportunities as the housing market continues to climb out of reach of average workers. So, today, the Citrus County Young Democrats have 6 questions for the 5 commissioners that we would respectfully like to be answered. 1, what are we doing here as a county to encourage young professionals not only to live here, but also thrive here? 2, does the county have any leads or begin in talks with sustainable career providing companies for careers such as that provide insurance and a good work-life balance to raise a family? 3, is the county looking at partnering with any higher educational offerings or potentially working with WTC to expand their programs to other services? 4, how can we encourage applications of young professionals to sit under people like Mr. Oliver or our new county administrator to evolve and grow the county? 5, what is the county currently doing / can do to help battle the property insurance crisis that we are facing? And 6, I did read an article today about Inverness Village 4 from the Just Right blog, and I was wondering if the commissioners could could give a little more clarity on the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you all for serving us because I realize
Could
it's
you
a
give us
different...
your name, please?
Daniel McKee, and I live on Bond Terrace off of Dunklin. I'd like to thank you all for serving us because I realize it's a difficult job. If there's 200 residents of Citrus County, there's 200 people who know how to do your job better. Just ask them. So, I understand it's not easy. I'm here today primarily about the stormwater assessment. I emailed everybody. I had sent in a memo. I understand you have to do what you have to do, but it has to be fair. I live in an area known as the mini farms. There's 37 miles of road. The county does 0 zip zilch for those roads. 3/4 of a mile off of a county road, I have 40 acres of property, over 1 million square feet of property, only 7,000 square feet of impermeable surface, but you charge me the maximum. If you want to be fair, because in other areas in the county, people have 30 and 40% of their property, but because their house is only 2,000 square feet, they pay the minimum. I got a very nice email from Mr. Oliver this morning saying, well, I could always get an engineer. and I can pay the engineer $5,000, and he has to come out every 5 years to save $100 a year. So I'll save $500, but it'll cost me $4,500 to have him come out. So I'm just asking you to be fair to us. We get no services from the county. We get no road service. If somebody hits a street sign, we have to go out and replace it. When I built my house, I had to go and buy a street sign that said where Zaval Avenue was and where Bond Terrace was, because you can't get a building permit. So on one hand, the county says, oh, they're private roads. We have nothing to do with them whatsoever. But then they turn around and go, oh, but we're going to tell you what you have to do on your private road. You have to go out and buy a street sign that says Zaval. You have to go out and buy a street sign that says Bond Terrace. You know, it's like you want it both ways. If there's a storm and there's a tree blocking the road, the neighbors get together and cut the tree down because the county goes, oh, it's a private road. We've got nothing to do with it. We get no, and I'm not asking that we get police protection or police patrol, but we get no police patrols because it's a private road. We get none of those services because it's a private road. I'm sure there's other services that we don't get. The street signs, traffic control. And in the case of a storm, we don't get debris removal. I understand it's a FEMA regulation. You can't come on private property, and that's considered private property. And the county has also, when I say the county, I don't mean the folks that are sitting up there now. This has progressed over the years when I say the county, because they have developed properties that have turned our roads into public roads. There are sections in the northwest area of the county that the people cannot access their development.
I'm afraid your time's expired. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. We have the next speaker, please. Remind everybody to watch the timer so that you don't forget to finish what it is you're trying to say. Yes, sir.
Bill Harris, Crystal River. As Ronald Reagan once said, the most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Reagan also made this statement, the problem is not that people are taxed too little, the problem is the government spends too much. I read the notice of the property owner regarding the MSBU. The first paragraph contains the words, a fair, efficient, and effective method of funding these essential services. My memory and research escapes me in finding one example where the government entity is fair, let alone efficient. I can, however, find numerous examples where a government entity creates ways to increase taxation without any accountability. And very seldom is there a reduction in the taxes on the people, as all governments from the local level to the federal government level appear to have an insatiable appetite for creating new programs that need tax dollars. I have learned that our fire services are volunteer basis, not ran by the county. This is evidenced by a fire that we had 2 years ago, and the only ones that responded were the volunteer fire department and forestry service. So me paying more taxes for fire services escapes me on, well, it's not a tax, it's a fee, but you collect it as a tax just like the Affordable Care Act was. In the fourth paragraph of that same notice, it says an assessed fee of $79, in which, without further notice, for future fiscal years for the above parcel is $100. So we don't know what it's going to be after the years of 2024, and from there forward. Is it going to continue increasing, or is it going to stay the same? And then I got another notice that is about an ESU. I've read this thing, I don't know, 20, 25 times. I don't know what an ESU is. If you're going to put ESU, you know, I'm supposed to guess what ES and U mean. You need to be a little more explained on that. And I know it's saying something, you know, going about to fund the stormwater improvements like street sweeping. The Citrus County owns a street sweeper. If so, what streets do you sweep? Storm drains, clearing of stormwater systems and components, public education, improving water quality. We talked about water quality because last year the county dug out and pumped out, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of gallons off Picalia, which is their wetland, created a new ditch to divert the water down to the west to Buttercup to flow it south, which goes to a ditch that's adjacent between bisects my two properties, which I had water sit until October. My water today still isn't worth drinking. You can't drink it. It smells like sewage. The water's sat. Now the problem isn't going around and digging ditches. The problem is the water can't get on the west side of 19. The state came out and cleared their part, When you get on the other side of 19, there's nowhere water to go. I'm opposed to it.
Thank you. We have our next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kubicek and I live in Inverness. I was here last meeting. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Carnahan. I mean, I thought that you listened to what I have to say and I appreciate that. Commissioner Schalabach, I'm really surprised at your comment. I was really offended. Had I known that we have purchased property on Sugar Sand, I would not have purchased, and I think other residents feel the same way. Commissioner Holly Davis, I was expecting, being that you represent our district, a little bit more compassion instead of deferring to your attorney, Lynn. I was a little surprised. I didn't know who worked for who, but I understand that you are an elected official. We have a major problem in Inverness Village 4. Yesterday, the roads were totally impassable. There were just, I would call them sinkholes actually, in the roads. I have yet to see any commissioner walking that. If you do come out, I'd appreciate if you wear your rubber boots because you're going to need it. Now today, they did do some plowing of the sand, but it's raining, so I suspect that probably in the next couple of days, we're going to be in the same situation. I told you before that we have people there that are handicapped. We have elderly individuals that cannot get around, and this is really a health hazard. I want to know what you all propose. I know that we have the numbers from SBU, and I would like for you to kind of push that ahead so this could be fixed. But sitting up there and not answering our concerns or requests really upsets me. And I'm not interested in the litigation part of it. I really don't care. But I think the county needs to get together. I think Swiftland needs to gather. And I think Mr. Oliver or his replacement needs to sit down and come up with a solution for the residents. A gentleman mentioned Just Right, Citrus. I would recommend that you all read it if you haven't read it because these are all our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to address the board at this time?
My name is Kenneth Ferguson. I'm from Coral City. And being a veteran, I appreciate the chair that you have allowed to stay in front of you. And I understand you guys have got a tough job. But I talked to the county assessor yesterday, and they encouraged me to come to this meeting. And although the budget hearing is next week, I got some information from them that I think you guys ought to take to heart. The assessment in this county went up $1 billion this year. That's 9%. They're proposing 6% increase in the tax. That's a 15% hit to this county. Individuals like me and other people are not able to afford that. We're retired on fixed incomes. We can't stand these increases, especially in inflation times. It's like Joe Biden's running this county instead of the nice gentleman you people are. We need to consider that when we do the budget. I will be here next week with more information to give you ideas and where it might be possible to do it. I know you have a tough job, but the rest of us out there have a tough job too. I appreciate you letting me talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Appreciate you taking the time to be here. Is there anyone else to address the board at this time? Anyone else to address the board? Okay, we'll close open to the public. Commissioners, anybody want to respond to anything they heard?
I'll start.
Okay, Commissioner Slugger.
Thank you, every one of you that came up and spoke. I appreciate it. And this is a tough job. And, you know, we're addressing the roads. We're addressing millage. Tim, my big, you know, soapbox is trying to keep our young professionals here and trying to get the right jobs, quality jobs here. But again, we have to count on the private sector to do just that. And you know, whatever we can do as a county, we're going to do. I know big deal for all of us is that we make the the new businesses that want to come here feel welcome and make their transition here very as seamless as possible. I do want to point out a few things. Mr. Ferguson, thank you for your service. I am from a military family myself, and I appreciate it. I have, as a number of us have, I have voted against almost every tax increase that we've had. And you brought up the millage, Mr. McKay, no, Allen.
Ms. Otis, thank you.
Yes. You know, this board has had a track record before I was on it of doing a rollback. I personally am against rollback. I think you should just leave the millage the way it is, and it will ebb and flow as the economy goes. But that's something that, you know, that we have to get to. This year we have brought on some pretty big projects. EMS, the Sheriff's Department is needing extra help, and we need to protect our citizens. And I can't say whether I'm going to vote for the increase or not, because we do have to pay our bills. And it's a tough one because, you know, your safety is the #1 issue for us. But as far as a 15% increase, I can't justify that. I know that people are struggling, so we might have to figure out a way of tightening our belt loops, or tighten our belt. And we're all going to work very hard on that. And this will not be a light decision. But like I said, I didn't realize how conservative I was about money until I got into this job. And I have voted against a lot of it. So I'm going to continue to try to fight for you. And I know as a veteran, you do get some discounts in your homeowners and different things. Stormwater is another thing I voted against, and I just don't think it's fair. But I don't know how to make it fair to everybody in the whole county, because that's impossible. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. When it comes to taxes, first and foremost, that's a tentative millage rate. We can go down, but we can't go up, first and foremost. So we haven't voted for the mill rate yet. But I've been here since 2014, and we've rolled back. How far have we gone back, Commissioner Kitchen?
I think every year.
Every year we've gone back. So the 26th is the hearing on the budget. So again, we can go up, or we can't go up, but we can't come down. And so I look forward to having that conversation and moving forward. Unfortunately, when it comes to the assessed value, we have no control over. He's a constitutional officer, and unfortunately, property values have been going up. The assessment's been going up, and we understand that with inflation and the tough times there are. When it comes to emergency operations, the gentleman that's going to be stepping in has done it before. He's great. He will be great at this job. So they're well taken care of, and even though it's hurricane season, we got a gentleman that's going to step in and do a wonderful job. Tim, we're working on trying to get these stores in here. We've actually here in the last couple months, we've done some good progress on bringing big box stores and things like that. So we got to keep putting our 2 feet forward and continue to work on bringing companies in here that will retain our young kids here with good pay and health, because that's a plus. That's it.
Okay. Down here. Any comments?
Sure. I will echo some of the comments that have already been made. There was one thing that was said that is particularly concerning, because I've heard it before, that a newly repaved Forest Ridge already has potholes in it. I've heard that a couple times, so I'd like to see if we can find out exactly what's happened there, and find out if there are. Obviously, we've got an issue there. The millage rate, as Commissioner Carnahan has said, we've lowered. I've been here this November will be 6 years, and I think we've lowered the millage rate every year that I've been here. So we have lowered it when we can. We don't have any control over the appraised values. We've tried to run on as lean a budget as we possibly can, but we've got infrastructure issues that need to be addressed. We've got sheriff's office
budget, salary issues that absolutely need to be addressed. We've got mental health issues in our community that we have to address. Those things cost money, and it just does not appear. And that is our job sitting up here. We make these decisions to do different things beyond the very basic requirements of government, and they cost money. So let's see, what else? Economic development. I think our county is growing economically, and that will help. Ultimately, the more commercial development we have, the less weight, less of a tax burden there is on private citizens and on residents. Right now, we're a little bit out of balance with the residential properties having to carry the majority of that load. The commercial properties just have not gotten there yet, but they will. And DT Village, or Inverness Village 4, there's something in the works there. I don't quite fully understand what all is happening there, but sounds like there's hopefully something going to happen there. And we have no control over Sullivan property insurance crisis, and as Commissioner Carnahan already said, Troy Hess is very, very well qualified to run the EOC, and I'll look forward to supporting that.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, sir. Dr. Kubitschek, I'm going to start with the one that was most painful to hear. I am so sorry that you feel like there's not enough compassion coming from me, and what did you say, not answering concerns and requests. I've been beating my head against the wall for almost 2 years now on this subject. I got my first phone calls and emails on that shortly after taking office, and it just hasn't gone away. And every time they come up, I answer them, I commiserate with people on the phone. I am so sorry for what your neighborhood is going through, I really am. I keep being told that I am being preempted, that we are being preempted by the state on various things, that we have to do permits, that, you know, various and sundry items. You said that I referred to Denise Lynn, given the history of that area and the person who is selling the lots there. I am going to refer to the attorney to answer questions quite often, which is part of my fiscal duty to citizens, to basically keep my mouth shut and let the attorney speak. I hope you can read between the lines there. I do think that that is coming in for a landing now, and I will say publicly the one thing I've said to people is I say, you know, I bought a house in that was done by a developer with properly done roads and water system with the county and everything else, and I paid more for that house because all that infrastructure was there. So the county, it's not fair to all the folks that buy on paved roads for us to actually come in and pave the roads. That's why the MSBU is going forward. I would really, really encourage county staff to do everything we can once that paperwork is complete to expedite getting that done, getting the actual paving done. So my heart, honestly, I know you don't know me personally, but if you ever talk to any of my friends, you'll know that I am authentic in my feelings, and my heart really does bleed for y'all. I talked to a young woman there that was her first house ever, and she bought a brand new house, and she's like, I've sunk all my money into this, what am I gonna do? And there's some senior citizens that have said the same thing, and I'm so angry I could spit, but I'm here for you, I really am. So I'll defer once I'm done yammering, I'll defer, let staff speak on that. Let's see, Mr. McKee or McKay, I'm not sure, and Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, where did you go? Where are you? There you are. I share your frustration on the insanity of governmentese. I am a fairly well-read individual, and I have to do a lot of reading for this job, and I had to reread certain sections for today, and you can ask them, on my briefing yesterday, I said, what in the world does this mean? Seriously. Like, I've read it 5 times. I have a big fancy degree that says I should be able to understand this, but it is so absolutely insanely hidden. And I said, I would really like, the one thing that gets me upset about stormwater is we do have to have it. And it is difficult, as Commissioner Schleybaugh said, excellent speech, by the way, from my colleague down there. It is impossible to be fair to every single person in the county. Some people are gonna take a little bit more here and get a little bit more there, right? It just is what it is. We have to be as fair as we can be. Stormwater has to be managed for the county. One thing nobody has really pointed out, I don't think, is that, hey, we're gonna have to collect this and we're still gonna have some flooding issues because guess what, we're working on it. But why aren't we more transparent about exactly what we're doing with your money and exactly why everybody has had that? So I do share your frustration. They've heard my frustration. And so I am sorry for that, but I am working on it. In terms of the millage rate, as Commissioner Carnahan said, we've set the max millage. It could come down. I share the board's concerns about being too spendy in this particular time frame. I will say that on my last travel, what is our budget up to now? 400 million? And they caught a $10 mistake on my travel. If that doesn't give you, for anybody who wants to say waste, fraud, and abuse, if that doesn't give you some satisfaction that Colleen Scott, head of our budget office, doesn't know her job cold, by God, you know, and I had to blow up an hour of my life to fix it. So $10, really, but it was important to do that, and it gave me great pleasure to unravel that situation. So we have a balance of current needs. Our roads have been put on the back burner with those rollbacks that everybody has enjoyed forever and ever. Personally, as a very staunch fiscal conservative, I'm madder than a wet hen that our road costs are now 50 to 75% higher than they have been. And now all of a sudden roads are a priority. So in my fantasy land world, I would like to be always a little bit ahead of keeping up. Okay, we need to pave, say, let's just say 110% of our annual allotment that we should be paving. Then when asphalt doubles in price, guess what? We can take a year or two off and we won't fall behind. So that's my personal response. You know, I am a Reagan-style Republican. I do not believe in cut taxes at all costs. I believe in getting every bit of value we can out of our tax dollars and watching those dollars. So we are looking at, as several commissioners said, Commissioner Kennard as well said, we're working on roads. We had a big EMS thing to swallow, and Sheriff's Office needs a lot more help. Thank you all for standing there in the back. We're also can't completely ignore where we're going. We have a serious imbalance in this county. We love our retirees. We welcome them here in droves. The problem is that retirees don't work. You got to have people to serve you. That means we have to have medical professionals. Those medical professionals are often married to other career professionals who can't get a job here in their career. So they don't move here, right? The Tim Gilberts of the world are rare. I bolted. I went to university and I didn't come back until my 40s, and only because I was already working from home. So we have to do that, and I am working very hard on economic development, and in fact I'm hopefully we'll be able to announce something shortly that's going to be on the road to that. And I think I may have babbled enough. I think that's it. And although I would like staff to answer Janet Barrick's question about the cost per mile.
Sure. I'll save my comments till you're done, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, as it relates to Citrus Springs and also Pine Ridge, those roads are inferior, frankly, should have never been accepted into the county. As a result of that, there has to be a lift, what's called a lift of open grade, that's put on those streets before you put a paving course on it. So it takes 2 applications of an asphalt mix to correct the problems with those roads, and that's why they're more expensive.
Thank you, and that's been explained at least 4 times in the past, so hopefully people will remember that this time. Same thing with MSBU's, why it's different in Citrus Springs, and I'm not going to go into that. Today seems to be the day where everybody wants to come up and pick favorites. I know people like to have their list of good commissioners and bad commissioners. I frankly don't care. I'm not running for re-election. If you took this job to be popular and have everybody love you, you got the wrong job. Okay, that's all I can think. So, first of all, we can give speeches all day long. What you do and what your word is, that's where it matters. We had to fight to get the tentative millage rate where it is. There's commissioners sitting up here telling you one thing, and they wanted more spending. Okay, so it was a battle to even get the tentative millage rate to set where it is. So to answer one gentleman's question, I haven't made up my mind yet. I've heard from some citizens, but the problem is we can sit up here and say, oh yeah, I'm a fiscal conservative, but, you know, and that's where we get into the problems. The other issues come up. What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? Here's my 6 questions, and I'll come down to what's government going to do to fix it? And my answer is, it's not government's job, okay? If you live in Citrus County and you know what a conservative is, it means we're supposed to keep our own money, make our own decisions, and spend it the way we see fit, not give it to an all-knowing, all-powerful government that can make these decisions for us and fix all of our problems. My liberal friends will tell you, our problem is we don't give government enough money. If we gave government more money, then they could fix all of our problems. I'm having some real problems with the budget moving forward because I thought we had an agreement. Specifically with the Sheriff's Department. I thought we said we would do this and we wouldn't do that. And now I understand the Sheriff's out lobbying folks, telling them to show up en masse because he wants this and that. Okay? So I have a problem when negotiations aren't done in good faith in this room and they leave this room and they continue at Republican Club meetings. While I'm at it, I'll just tell you that I equally offend everybody. The young Democrats took exception with me because I didn't come to them. I don't go to the Republican Executive Committee meetings. I don't go to the Republican Club meetings. And especially when I'm on the canvassing board. I'm not going to show up at the Democrat Executive Club and talk to them about their elections and whatever. I'm avoiding all that. So, again, you know, I can tell you in the years that I've been in office, you have lots and lots to criticize me for, but at least be accurate on your criticisms. That's what I would ask you to do. I make no objections or excuses for what I've done. I once, years and years ago, when the Chamber of Commerce once invited me to speak at one of their luncheons, and the question came up and said, what are you going to do about economic development and job creation in Citrus County? And I said, nothing. And anybody else tells you anything different's a liar. Because if they could have done it, they would have. And it wouldn't be an issue every election. And that's what you get into. You have people saying, oh, elect me and I'll fix it, but they don't tell you how. They say, send me in there and then I'll fix it. Well, we've been sitting here now, you know, for a long time. People say, we need this, we need that. But what's it take to fix it? Well, it takes money. And then the answer is, well, you'll find it. Go find it someplace. So I still keep coming back to the people have to tell us what it is that's priority to them and what they're willing to pay for. And we all have to be straight shooters from the get-go. So let's just be, you know, when we sit down and we negotiate, we make deals, let's go by those. But I'm just going to reiterate one more time that the trim notice is going up. That's the maximum tentative millage rate. So people are saying, go tell the county commissioners you want taxes raised so they can give us more of this and give us more of that. Well, that's not going to happen, folks. Legally, that can't happen. Okay? I would think people would know that. Okay, but that's the other thing, that as long as people have been in government, it seems like some people don't understand the basic fundamentals of it. And here's another thing. I just want to say that I do appreciate everybody being here, especially folks that take time off of work or you know, could be doing something else on a rainy afternoon, and they do take the time to come in here. So whether we agree with you or not or whatever, I hope that when you leave here, it troubles me when you hear people say that they were offended or something. And again, to me, that, you know, you're hearing name calling, you're hearing personal comments, and I've never heard any of that come from this board towards anybody, okay? So you might be offended by our positions. If I tell you I'm a Christian, you might think that's the most heinous thing you've ever heard of, and you're deeply offended by that. Well, I'm sorry. Too bad. I am. and I'm not going to do anything to change it. So, but that is not calling people names, and that's not running a meeting in an uncivil manner. So you know, folks will have to just kind of live with what you have. And when it comes to answering all these questions, that's what an election is about. Okay, people can get set up here and give speeches all day long, every commission meeting, we have long, long speeches, and in the end, you have to look at what we do. That's the bottom line. It's not about what we say, it's about what we do. Okay? So, with that said, I believe we're way past 1:30. We're going to move on to our time certains.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the clerk indicated that I got the agenda number wrong on the payment. It was E12 that they need to get approved under the Prompt Payment Act. So if you all would be willing to move E12 and get that considered, then I will let the clerk be able to authorize that payment.
So the other one got released anyway, early too, right? So,
It would need to be done too, but this one was
okay,
more
so before we
pressing.
go to the time certain, would anyone care to make a motion to deal with E12? Yes, sir.
Move for approval of E12. Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion to approve item E12, and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on item E12? Okay, Commissioners, anything else? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry for the mix-up.
No worries.
Okay, let's move on down to item H1, which is we're going to conduct a public hearing. Who wants to tell us what we're going to be going to?
Okay, this is the public hearing for the property abatement. If you recall, several years ago, the board developed a process, and it's a long process so that everybody gets their due property rights, but it makes it so that if we demolish a property, we can do a property abatement and assess it against the property, and it turns into property tax for whatever our hard costs of that. This assesses those hard costs. So we would ask that you hold the public hearing and then be adopt and authorize chairman to execute a resolution for the 2022 property abatement assessments relating to this section.
Okay, very good. At this time, we're going to open a public hearing to consider the imposition of special assessments relating to the provision of property abatement services. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this? Anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time. Anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Sir, yes, you come up here.
My name is Greg Swigert. I live in Chazawiska. I was informed to be here. I had a property abatement, and then I'm to be charged for that. But when they came and raised my trailer, they took a 40-foot antenna. It was stolen, and no one wants to address the situation. So you're going to charge me $2,800 and then take a $4,000 tower along with it. So I don't know who to turn to, what to get done. I reach out to Mr. Oliver. I don't get any response. And this stems from other problems that deal with this property as well. So I don't know what to dispose or how to get my personal issues addressed.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak in favor or opposed to this ordinance? Third and final time. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. We don't give legal advice. We try not to, but I'd say if you say somebody has stolen something from you, you should turn that into the sheriff's department and file a report on it.
But it happened in the course of the county.
Well, again, I'm not here to debate.
I apologize.
No, that's okay, that's okay. Mr. Oliver, anything other than that? I mean, if he thinks the county stole something from him, he should.
It wasn't the county, it was the contractor that they hired
Well,
to do this.
still, the county would have to look into it. So I would just refer you to the county administrator, and then you go from there. So, okay, so we've conducted a public hearing. Board, we're now looking for to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution. And item C is to authorize the clerk to record the resolution. What is your...
Chairman for approval of H1.
Okay, is your microphone on?
No, it's not.
Okay.
A, B, and C.
Okay, approval of H1 and B and C. Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes that motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Okay, anything else, board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Item H2, please, that we're going to conduct a public hearing dealing with proposed utility availability assessments.
Yes, what this is water and sewer that runs by properties that don't currently have a connection We have to obviously maintain those lines. If it's a line that doesn't get a lot of circulation, and we have to periodically drain it so that the proper circulation's there, as well as take care of the sewer lines. This covers those costs. The fee has not changed from last year to this year.
Okay, so the public has heard what this is about. This is a public hearing to consider the imposition of utility availability special assessments. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this? Anyone here to speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time, anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Okay, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Move for approval of H2AB.
Second. Commissioner Carhan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any other board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That is unanimous as well. Item H3, please.
Yes, this is the stormwater utility that the board adopted last year. If you recall, you reduced the millage 1/10 of a mill roughly, and elected to go to an ERU or MSBU basis for assessing these charges. There's no change in the fee structure from last year to this year, so the fees are the same.
Okay, so again, we will conduct a public hearing to consider the creation of the 2022 Stormwater MSBU. Okay, for the provision of stormwater management services. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this? Anyone here to speak in favor or opposed? And third and final time, anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Okay, so we will close the public hearing on that. Commissioners, what's your pleasure with this?
Well, I guess we'll make it 100%. Move for approval of H3.
Okay, Commissioner Carhan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further discussion? Again, just some folks weren't aware of this, they weren't around for last year. The board chose to move in this direction because these projects need to be funded with them. My recollection was the reason we went in this direction was under ad valorem taxes, only the folks with assessed values on their homes are paid based on that. We chose to go to more mathematical calculation of this, and by doing it as an MSBU, it's below the tax line, correct, Mr. Oliver? So everybody's paying. That's why we heard from folks before that weren't paying anything for this that now are. So with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that goes 4-1. Okay, H4, please. We're going to conduct a public hearing to consider adoption fees and assessments for fire protection services.
Yes, this is for fire protection services. The ERU, or the rate for a single-family residence, is $79. That's unchanged from last year. This will continue fire services as we've done in the past.
And the one gentleman brought up, excuse me, said could go to 100. That's the max that it said.
That is
correct. It could go as
correct.
high as 100.
That is correct the way that's said.
Okay. We will now open the public hearing to consider adopting fees and assessment rates for fire protection. Does anyone speak in favor or opposed? Anyone speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time. Anyone speak in favor or opposed? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on that. Commissioners?
Move for approval of H4, MB.
Second.
Commissioner Carr makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. H5, we are going to conduct a public hearing for the purpose of hearing public comment on the adoption of a resolution adopting and certifying the countywide non-ad valorem assessment rolls. Okay, which this is what includes street lights, neighborhood beautification, and those things that people have asked for special assessments. So,
That is correct, and these are things people typically ask for. There are some water and sewer assessments in here, and some of the people on those assessments, if it passes a property, we get to another one, they get assessed for that, but they get a benefit from that too because they're able to connect to these utilities in the future. So we would ask that you hold that public hearing and adopt the appropriate documentation to support that finding.
okay. So, there we go. We'll open this to the public. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or oppose the adoption of this? Anyone speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time. Anyone speak in favor or opposed to the adoption of this resolution? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Move for approval of H5 and B.
Second.
Mr. Carnahan moves approval of H5 and B, second by Commissioner Kennard. Commissioners, any other comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. And H6, which is our discussion of the publication of public notices. And Madam Clerk, you have a presentation you're going to make on this?
Verbally only.
Oh, verbal, okay. So Randy, you want to start? And we'll let the clerk
Yes,
open it.
the state legislature, as you're aware, passed a bill that allows governmental entities to post public notices to a website rather than posting them in the newspaper, recognizing that this tends to be perhaps the trend for the future. And that it would not go into effect till 1/1 of next year. However, there's a process you have to go through to get there if that's what the board wants to do. We provided you the backup for the county as it relates to our public advertisement. I would note that the public advertisements that we do are required to be in a standard form as set by state law. So the only thing we really do is change the date of the meeting and change the subject for what's going to be discussed. There are obviously a number of other constitutional officers, the clerk being one, that could avail them or would avail themselves of the same process if that's the direction the board wants to go. So with that, Mr. Chairman, it's okay with you, I will turn it over to the clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Randy, Denise. So this legislation has actually been, this particular proposed legislation has been, I think this is probably the third year that it made it through session. And historically, we have always been in support of maintaining the public notices in the published newspaper. Let me rephrase that. We live in an aging demographic, and it's helpful for them to have access to information through the published newspaper as well as digital. However, over the last the last couple of years, COVID really accelerated the move to the use of digital media, the access to the services of the clerk's office, the access of the services of the county, really accelerated that move to using technology for access and services more rapidly than I think anybody anticipated it. In our courts section, we moved to Zoom hearings immediately. I know that some of the commissioners have attended meetings via Zoom here, so you understand the use of electronic access, digital access to information. What we were required to, what we did in response to the upcoming legislation, I think Randy did state that the bill does require, the law does require that a county with a population of less than 160,000 people are required to have a public hearing. So today, if I may explain what we're doing today, is you have to decide to set that public hearing. Now, you could decide today, we don't want to have a public hearing, we don't want to do this, we know we want to stay in this direction. You could do that today, but what we do need to know is if you do want to move forward with having a public hearing to decide whether the public notices will be moved to an electronic format. What that means is, rather than the notices for your meetings, such as Randy said, the notices that have to go into the newspaper for tax deed sales. There are certain notices that have to be published in your local newspaper by statute. If you're going to have a tax deed sale, there are certain court procedures, cases that require that a public notice be published in the local newspaper. What this statute does, which this bill does, is allows a county to make the decision to do those electronically rather than having to publish those in a local newspaper. What we did was basically just pulled together some statistics to help you in your decision-making regarding this. We pulled the circulation numbers. We were able to get those from the local Chronicle to have a better understanding of how, what that circulation looks like, how those numbers are getting out to the Chronicle. The Mondays through Thursday is approximately 10,500. Friday and Saturday is approximately 13,500, and then Sunday is approximately 14,500. But please note that those numbers do increase when the snowbirds return to town. Over the last several years, we've spent anywhere from the clerk of court has spent 4 publications, anywhere from 13,000 to upwards 20,000 for notices that had to go into the local newspaper. One of the other requirements of the bill was that as a local government, you have to determine that there is a cost savings to the county by using the use of publishing it, electronic publication of a notice, rather than doing it in the paper. What we provide to you today is the estimated cost savings for employee time for the clerk would be around $2,700. The savings for, and this is a lot of information for me to be unloading on you. Suffice it to say that at the end of the day, at the end of the spreadsheet, there is a cost savings to the county for not using, not publishing in a local newspaper. Whether that is outweighed by the benefit to the citizens by having the option to receive that information in a newspaper, that is a question that I cannot absolutely answer without doing a poll to the citizens and asking them, what do you want? If you look at it from a statistical perspective based on the population that we have in Citrus County and what the circulation numbers look like, clearly we have a larger population than what the circulation is servicing. Again, I think that it is a trend that it has started many, many years ago and continues to move in that direction. I know that most of our customers, many of our customers, are rapidly migrating to the use of accessing information through our website, through text messaging. We are getting ready to launch a clerk app where they actually, access information through the app. So I'll be happy to, excuse me. Sorry, dry throat. Oh, thanks. I'll be happy to, provide this to you in writing so that you have the numbers to evaluate more thoroughly of just basically the statistics that we collected, because that will be, foundational to your decision. Another important, another requirement of the statute was for we have to ensure that the broadband, service, as defined in Florida Statute 364.02, met the criteria for its distribution or its accessibility by the citizens, and it does. We did confirm through Spectrum that broadband availability is available to the majority of the citizens in Citrus County. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, it's a lot to digest. I'm just here today to provide you with some statistics from the perspective of the clerk, because we do a lot of this. The citizens utilize the publication of the local paper for the publication of notices through our court system, and then tax deeds. We actually are involved in the publication for the tax deed notice But it's the citizen that pays for it. It's a fee that's paid for by the citizen. So what questions, if any,
I
may
have a
I
couple
try
comment
to
questions, and
answer?
then see what the board has to say, and then Randy might have something to say to this. My first question is, we're dealing with paying to get this information as compared to getting it for free. So if you rely solely on the local newspaper, only the citizens that chose to pay for that newspaper are getting the information, where the others or anybody can get it for free on the website. Correct? Okay,
Yes,
there's no charge to use the website, I guess is what I'm getting to.
Right, there
Okay.
are, public notices are available through a link that is on the Chronicle's website.
So they don't have to have a
For
subscription.
certain public notices, correct.
Okay. The other thing is, I asked this question myself. We heard a lot today about fiscal conservatism. I'm always astonished when I go all around Citrus County and I see all the taxpayer-provided subscriptions to the Chronicle, Lane and County offices. And I'm wondering why the citizens of Citrus County are paying so we can read the newspaper, okay? And I think that's wrong. But the answer that I've heard most recently is, well, we need that to prove that we've done the advertising in the newspaper. So it seems like if we go this direction, then we wouldn't have to have all those taxpayer-provided subscriptions to the Chronicle laying around the county to give us that. And the other thing, these all add up. I mean, I was at a canvassing board meeting this morning. Supervisor of elections, which I don't think anybody's providing information from her, she informed us it cost $1,600 for the Chronicle ad announcing today's canvassing board meeting. And you know how many people from the public were at today's canvassing board meeting? None. Okay, but yeah, it cost $1,600 to run that ad just for today's meeting. So when we take all these costs in, and one final question. Evidently, there's lots of lobbying going on out there. We're being told your website will crash, the county's website will crash. You're going to come in and ask for many, many more people to do this. There won't be any cost savings. Can you respond to that? Is any of that true? Is your website going to crash? Can you handle the technology that it's going to take to do this? Are you going to need more people to institute this? My understanding is you're doing most of the work already anyway, but can you address that?
If I say yes, will you give me more people?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I won't be here.
I'm just kidding. No, actually, no. I have consulted with my information technology department. There is no chance that it will crash our site. We have had conversations, and my team is in place, is positioned, prepared to host the site and to manage that site if necessary. So no, it will not crash our site, and no, we will not ask for, there will be no additional personnel. It actually takes a little bit of work off of the clerk's office from the perspective of when you publish those legal notices for like a tax deed sale. You've read the legal description on property, and that has to be exact. And if you've read a legal description, you see, I mean, it's just, every radius, every this. And so, we've historically, we have to go back and forth a lot to make sure that those are absolutely precise. So that will actually all be done, more in-house now. So to answer to both of your questions, no, it will not crash our system, and no, we do not anticipate asking for additional personnel.
Okay, and perhaps you and Mr. Oliver combined or both can answer this question. My understanding is either the board today can say, we're going to keep it the way it is and that's the end of it, or we can say, we'll look at this as an option, and to do that we have to have the public meeting, or the public hearing. Are we compelled that if we move to hearing from the public, are we compelled to say, okay, now we have to do it or not? Or
no, if you go to the public hearing, after the public hearing, and you receive that public input, you can decide not to go forward.
So my question is obvious. There's no harm in going to the public input and holding the public hearing. That way, if we decide to do it, we've done it, and if we don't decide to do it, we've heard from the public anyway, correct?
Right.
Okay. Commissioners, what's your thought on this?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just Commissioner Slabaugh first here. Yes, sir. Ma'am.
You mentioned that there was a dollar savings amount, but you didn't give me the amount.
The cost savings for the clerk with regard to the time annually that is involved would be $2,700. The cost savings, and again, I can provide this to you in writing, Commissioner, because it's a lot. Like, for instance, on a tax deed, there are roughly 900 cases per year. The publication cost is $25,000. Again, the citizens bear that cost. For a county civil case, the publication cost is $377.84, roughly 155 cases per year, and that equates to $58,500. Again, citizens bear that cost. For circuit civil cases, that's $228.75, and that is roughly 5 cases, which is about $1,100. So the savings to the citizens for that is about $80,000, $90,000 a year to the citizens based on court cases and tax deed filings that they file. Our cost, I don't think the clerk incurs cost for publications in the paper. The county does, and what was that number, 120,000?
No, I've got the number, what is that?
I'm so sorry.
In 2020, it was 29,301. 2021 was 24,390. 22 to date's 27,104. It obviously depends on the number of meetings the board had. They had a lot of workshops this year that had to be advertised. So depending upon the frequency of that, it can increase or decrease.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, because saying there's $80,000 savings, but last year we've only paid $24,000.
The 80's from her, the 24's from him. It's two separate.
Yeah, the two numbers together.
Okay, I haven't been given any numbers. I asked yesterday about them, and nothing's been sent to me.
I did not have anything from...
No, those numbers, but not from the clerk. Excuse me, I have the floor. You keep interrupting. I haven't received any numbers. So just off of that, yesterday in my briefing, we talked quite a bit about the underserved and the unserved in Citrus County. So I'm leaning towards, the $30,000 cost, so that I'm just, I just don't see the benefit of switching it over when we have quite a bit in Citrus County that don't even have broadband. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Have you completed your comments?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
have.
Okay, that's
How
good.
rude.
Oh, no. That's out of order. You've completed your comments. Commissioner Kennard.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to...
I'm sorry, sir, we don't take comments from the audience right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so what I've heard is roughly $2,700 in savings in your office for staff time.
Right.
And we've been given in the backup material, we see that the various amounts, 30,000, 29,000, 24,000 that the county has spent. If we were to go this direction and put these notices on your site, are we going to realize 100% of those savings, or will there be charges coming back from the clerk's office to the county for publishing these?
No.
No, there won't be any charges coming back from the clerk's office to the county. So for fiscal year 21, the county paid, or the Board of County Commissioners paid $24,390,000. We would realize 100% of those savings if we go this direction.
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Okay. And the items you listed off that were citizen-borne costs, will those citizens still be charged that amount, even though there won't be a cost to publish that in the Chronicle? Or will the clerk's office now be collecting that and charging those citizens for this service now, or?
There is not a cost for that. It becomes a digital notice that is sent to us and then is published on the website. What they're paying for is the actual lines per the advertisement that goes in the paper. but that we have not figured out those logistics. We haven't put those logistics in place yet. We are prepared to host it, but the logistics of that happening have not been determined yet.
Okay, so, but there is a possibility that the citizens that find themselves in those situations would realize a savings. It may or may not be 100% savings, but they may realize a savings in that fee that they currently have to pay for that advertisement.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
Madam Attorney, had a comment?
I just had a question. I hadn't considered, may I?
Yes.
I hadn't considered the cost that litigants pay. So when you're talking about, like, if they have to publish a out-of-state spouse or, you know, those various where they have individual statutes that require them to post notice, are you saying that they're going to be able to use this service also, and they're not going to have to put it in the newspaper? I hadn't even thought of that before you brought it up.
Yeah, it's related to mortgage foreclosures and things like that.
Even like adoptions and things they're going to be.
I don't know about that.
I hadn't even thought about that until you just raised those points.
There's several different statutes that are affected by it. It's not just this. It's not just related to this particular. There's several statutes that are affected in this, and so when someone has to publish a foreclosure. Now, with regard to when they can't find someone,
right.
I don't think that one that's not covered in this. They still are going to have to publish that in the paper, to my knowledge.
Because I was thinking, again, I hadn't thought about it until you just brought it up, but I was thinking this only related to government's publication, not the individual litigant's publication.
Right. Right, but it is.
It's both?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Anything else, Madam Chair?
No.
Follow up by Commissioner Kennard, and then we'll go to Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, one last question. I didn't realize that this even happened, but it's been brought to my attention that a number of people request hard copies of these notices. It could be, it could be as few as maybe a half a dozen. It could be as many as 4,000, 5,000 maybe. There would certainly be some cost to the clerk's office for that. Mm-hmm. Are those costs that you're going to absorb, or are those costs that you're going to turn around and would bill the BOCC for and say, we had to send out 3,000 hard copies for this notice that you guys posted?
I wouldn't anticipate there being a tremendous amount of cost associated with that, because we would provide that via email. I mean, it would be simply a matter of just managing those requests and sending those requests out electronically.
Okay.
We recently launched Just FOIA, which is a public records request application. I think the county uses that as well, right? Yeah, and it's very efficient. It would be very efficient at fielding those types of requests. There are other logistics. There are other elements of this that still would have to be vetted out and put in place, and we've had a lot of conversations about this, because I wanted to ensure that it could be done without a lot of burden on our office or the county. And there is a stipulation in the bill as well that if there is an individual that wants to receive that notice still in writing, then we have to provide that to them in writing. And commissioners, we've never done this before. I mean, this is a totally new concept, and so as far as me stating the possibility of things, what that would look like, I have no idea. I can only at this point make at this point I can provide to you statistics of what, and then of course it's entirely up to this commission which direction you want to go. So.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Kennard?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Carney?
Thank you for the information. That's great stuff. I mean, when you're looking at 20, it's mid-20s for us, and then 80,000, these numbers start to add up quickly. We're not even talking about the other constitutionals that do it too. Okay, so other constitutional officers, the sheriff's department, so it's a good savings. And so I'm going to support moving it to a public hearing, because I do feel that the county and the clerk's office should be responsible, and it's going to save the taxpayers money. Just hands down.
Okay. Any other comments? The administrator is looking for direction. I don't see any downside to moving forward to a public hearing. I mean, since we're not compelled to go one way or the other by doing that. So, yes, Commissioner Davis.
I have some concerns about moving to all online. I do think obviously that's, you know, certainly the way most of the world has gone. Citrus County is a little, you know, behind that wave, obviously, but that's certainly where we're going. I'm not entirely sure that it's this year that we need to go to that. But I do think we need to make plans to move to that sort of situation. And I'm certainly not opposed to having a public hearing at this time, but my mind's not made up one way or the other.
And I'll be happy, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to meet with any of you to look at these numbers more thoroughly. But again, you know, my request today was just simply to provide statistics so that the public hearing could be decided on. I believe that the date of the public hearing that the administrator had recommended was October the 12th. And I would definitely ask that that be done by then or before, and here's why. If we do go this direction, and trust me, you know, we're already moving and thinking in that direction, just in case you do go that direction, so the clerk can be prepared to do this. There are some logistics that have to go in place. But I do, you know, hear what you're saying, Commissioner Davis. You know, it is challenging. Our demographic still appreciates, many of them still appreciate getting the paper, and I don't want, as the elected official who's responsible for ensuring that those public notices get out there to the people, I don't want anyone to ever not be afforded that opportunity. So.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for looking into this so diligently. I will say on a final note, we live in a time of pretty epic government distrust, and so this is a bit of a difficult, this is a no-win choice here. It's either we're wasting taxpayer dollars or we're not being transparent by communicating with the public in the way that they need to best communicate. So it's a difficult thing, and so that's why I have no objections to moving forward to a public hearing.
Okay. And I would say there's more distrust of the media today than there is of government. I think if you look at the latest polls, that bears fruit. So what I'm hearing is basically a consensus. We probably should have a vote to direct the administrator to work to put together this public hearing under the timeline that needs to be done. I believe we could do that since the agenda says provide direction, and I think the best way to do that is to vote. So,
Chair.
Yes.
I move forward that we, on A6, that we provide a public hearing for publication of public notices.
And that hearing would be on October the 18th as well.
Is that what you're planning? Okay. October 18th. Is that part of your motion?
Yes,
or whenever?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it, but I do have a question as to why October 18th? Can we be ready to go any sooner than that?
The only reason I picked October the 18th was because September's pretty jammed with budget hearings.
Okay.
And you're going to have a lot of budget activity during that month. So October seemed to me to be a kind of give you a better opportunity to look at it and get feedback.
Well, there will be feedback. There will be 2 full months of feedback.
I've already
If you don't want to do it
feedback, but
quicker, we can do it quicker. But as I say, you've got some budget hearings coming up.
And so, and that's the other thing. I also remember you saying this would be a year from now before if any changes made.
January the 1st of 23.
Yeah,
so
okay.
it's about 4 months.
4 months after this. Okay. So that's the reason for the October, no later than. Okay. And also, Madam Clerk, do you think all the other information the board was asking you about today, we would have that kind of vetted out by October?
What other information is
Things
that?
like, you know, that
Will the residents realize the savings?
yeah, and about emails, you know, if you say a hard copy, well, if you send them an email and they print it, that's a hard copy, right? So those kind of questions can be asked and answered more in a?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
We will have a plan in place such that if this board decided, yes, we want to go in this direction, the clerk will be ready to do that January the 1st. We will have those answers and those procedures in place by the meeting October the 18th.
And if there's any potential pitfalls that may
Yeah.
develop between now and then, you'd be able to bring those to our attention as well.
Yes.
Okay.
The one thing that I don't have that I would suggest that the administrator probably has to get is the cost from the other constitutionals. That was news to me when you said that today, the $1,600 for the canvassing. I was not aware, I don't have that, and I don't have the tax collectors either.
Right.
I don't know what it,
Tax collector, I talked with Barbara Good yesterday, she gave me a number of $26,000 for the publications that they have for their office. But I can call the constitutionals and compile the numbers for that easily enough, and I'll work with the clerk's office to get a composite agenda item ready.
Yeah, compilation of all those numbers might be helpful to know what, like Commissioner Kennard pointed out, what is the cost going away, or is somebody else just picking it up, those kind of things.
how far in advance, Mr. Chair, of the public hearing would you like to have those numbers for distribution to the commissioners?
I will, as soon as you have them, but at least by the agenda deadline, so they could be included and back up in the agenda, that'd be good for me, but,
Okay.
if you have them earlier, it doesn't hurt to get them to the.
If I have it the first week in October, that'll give us plenty of time, because we will distribute that agenda on October the 11th to give you all 7 days.
There you go. That'd be good, we can all do that.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else? No. Okay, any other discussion from the board? Okay, we'll open this to public comment now. We have a motion to set a public hearing October 18th to discuss the venue for placement of public notices. Is anyone here to speak on that motion?
I'd like to say something.
Yeah, sir, this time you can, just don't miss your turn. I'll be sure you get a chance, okay?
Yeah,
You sit there and relax, and I'll make sure you get a chance to talk.
it's weird because it's Citrus Springs, it's Janet Berger, Citrus Springs, but some of it, well, put it under Citrus Springs. Number one, Citrus Springs does not have internet throughout, and I have more residents coming daily. Okay? New houses, we don't have the internet there. So when you say Spectrum says they're ready to help, we've called Spectrum, they've called Spectrum, they've called Hughes, they've called AT&T. We don't have it in Citrus Springs. Otherwise, who's going to pay the internet fee? That's going back on the residents on a monthly basis. If you've got a cell phone, you've got the internet on the cell phone, you on your cell phone, try reading stuff on the cell phone. Okay? So the thing is, right now, it would not be beneficial to the Citrus Springs residents if you went to 100% notices online. I use our internet at the office for Citrus Springs. And I go on the Board of County Commissioner sites daily or every other day when I'm at work to look up records for who owns the house so we can send notices. The site is not up every day. I have downtime all the time. Yesterday, we had flickering electric. Okay, so as a person that uses the internet, I know what we have out in Citrus Springs is not fantastic. And yeah, we do have a significant amount of residents in Citrus Springs now. And it's growing on a daily basis. When our kids had to have the iPads for school for the COVID, there are some parents that will tell you the wonderful stories they had. The kids couldn't get access to the internet to do their work. They couldn't get the homework assignments in, they couldn't get nothing. And you wonder why our students are on the down. So the thing is, I think you should have a town hall meeting, but I don't think at this point in time, maybe 2 years from now, when we've got better internet service throughout the entire county, and I mean, think about Floral City. They probably are in the same situation that Citrus Springs is. Farm country. How many of them don't have internet service? That would be taking away what you're supposed to be providing. Now, granted, on the internet, I can actually make the words bigger, because in the paper, you have to get out your magnifying glass. And you really do need a magnifying glass. So the thing is, some benefits, and I see some benefits to it, but not in 2020, for January 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this motion? Yes, sir.
I challenge.
Could you give us your name? Could you
My
give us your
name's Kenneth Ferguson, but I challenge her, you can't crash your website. Amazon has 100 more bandwidth than they need to service their community to keep from crashing the website. And I'm from that business. I was an electronic engineer for 40 years. There ain't a website that can't be crashed unless you spend a ton of money. And the Citrus Springs, I'm from Coral City, and I have to have a special antenna to get to the website information. I love it. It's the best way to get it. But there's some people that isn't. One way to help that out is to set the libraries up so the people that don't have the service know that they can go into the library and get it. That is something you need to consider here. And the other thing is, if people want hard copies, they're taking the cost off the clerk and putting it on the individual in their printer at their house. So somebody's got to pay for that hard copy. So I think her idea is a great idea, but we need to consider all the possibilities and things that can occur. If people want to crash your website, they're going to crash it. You can't stop it unless you do what Amazon do. Have more bandwidth than you ever expect to need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Anyone else to speak on this motion?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. John Murphy, representing the Citrus County Chronicle, and I too think it's a great idea to have public notices on our website, and that's why for the last 15 years they have been on our website. So just between now and when the public hearing happens, I would encourage the commissioners to kind of gather all the information to make sure it's accurate. The circulation numbers that were quoted seem accurate. Just keep in mind, those are the number of households, not number of people, right? So think about that. We talk about population basis, but then we talk about households, just kind of making sure we're kind of comparing apples to apples. As an apples-to-apples comparison, we do actually have about 44,000 readers of our newspaper. So from a readership standpoint, that's then equivalent now to the population of our community. In addition to that, about 10,000 people a day actually show up to our website, where the public notice content is free to the public. You don't need to have a subscription to see the public notice section of our website. And in addition to that, for the last decade, in addition to being in our newspaper, on our website, we actually, as an association of newspapers, have a website called floridapublicnotices.com, where we actually upload all of our notices to that website, not just us, but all the newspapers in the state. So between now and the meeting, kind of develop the information sorry, Mr. Commissioner, to your attorney's point, there are about 18 different notice types that are required, that are covered by this statute. So there's a lot of notice types that aren't covered by this statute. And as it relates to receiving a hard copy, statutorily, one of the things that actually it does provide citizens the opportunity to request it be sent snail mail. We might want to send it via email, but citizens actually have the right to request it via snail mail. So between now and then, gathering the right information is really kind of what I challenge you guys for, and I know you will. Commissioner Kitchen, you love the public, right? You don't have meetings behind closed doors because you want to hear the information at the same time we do, and so that transparency aspect of what we provide to be able to make sure that public notices are in the public and not, no offense to the phrase, the fox watching the hen house, where you've got government kind of watching its own processes. So there's accountability on our part too to provide that service. And so that's part of this whole process that I just ask you to kind of pay attention to and gather all the data between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chairperson Kitchen and the board. I too wanted to
give us your name, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Jim Fogler. I am the president of the Florida Press Association, and we oppose, putting public notice on government websites for a lot of reasons. And Because if it's all about access, as John mentioned, right, for decades we've had these notices in newspapers on their websites, and as John alluded to, we created a aggregated FloridaPublicNotices.com site where all of our statewide public notices actually roll up to one site. And we spent, tens of thousands of dollars to upgrade that last year. So I do also challenge, what is that going to cost to create your own, continue to keep them updated? On the expense side, I heard something about staffing. I believe here in Citrus County at the Chronicle, they have 3 full-time employees actually taking public notices. So you're going to really need to think about that. I don't know if one person can handle that. Plus, who's going to handle the sworn and the affidavits that are going to come in, right? I mean, that's a really big deal because that could open up to a lawsuit if that notice is not getting out to the public in the right way. I also think you're underestimating, especially with the aging population, who's going to request a mailed version of that notice. Start timesing that by thousands. Plus, think about all the notices that are going to be coming in on a weekly basis. That number is going to add up. I'm from the school of why reinvent the wheel. FloridaPublicNotice.com, as we mentioned, is the aggregated site. I mean, we've created a user-friendly, mobile-friendly, searchable site that is rolling up all of the data from the Citrus County Chronicle, as well as all the other newspapers throughout the state of Florida. Real quick, the bill is an or, right? So the or is, you could put it on your government website or continue to use your local newspaper. And I'm from the school of the or, and I would continue to use the Citrus County Chronicle newspaper and website. And last but not least, if you decide to go on your own and put the public notice on your own website, it breaks that feed that goes into the aggregated site that a lot of folks have been used to going to online. So thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
The next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Sam Morley. I'm also with the Press Association Tallahassee. Drove over today. I just want to make a couple quick points. One is about the use of the newspaper and the citizens looking to it. There's a Mason-Dixon polling survey done each year and pretty much bears out that local newspapers where people look for this type of information. The poll results show nearly 8 out of 10 Floridians say that state and local governments should be required to publish public notices in their, in the local newspaper, and 61% say they're unlikely to seek them out, on a government website. Second point is liability. I think you do need to seriously think about that because a lot of these notices, for example, require a timestamp. Is it going to be an accurate timestamp? Some of the notices have these time periods in them, so there's a lot of moving parts that you don't see at the first blush. And I'd be happy to talk to you, your attorney, or anyone else about the layered complications I think come with this option. So thank you for the time, and appreciate it. Don't move to the public hearing, but I see you may. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Ernesto Rubio, the Florida Department of Health, your administrator there. 2 things I'd like to bring up is number one, if this does come to use, will this be for quasi-government, like the foundation that they can do their public notices on, like the hospital board, so if you could look at that. The second thing I want to remind you is that Citrus County is right now, we are doing a broadband survey. And I think Tom Don is doing that for you, and I think that might bring some information as to what is the footprint of Citrus County for our broadband. I think that could help you on your decision. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the input. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Shonda Burdett with the Citrus County Education Foundation. I just want to bring another perspective. I fully am a person and an organization we are in moving forward and innovation and making sure that we are on the right path. I do want to share with you, and I'd love to sit down with you at some point and discuss, Ms. Vick, the information we've collected since the pandemic and learning about the internet deserts, they're calling them, that we have in Citrus County. The number of areas that we are working with families to make sure that they have an internet provider. Spectrum, unfortunately, does not have all the answers and does not have the area covered as far as Citrus County and where these families can have internet provided for them. The other piece that we really have learned a lot getting to know our families more and more is the number of grandparents who are raising children, their grandchildren here in Citrus County. Again, trying to come from a perspective of where is information being shared, how do they know what to look for, trying to put that all in one source instead of having someone who is working very hard to navigate all the different resources and systems in Citrus County, that is to offer to them in one place. Making that change can be very difficult for many of them. The other piece that I wanted to say is we do have a poll going and we do have lots of things going out there, but let's also remember all of those polls are on the internet. So those people who don't have internet access are not a part of the polling. So I just encourage you to really research that number, Commissioner Kitchen, of how many people this would truly affect by doing that. And also, it was just a very short time ago that we discussed providing funding from the county that came to the Education Foundation to be out making sure families did have internet service, and I can provide all of that documentation for you and how many families we've reached.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. You have the next speaker, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Randy, Denise, and Madam Clerk. Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber. We have actually been involved in this issue for several years because it's come up in the legislature, and I don't think it's made it all the way through until this year. So our goal was always to protect local businesses because we believe business can do the job better and oftentimes cheaper. The clerk has brought forward the fact that she thinks it would be a net savings, but I think the proof would be in the pudding. So in addition to the cost, though, more importantly for us is the transparency of making sure, I would like to do all the above to make sure that government is, showing their cards, that notices are going out. Some of these actions are, government taking action against the citizen, and I want it in the newspaper, I want it on the website, I want it everywhere it can be. So I trust that y'all will work it out. But what I'm coming away from today with is that this is probably premature trying to get this done before the January 23rd. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I'm assuming you've already budgeted for legal notices in your 2023 budget because that will take effect prior to the October hearing. And I would just ask that y'all pump the brakes on this. Give the local company that's done an admirable job the benefit of the doubt, and then that'll give you all more time to really look at this to see if the savings are there, if the transparency is up to your standards. So I would ask you to even reconsider the public hearing because I think we're trying to get it done too quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else to address the board at this time? Anyone else to speak on this motion? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners, any further board discussion? Yes.
Well, I know my district, Floral City Library has internet, so there's a lot of people that will go sit in the parking lot and they can get on the internet. And also, I'm going to tell you, in these rural areas, I've had to deal with some phone calls of the Chronicle, stop and delivery because there's not enough people. So I've had to deal with that here recently of some very upset Floral City residents that got the paper for 20-something years now can no longer get it. So it's a double-edged sword here. But again, you can go to the Floral City Library, you can sit out in your car, you can get the internet that you need.
Yeah, and again, Commissioners, my issue is it doesn't hurt to have a public hearing. It doesn't hurt to hear what the citizens have to say. And as was said earlier, we continue to collect data, and then we make a decision based on having all of our questions answered. So the motion is to set this public hearing on October 18th. So, any other comments on that motion? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Davis.
To quote Mr. Oliver, as he frequently says, we can do anything citizens want, they just have to be willing to pay for it. So the citizens will speak on this topic. What I personally as a commissioner want to see is some really serious number crunching on this to see if there actually would be savings, because I heard loud and clear the gentleman that came in, thank you for visiting our fine county. So my mind's not made up, but I would like to hear what the public says.
Okay. So, If there's no further board discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. So we'll readdress this again on October 18th. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for your presentation. We appreciate it. Okay, we will now move back. I think we finished our, done open to the public. We've done our 501s, not our 501s, our 130s. And now we'll move to regular business, picking up on E1A through H, which are bids. Commissioners, what would you like to do?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Carnahan, excuse me, Commissioner Kennard.
Gotcha. Motion to approve item E1A through H.
Okay,
Second.
is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Davis has the second. You had a comment?
Yes, sir. I wanted to pull E1A for discussion.
E1A for discussion. So you do not support the motion to approve all the
For A through
A
H.
through H.
No, sir.
So
just
Commissioner Carnahan, you want to,
I'll amend my motion, E1B through H, and we'll pull E1A first discussion.
okay, and Commissioner Davis, you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is on approval of E1B through H. Is there any public comment on item E1B through H? Commissioners, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Commissioner Slaybaugh, you want to talk about item A?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to, I just had some concerns, and in the interest of government spending, we only received one bid on this, and I wanted to see what you as commissioners thought about, there was a couple concerns I had, a couple questions. Talked to Randy Oliver yesterday about it during my briefing, and you know, only one bid came in. Obviously, we can't control that, but there was some, where are my notes? Sorry, here. Where's the bid? On,
While you're looking for that, can I ask, is everything down? Is that why all the screens are blank? I know I heard earlier we had a problem with everything is down, so we're not broadcasting at all?
I don't know about that, but everything's down inside there.
Okay, so we
But
still,
we're capturing.
we can't hear you.
those are on back there? Oh, okay, so we have some of the monitors and not all the monitors. Okay, so as long as we're going out to the public, I'm sorry.
We're not going out to the public. We are capturing the meeting,
Okay,
audio only.
okay,
and
so we're
as a
still
backup.
legal then, right?
Yes, we are,
Okay,
sir.
very good, just want to make sure. Okay. Did you find what you're looking for yet?
You know, I can tell you, that,
Packet page 296.
thank you. Good night. It's 296, that's why.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm in the wrong section. Thank you.
E1A.
296, okay, thank you. We only received one bid. I understand the supply chain and all that, but, you know, Mr. Oliver and his staff put into where they would, the new contracts perhaps could keep the millings to have a cost savings. And pre-pandemic, I looked at some of the past bids. The line for milling existing asphalt, it came in at about $4.50 a square yard. It is now at $8.55, but they get to keep the milling, so there's actually no price savings. And then there's also now, you know, $12,650 for the whole process of removing the gophers. If there is none, then that price will be taken off.
It's zero.
Right, but I didn't get an answer about who actually, there is a cost to having a study done, and that's at maybe $3,000. Who pays for that? And I just thought, you know, this is very high, but, you know, is it possible to have it rebid, you know, put it out back out for bid?
Well, you can send that back out for bid. The disadvantage to send it back out for bid is the contractor's bid's on the table. I would note that this came in under budget, which has been highly unusual in road projects in the last 6 to 12 months. But the other thing we're working against is, and I don't know what the deadline is, we have a certain amount of time to be able to spend these SCOP funds, so we need to be careful there too. But it is within the allocated budget that was set up when this project was done. It's a 75% state, 25% county participation on SCOT projects.
And I understand that, and I appreciate that. I just thought I would like to discuss it a little bit. It just was a little, sticker shock. And, I'm fine with whatever the board decides. I just thought I would point some of those things out.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The reason they get to keep the millings is because it's residuals they can put back in and they can lower the cost down. So to me, that needs to happen for sure with millings, especially if we're going to mill a road. But I think we need to move forward because I do agree with Randy. Now the bid's out there, it's on the table, and they come in under budget. But the biggest thing is we've got to spend the SCOT funds before they're gone. So I would recommend you take the 75, 25, and let's move forward. But I appreciate your concerns for sure.
Somebody want to make that before?
So I'll make that motion that we approve E1A.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, Commissioner Slaybach seconds it. Is there any comments on that motion?
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs resident. As you know, every time SCOT money comes up, I come up. I am very, very glad we get SCOT money. SCOT money is done like 5 years in advance. The projects, I should say, are done 5 years in advance. I do know that on North Citrus Springs Boulevard, they redid and redid and redid the bidding process. So I'm not sure how long you can keep the money. But we kept the money, it kept getting rebid until we got what we wanted in that project. So I don't know, like, I asked, and if, this is the first bid and there's only one, maybe rebidding it, but if it's under budget, it's kind of nice. Because we as citizens in Citrus County save money, the state saves money. Do we get that money back? I don't think so. Because we bid per project for SCOT money as far as I know. But anyhow, it's nice to see us getting more SCOT money, and it's going out to Homosassa, which is wonderful. It's a different section of Citrus County that needs improvement.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on the motion? Any other comments? Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion?
Well,
yes.
I'm going to put one more thing out there. We are in a time now, we have a contractor behind on roads in the county because they can't get material. Superior is a big group and get material, and you better get it while we can. So.
And again, my biggest concern would be once the bid is opened, all the other bidders know what the number is. That would just be very, very bad business practice to do that. Then who's going to be the first bidder in the next time? So. Okay, so if there's no further discussion on the motion to approve E1A, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. We'll now go to item E2, please, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, approved budget transfers for road maintenance.
Mr. Oliver, can I stop you, sir?
Sure.
Didn't want to be a bad host, but I've been seeing we have a new face in the audience. This might be a good time to introduce
We can do this.
who the new person in the audience is.
Okay, we're pleased to introduce to the public, I think, except for Commissioner Davis, I think all the commissioners have met her. Mary Jensen is the new Public Works Director that you all confirmed a little over a month ago. Mary comes to us from, she was in the state of California. She worked for California FDOT, or DOT, and then Washington DOT, and then for a local community. She's decided she likes local government better than she does state government, but Mary has a wealth of experience and some experiences on some big projects. And we are glad to have Mary here, and if you'd like to say a word or two, Mary, that would be great.
Please come to the podium. It's maybe the last time you ever want to do this. So.
This is the hot seat. It's a standing one. No, thank you so much for allowing me to work here and contribute. I'm very excited. My family and I are very excited to eventually move here. They're still in Washington, so that is difficult, but I sent a lot of texts and a lot of videos, and it's a beautiful county, and I'm just really, I've been really embraced by all the staff, from Colleen to Todd to Randy. Everybody's been so gracious as far as my own staff, wonderful as well. So you have a great group of people. I can reassure you that I've been nothing but welcomed and taught and trained very, very expediently in only the week I've been here. So I want to say thank you, and thank you for taking a chance with me.
thank you for being here. We appreciate you deciding to make this your home. And as I told you when we talked earlier, if you have Randy's recommendation, that carries a lot. So he doesn't send that out very often. So congratulations. We look for you to have a long career here in Citrus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now Mr. Oliver, E2, please.
Yes, approve budget transfers for road maintenance, building, local provider participation assessment, gas tax, utilities, housing services, health department, grounds maintenance, solid waste, Beverly Hills MSBU, transit, fire, community services, drug court, and human resources for fiscal year 21-22.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve budget transfers.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybach makes the motion.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Connor. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 4-0 so far. We will get Commissioner Davis when she returns. Item E3, please.
Yes, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting amending state housing initiative partnership and various grant budgets for fiscal year 21-22.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E3.
Second.
Commissioner Slaybach makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on that? Board, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. We'll record that as 4-0 so far. Item E4, please.
Yes, we're pleased to announce that the Teamsters and the county have agreed upon an agreement as it relates to wages for the next fiscal year. It is already included in the budget, so we would ask that you approve and authorize the chairman to execute and sign the agreement between Citrus County, Florida and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local Union Number 79 with an effective date. I think that effective date should be October 1st, shouldn't it? Yeah, I think the effective date should be October 1st.
Okay, because both the memorandum and the agenda say different dates, so you want us to amend the date on the...
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
motion to approve item E4 with an effective date of October 1st of 2022.
October 1st, 2022.
Second it.
Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes that motion, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Is that what, we're still happy with that date?
Yeah, I can't tell you if that's when they took the vote or not, but that's the effective date of
Okay.
wage increases.
Okay, so the effective date is what we're talking about. Okay, so is there any public comment on this motion on item E4? Board, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Davis, how do you cast your vote on item E2?
Aye.
Aye. And on item E3?
Aye.
Aye. So Commissioner Davis votes aye on all those questions. You got that? I know you did. Okay, all right. Let's go on to E5, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to accept the perpetual utility and access easement from Stillwater Estates, a Florida profit corporation. B, authorize chairman to place acceptance stamp on the perpetual easement and access easement and record in the public land records of Citrus County.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E5A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball makes a motion, seconded by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that is unanimous. E6, please.
Yes, accept the perpetual access and maintenance agreement and a public easement, access easement for Caliber Car Wash. We'd ask for approval of A, B, and C in that agenda.
Motion to approve E6, A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes a motion, seconded by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That is unanimous. Item E7, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the general release and hold harmless agreement between John Malloy and Citrus County as full settlement to include all attorney's fees and cost of claim number 972973.
Motion to approve E7.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can we approve this without approving the attorney's fees?
Excuse me?
It says to include all attorneys' fees.
We can include them.
Okay. You mean exclude the attorney's
Yes.
fees? Is that what you're trying to get to?
Just trying to wake you up.
Gotta love it.
Okay. All right, any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E8, please.
Yes, this is Commissioner Kennard's favor. We're getting our money
Commissioner
back.
Kennard will like this one.
I love reading.
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute a grant agreement between Citrus County and the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority. It's a grant in the amount of $35,075 with a match of $35,075.
There might be some attorney's fees in there.
Motion to approve E8.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion. Everybody's falling all over themselves to make a second to that.
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard seconds. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that is unanimous as well. Item E9.
Approve and authorize the chairman to sign the contract amendment for protected acres with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, reducing the fire protection assessment from $13,062.42 to $9,843.19.
Motion approved, item E9.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there public comment? Further board discussion?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Slaybaugh.
Just want to state that if this was from the very beginning, this is a savings that was caught by our staff of over $45,000, which is tremendous. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board discussion? I just didn't see where the 45,000 was.
It's 4,500.
4,500.
Well, it's a savings of $3,219, and if you took it by the 14, isn't that what the savings is? Because we don't know how long this was for. It hasn't been updated in 14 years.
No.
Is
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Is this retroactive? I mean, we're
I'm just saying that if
you wouldn't have corrected it.
Yes,
I see.
this was a good call for their staff catching this. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, any other board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that is unanimous. E10, please.
E10, approve and authorize chairman to execute the grant funding agreement WG030 between Citrus County, Florida and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for a project known as Metacrest wastewater treatment plant denitrification filters retrofit.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis makes the motion, Commissioner Kennard makes the second. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's 4-0. We'll get Commissioner Carnahan when he returns. Let's see, we go on to item E11, please.
Yes, approve and authorize chairman to execute grant funding agreement WG039 between Citrus County, Florida and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the Fort Island Trail Septic to Sewer Remediation Project. I would note Ken and Tina's pinch hitting for Ken today, have done a phenomenal job in just getting grants for the various projects we have for water and sewer.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Move to approve E11.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Slagle makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes 4-0 as well. Okay, E12 we have completed. E13, please.
Approve and authorize the execution of CAA number 2 in the amount of $25,875.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Is that aye or
I
nay?
was an aye, I'm sorry, I
Four,
was just
okay.
daydreaming.
4. Okay, let's see, then we come back to E14, please.
Yes, accept the completed West Grover Cleveland to Peach Orchard Water Treatment Plant interconnect and approve the release of retainage in the amount of $33,907.48 to pave right aid.
Move to approve E14.
Second.
Commissioner Slaybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Commissioner Carnahan.
Aye.
E13, your vote is aye.
Aye.
And on, and on, is that the one we missed? No, there was
E12.
E11, E12 we disposed of earlier. So E11,
Aye.
Ford Ontario, aye, right?
And E10.
And 10,
Oh,
aye.
and E10, you were going wild.
Yeah.
We were just moving fast, huh? 9 and 10. So aye on all 3 of those, then. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
I was listening back there.
I know you were. No rush when you can hear what's going on. Okay, we're at E15, please, Mr.
Yes,
Bell.
E15, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the master services agreement statement of work number 1 and the business associate agreement between Meals on Wheels America and Citrus County, Florida to provide nutritious meals and friendly visits to Humana clients. The agreement runs from the effective date until December 31st, 2023, no cash match required.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I thought at the beginning you said you pulled E15. I must have marked that wrong.
No, that was B15, I believe.
Oh, E15, okay, thank you very much.
Chair, move approval of E15.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. E16.
E16, authorize the chairman to execute a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute and submit a Life Shield National Insurance Company claim form on behalf of Citrus County, Florida, to receive funds bequeathed to the Citrus County Animal Shelter. We do not know the amount at this time, however.
Move to approve E16.
Second.
Commissioner Slaybaugh makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that is unanimous. E17, please.
Yes, this is the annual process that Swift Mud uses for what's called Cooperative Funding Initiative. We're asking you to approve the rankings that staff gave for the various projects in the FY24 funding cycle and provide us A, B, and C.
Move to approve E17, A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any comments on E17? Anything from the public, anything from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. E18, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement with Hilltop Securities, Inc., LLC for the provision of arbitrage or rebate services commencing on the date of execution for a 5-year period. This is required as part of the Internal Revenue Code on bond issuances.
Motion to approve E18.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that is unanimous. E19, please.
Yes, we're asking, this is the monthly report as it relates to Core Civic. We're asking you to concur with the our recommendation action of non-performance assessment of $116,250 against Core Civic July invoice. We've already communicated this to Core Civic.
Motion to approve E19.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrett, Citrus County resident. In reading the backup, they're not performing very well. Are you taking any action to possibly look for a new provider for the jails for doing the job of getting people working there? Because at this point, you know, their percentages for the people going to work, that's a detriment to the county. You know, what happens if somebody gets hurt and they've only got 60% of their people working? It's nice that we're not paying as much money because they're not doing their job. But are we doing our job, making sure that those that are in jail are protected? At this point, I would be looking for somebody else other than Core Civic to be running the jail.
Any other citizen comments? Please come up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Warden Rodriguez. I'm the new warden of the Citrus County Detention Facility. After this approval for the month of July of non-compliance or non-performance, I'm glad to report that we're making significant progress in the hiring efforts of the facility. Right now, we have a class at WTC of 11 correctional officers. On Monday, we start another class at the facility of 15 TEAs who will be going to the academy in January. And I just wanted to illustrate the commissioners on this situation because it's not only Core Civic, the one facing challenges at the detention facilities. Earlier this week, I was driving through US 41, drove by the Pasco County Detention Facility, and I saw a billboard, and that billboard was from Pinellas County, looking for detention deputies. About a mile down the road, going towards the county, heading this way, there was another billboard. This time was from Hillsborough County, looking for the same. So what I'm telling you this afternoon is that everywhere in the nation, correctional services or correctional institutions or facilities are facing challenges in hiring qualified correctional staff. But I'm here today as a new warden at the Citrus County Detention Facility, in which I have spent the last 3.5 months. Proud to say that we are making very strong progress and that we project that by January of next year, we'll have a significant improvement in our staffing component. Before I came to this meeting, I reviewed with our HR department our numbers. 4 months ago, when I arrived at the jail May 15 of this year, our total staffing component was 125 staff members. Out of this morning, we were at 159 of a total authorized 175 staff members in the facility. So the progress is there. We're going to illustrate the county in our monthly reports from now on all the efforts we're making to fulfill our vacancies. Our reality is that when we have vacancies, we may have 100% full staffing, but that doesn't account whether we have inmates that need to be watched on one-on-one, suicide watch. We don't. That doesn't account for inmates.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have to cut you off. Your time has expired. If you want to come back and make a presentation, I'd be happy to invite you back.
Absolutely.
Where we can put you on the agenda. I'm sure the board would love to hear a presentation on what you're doing out there and what your plans are for the future. But since you're up here under public input, we have to limit it to the 3 minutes.
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Oliver, if that's what they would like to do, I think the board would be happy to hear a presentation in the future. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I did meet with a couple folks from Core Civic. I guess this is going back maybe a month ago now. And it's interesting to hear their side of what's happening in the industry, not just here locally, but in the industry overall. And, yes, we need them to get full staff out there. What exactly that full staffing means going forward is something that's being discussed at an administrative level, and I'm glad that you suggested the presentation, because there is some good information there that I think we need to hear as a board.
Good, yeah. And I always tell people, somebody brought this up earlier, people say, I want to have a meeting with you. And I go, well, that's fine, but having a meeting with me does no good. I mean, I'm one person, that's it. Come to the board, make a presentation, convince my colleagues, that's what you need to do, right? So I make that offer to anybody when these kind of issues come up that would like to come and make a presentation to get the board to move forward with something like that. So we have board consent to bring folks from Core Civic back in the future.
We'll make that happen with the next monthly report.
Okay. With the end of public input, commissioners, is there any other discussion from the board on this motion? We're on E19. Okay, with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. That concludes that section.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, I've been corrected. Back, if we can jump back to item E4, the agreement is actually dated March the 9th of 2022. I didn't realize that was that long ago that they ratified this. We were trying to work this in conjunction with something else. So if we could ask you all to reconsider item E4 and approve it with an effective date of the agreement March 9th, 2022 with salary increases effective October 1st.
And I do believe that is the motion, right, to reconsider? Yes, okay, so we need a motion.
So moved.
And let's see, as I look at this, Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Schleybaugh have made the motion and the second. Can anybody reconsider, or does that have to be somebody? Well, we're all on the same side, so there's no...
Anybody can
Okay,
reconsider.
so Commissioner Kennard makes the motion. See,
Second.
See, I'm worried about stuff, doesn't matter. Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the second. Okay, so the motion is to approve E4 as presented with the effective date of March 9th. Is that correct? I'm sorry.
No, sir, it's, right now you're considering the motion to reconsider.
I know. It's going to be a long day, I can see that. Okay, so on the motion to reconsider by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Davis, did I have that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion has been taken back, and now
Now,
we'll be
Mr.
looking
Chair,
at a new motion.
I will make a motion to approve E12 as published.
E4.
E4 as published, sorry.
With the effective date of March 9th.
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion by Commissioner Carnahan.
I believe Randy wanted to add.
No,
the
that's
effective
okay.
date.
It'll be
It doesn't have
fine.
to have the salary.
It doesn't have to have that part in it.
Right, so we're good, so we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. I ask again, is there any public comment on this motion? In case you changed your minds about the dates. Okay, Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Randy, for pointing that out today. So, now we move on to item F,
There are
outstanding.
no
items.
changes to F.
No
I'm
change.
sorry, I think that this, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, didn't you add E20?
And we already took care of each one.
Okay, I'm sorry, it just went so fast and I didn't write enough notes, so thank you. Okay.
Item F.
I know, I gotta keep, I'm sorry. I'm human.
Okay, item G1 is to authorize
Oh,
staff.
wait a minute, just a second. So you said there's no changes on item F, so we don't
That's
need to
correct.
take any action, nothing to approve, right?
No, sir.
So it's just as presented. So we'll call that informational then, correct?
Yes, that would be good.
Okay, so now we're going to G1, yes, sir.
Yes, authorize staff to pursue negotiations with Attorney Robert Batzel Jr. on behalf of Cardinal Farms LLC and Lennar Corporation to consider a development agreement pursuant to Florida statutes. They have to formally make this request. They've made the request to be able to negotiate agreement. In these types of agreements, there's a little bit of give and take typically. But until we negotiate the agreement, we don't know what it may include. It will be up to the board to decide to either accept whatever comes forward or modify it, change it, or reject it as you deem appropriate.
Sure. Move approval of G1.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment?
Commissioners, Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. Here to answer any questions you may have, but appreciate your motion to approve, and I probably shouldn't be standing up here. I'm only inviting.
You're the attorney, but this is authorized staff to pursue negotiations, not for the board to pursue negotiations.
That's right. I did want to just mention on behalf of my client, we're glad to finally be at this juncture. We have been working with staff and traded a lot of thoughts and information, had a community workshop. There's been a lot of work that has gone into this up until this point. I know Ms. Coutu now has everything that has come of that work. We provided her with drafts prior to application, and a lot of that was done, of course, prior to her arrival in her role. And so we're looking forward to working with staff from Mr. Cheek's office, from all the way down on utility issues, transportation issues, and the project in general. That's why we're going this route. The development agreement will be much more comprehensive and address a lot more issues than your typical rezoning. And so that's the purpose of our request today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else to speak on this motion? Okay, no one else, Commissioners, any other discussion? Okay, on item G1, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. G2, please.
Yes, G2 is the 2023 residential road resurfacing list using the methodology that's been previously adopted. We're looking for concurrence on this list and direction on proceeding to advertise this for bid if that's the desire of the board.
Board, what's your desire?
Approval of G2.
Okay, Commissioner Carnhammer's approval.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment?
Janet Barrick on behalf of Citrus Springs. Like earlier I discussed at the beginning and open to the public. When you look through the list, it looks really nice. 34.36 miles is going to be paved. Okay? 2.46 is in Citrus Springs. Citrus Springs has 1/4 of all the roads that are residential roads. 2.46 is not 1/4 of the roads that are getting repaved. I know you have a formula. I have to go back to my citizens and my members for the Civic Association and explain why when they look at it and they say, well, we're paying the taxes. We're paying taxes on gas, and it says they're paying gas taxes. We're paying SIP taxes. And we're paying MSBU. That's 3 forms of tax that the Citrus Springs residents are paying for road resurfacing. And the only roads that are going to get any resurfacing are the 2.46 miles that our MSBU is paying for. That's not fair to any citizen in Citrus County. Whether they live in Citrus Springs, or Floral City, or Homosassa, or Crystal River. Someday you're going to need to sit down and revise what you're doing for your road resurfacing plans. And I mean really revise it. Because what you're doing makes the people in Citrus Springs very, very upset. Like I said, some have already been asking me about tire replacement. They're getting 20,000 miles to a set of tires that say 60,000 because of the roads. And that's exactly what they're told by the people that are replacing the tires. They get holes, they get, the wheel alignment, and they want to know who they can charge for the wheel alignment. Because it gets expensive. Every time you take the car in, every 6 months you got to get wheel alignment. And if it's due to the roads, then the county should be responsible. So at this point, I have to tell them, I don't know who you can call, but I'm sure that eventually they are going to start making calls to the administrator. And bills are going to start being turned in. Because at each meeting, every month I hear about, well, these people with, wheel alignment, holes in tires because the roads are so bad, the potholes are so bad. You go into a pothole, you mess up your tire, and then you turn around you mess up your wheel alignment at the same time. I agree, we need to do $8 million worth of road resurfacing in 22-23. $8 million is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed. The 5 of you know that. It's been brought up over and over to you, that you need closer to 20 million per year to actually get the roads on a good plan. 491 still isn't finished. That's not even on here because it's not residential road resurfacing. But under residential road resurfacing, please pay the money out and get some more roads fixed.
Thank you. Any other public input on item G2? Any other public input on G2? Commissioners, any further
Mr. Chair.
discussion? Yes.
Well, it wasn't fair when we started redoing the roads and we found $12 million and we paved all the roads in Citrus Springs and we didn't pave any anywhere else. It sounds like to me they need to slow down out there. Maybe they're driving a little too fast and that's why their tires are getting out of alignment. So maybe that'll help them slow down a little bit.
I think
But
that's
we're doing the best we can and we're going to continue to move forward. But we always forget about how $12 million went to Citrus Springs and no other district got anything.
I know, and I'm sure we've told, seems like 12 million times we've explained that too.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure before you call the vote. The proposed, or the tentative millage rate that this board voted unanimously to send out to all the taxpayers includes 0.2 of a mil to increase the amount that we are spending on road resurfacing. I would encourage you at our next budget meeting to come back and give us that same speech before we start peeling millage rate out of there and kicking this resurfacing can further down the road. It's going to take some fortitude to increase the amount that we're spending on road resurfacing.
Good point. And also, I'm sure the newly elected commissioners or those in the process are paying attention, but I tell everyone that I know, particularly those in Sugar Mill Woods, you need to hold the board's feet to the fire. Because if this board agrees to put a ballot initiative on for sales tax, and if that sales tax for road resurfacing passes, this board made a promise that that $500,000 would go away.
Yeah.
Right? So some of us won't be here in the future, but believe me, I'm going to be out on every rooftop screaming that from every rooftop if that passes, so that people are aware with that. And you're right, because that was the one thing that everybody said, if you, and that was the difference, if you guarantee that's where that money is going to go.
Right.
Okay? So that's when we have to get into, well, we said it was for this, but it might be for that, you know, and that's, I think, where the road is different, but you are correct. I just wanted to ask, just for the record, should the citizens in Citrus Springs start sending us their car repair bills? Because we're told we're going to get inundated with that unless we fix the roads out there. I mean, let me rephrase that. I know they shouldn't send us to, would it do them any good to send us the...
Sounds like a rhetorical question.
Yes.
No.
No, okay, very good. Just want to make everybody clear, so just so we're clear about that. Okay, so we left off. Any other board discussion on item G2? I think everybody agrees. You'd like to do more. It's just a matter of money. Hopefully it'll be there in the future. So that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Because, you know, the first thing I get on this, folks, is like, well, how many roads on here in Sugar Mill Woods? And there's very, you know, I'm sure we all hear the same stuff. And it comes down to who needs it the most. So. Okay, let's see. G3, please, Mr. Hall.
Yes, this is asking you to confirm Troy Hess as the interim emergency management director. We believe that this is a good interim move in light of the circumstances that are brewing.
Move approval of E3.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan and a second by Commissioner Slabaugh for approval. Is there any public comment? There appears to be.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm extremely confident in Captain Hess's abilities, as you all know. He's more than capable of handling this assignment based on his education and prior experience, so I thank the board with your consideration and approval for his assignment.
Thank you. Any comments?
May I echo what Colonel said?
A man of so many words.
Yeah. Is there any other public comment on the motion? Okay, commissioners, any further discussion?
And you want this job, correct? Just want to make sure you're not.
He just got the smile.
I'm always here.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously.
And hopefully to
Thank you
keep,
very much.
hopefully to keep going the same way and no hurricanes out there. Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item G4, please, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, approve and authorize staff to proceed with relocation of water services to the vacant buildings previously occupied by Nature Coast EMS. This will meet the county's, the employees under the Board of County Commissioners space needs for about the next 10 to 15 years doing this, and we think this is the best strategy moving forward. They will obviously be moving out of the LGB, which will free up space there for other functions.
Okay. Commissioners, you heard the request. What's your
Motion to
direction?
approve G4.
Okay, Commissioner Davis moves approval. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second it, but I do want to have some conversation about it.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrett, citizen. I read the backup material. I think it's nice that we're gonna be able to use a building that we've taken over because people owed us money because we couldn't, keep them going. But when I saw how much it's gonna cost to renovate it, I thought I was, reading a whole bunch of extra zeros. Okay, the water people, they need space, they really do. And if this is gonna accommodate it, you're gonna have no choice but to do this. But for renovation, I think you need to, watch what you're spending on renovations. I don't think we spent that much to renovate Meadowcrest.
Any other public comment? Okay, Commissioner Kennard, do you have comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna support this, and I've already expressed this to Mr. Oliver as well. I was a little concerned with taking both of those buildings for the purposes of utilities, but if they need it, they need it. My concern is that we have, the Sheriff's Office is beginning to express concerns about space needs for their maintenance facilities. And then I believe it was last meeting or the meeting before that, we heard from Mr. Rubio that they have space needs issues as well. So it's something that rather than addressing these things individually, I would like for us to begin looking at how are we going to handle all these other issues, because there's more coming now right behind behind utilities, and are we allocating too much space to one particular department? If we're not, we're not. But I'm a little concerned about it because the Sheriff's Office space needs for that maintenance facility are going to come up very, very quickly. My understanding is that there's some ongoing discussion with where they're at right now, that landowner is needing that space himself. So it's an issue that's going to be on our plate, I believe, very quickly.
Okay. Any other board comments? Just for the record, you should have never said this. This is more than what we spent at Meadowcrest. The comment was made that this is more we spent at Meadowcrest. Oh no, oh no. We spent over $1 million to renovate a building we didn't own, and we took out a loan, okay, that we're still paying on, I believe, to renovate a building that we then turned around and paid the owner of that building the improved value for the $1 million that we spent to buy it. So don't stand up here and say this is the same as Meadowcrest. I have that burned in the back of my head, and so let's just. There's certain things that I will never ever forget. And talk about bad fiscal management, that has got to be at the top of the list. So yeah, nobody likes renovation costs, but it has to be done. But that's nowhere near what happened at Meadowcrest. And if you look at the size here, this is a much bigger two buildings, that we're talking about. So Sorry, had to get that off my chest. Okay, so all in favor of item G4, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that passes unanimously. Okay, we are now moving up to item I believe, advisory board announcements. And we have one bit of business to do there.
Yes, it's accepted with regret the resignation of a board-appointed citizen, Patrick Crippen, from the Value Adjustment Board. B, announced vacancy available, and the taking of application for one citizen member position on the Value Adjustment Board. The citizen member must have homesteaded property in Citrus County. Applications are available on the clerk of court and the comptroller's website, and it gives the website address.
And don't we usually announce for what the term is? I don't see the term on here, like for a term that expires on such and such, or
I don't remember.
I don't see it. I guess when we get applications, then they'll know, or it'll tell them. Okay, so we're going to advertise. I think the board needs to move to approve and accept with regret the resignation of Mr. Patrick Crippen.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Okay, let's go to committee reports. Let's start with, what do you think, Commissioner Kennard? Do you want to start? You know, with the picture?
No, I have nothing.
Okay, nothing. Commissioner Davis, any committee reports?
Yes, many. I think it's 3. Lots to report. So we'll go in order of the day after the last meeting. TDC, Tourism Development, heard the very ample discussion on whether to look at changing bag limits for scallops. We had a very rough season this year, still ongoing obviously, but it was pretty light. So essentially what we determined is that FWC would not be amenable to that, and these things fluctuate, so you have to look at it over a period of time. 2020 was obviously a pretty shut down year, and so in 2021 we had a bumper crop, and so we all went out and scalloped like crazy because we were tired of the shutdown from the prior year. So actually we have a lighter harvest this year. We also talked about going for a scallop stamp, which would be basically a $10 stamp on your fishing license to go back to scallop research and things to benefit the scallop industry. From there I went to the medical examiner, and did Jean leave? I needed to talk to Jean. Okay, they are looking for the lead from one of the 6 counties, whomever has influence on the Appropriations Committee, and Representative Mazzullo is on the Appropriations Committee, so I need to speak with Jean and Representative Mazzullo about Appropriations House Bill 4883, which has to do with placement for facility planning and design for facilities in a different district. So we're looking at doing a new facility where we are now, and there's lots of interaction between the counties. 4CF, the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, well, we have an 80-20 rule, so we're allowed to spend 20% of what our profits are on our stock portfolio, and of course we lost money, so we can't give any grant money away. So I think we made just enough on interest in our cash balance, is that correct? And Tito, you could come up and correct me. Anywho, we're going to work with the hospital board to hopefully change that rule so we can actually give grant money away to various health concerns in the county this year. We have just enough from interest to cover our expenses, and that's about it if we don't change it. Chair, may I?
Well, now that he's here, yes, we can ask him to come up. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. So from the investment committee, I sit on the investment committee for the foundation. We roughly had no gains on any of our investments because our investment year ends on June 30th. As you know, the previous year in the stock market was a little difficult. But we did have capital gains and interest that were paid to the tune of around $255,000, taking 80% of that gives it around $204,000 to help us pay for our fixed costs for operations, and we believe we're going to have around 50 or 60,000 available for grant. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh. Any committee reports?
Yes, sir. At the Value Adjustment Board meeting, Commissioner Davis wasn't able to be there, and I nominated her as the next year's chair, and all went well.
Voluntold, I believe.
Yes, and I appreciate your service. Thank you. That's all I have for my committee reports.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan.
We're good. I'll be doing my last chair of the budget and finance of the Gulf Coast Restoration, and then on the last executive board. So the good thing is we've got all our projects in, but someone's going to need to take that place, and I know they're asking for nominees now for the executive board. So if any of you that are still going to be here want to do that, great. But again, all our projects are in. We're just waiting for approval from Gulf Coast Council.
Very good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did forget one thing. I went to U.S. Congressman Gus Bilirakis's, he's co-chairman of the Travel and Tourism Caucus for U.S. House of Representatives. I went to his forum, I believe it was down in Spring Hill, and went with TDC Director John Pritchard, and one of the other board members came as well. And I have to say, I am really impressed with Congressman Bilirakis. He really is working very hard for his new county and his district. So I like him very much. I'm glad he prevailed on the primary.
Okay, great. And I can't make a comment. Let's go ahead.
Real quick, Commissioner Carnahan, when is your next meeting for that
I think
Gulf
it's in
Coast?
October.
October?
I think so. And it'll be, I'm sure it'll be teams.
So you'll be at that meeting, at the October meeting,
Right.
and then you'll have another one in November?
There
or
probably
December?
won't be another one until January-ish, so
Okay.
you'll have plenty of time to put somebody on there.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you'll have time.
I'm just thinking we'll have two new commissioners up here.
Right.
And they may have an interest in
The
it.
good thing is a lot of stuff's already done.
Okay.
There is counties that still have to put stuff in, but the money's kind of already, like I said, all our projects are in.
Okay.
We're just waiting for them to get funded, even the reefs.
Okay.
Inshore, offshore, I went ahead and pushed all that through, and was successful in getting the others to go along with me. And so the biggest thing now is just to get Gulf Coast Council. I mean, I'm expecting them for our boat ramp to come out at any time.
Okay.
I'll be asking those questions next week. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Okay. I was going to make a couple comments. First of all, I can't comment on the election, seeing that I'm on the canvassing board, so I can't tell you if I'm happy or not with the results. But I will say this: the canvassing board had its final meeting for the primary this morning at 9 o'clock, where we certified the results. So for Citrus County, so those that were in the election process in Citrus County, you can at least know that that is official now, that that's been certified this morning and sent to the state, as well as we've also completed the audit. That's how efficient our supervisor is, that we've completed the tabulation, final certification, and after that we've completed our audit as well, so that is done. We will pick up, I will continue on the canvassing board. That's the one thing I'll see through until my final day in office. We start again in October, I'm trying to remember, 20th, I believe, is the next canvassing board meeting, picking up with the logic and accuracy test. And then the final one will be November 21st, which will be the final certification of the November election. So just to let you know about that, and also and it went very well. Just so everyone knows, there was, it's probably one of the smoothest, tightest, most accurate elections probably well, I've only been involved in two on the canvassing board, but just in what's happened in technology recently, and our new supervisor having the background that she has done a fabulous job. So we should feel very confident and comfortable that our elections were open and above board. Every meeting was open to the public. As a matter of fact, there's a camera over our desk that the people in the public room to observe is there. first day, we had one person, we haven't had anybody since, you know, so, but it's not like anybody's trying to hide anything, it's out there for everybody to see. On the TBRPC, my last meeting will be the 12th of September, which I'll be attending. That'll be my last one down there because they don't meet again until after my last one, which I'll talk about here in a few minutes. Also, my last meeting that I've informed the folks in Sugar Mill that I'll be meeting with those groups for 8 years. I've been meeting with all the presidents of the homeowners associations down there, and my last meeting for that will be in September 12th as well. I guess I could consider this a committee since it's kind of an ad hoc committee, but let's take a minute and discuss the county administrator search, talk about where we are in the schedule that I discussed with Mr. Oliver, and this is what I'm proposing. So up through this whole process, we have been unanimous, we've been united, we've been moving forward with the process. So in every step of the way, I've come back and told you where we are and what we hope to be. So I want to continue that and propose this schedule for you. My understanding, correct me, Mr. Oliver, if I say something that's incorrect. My understanding is that Mr. I just call him the headhunter. Our headhunter will have our final vetted list of candidates to us by September 2nd. Okay, that's a Friday. And all that simply means is after vetting all the applicants against what he knows and what we've asked for and said, he's going to give us a list of who he thinks meets that. That does not exclude the board from saying, well, we don't like any of them or we want more people in or whatever. That's just him doing his job, you know, vetting. I'm sure you all have been like me and received emails from other people about other places about some of the candidates or whatever. And that's why we don't like to get involved in all that and let Mr. Slavin, I believe is his name. Is that correct? Okay, so that said, we would have the vetted list in by Mr. Slavin by September 2nd. What I've asked Randy to do is to put on the September 13th meeting, that Tuesday, the first meeting of 13th, is where we will go through and select the candidates. We'll have a discussion at the board meeting of who we want to invite for interviews. Okay? So on the 13th, we'll pick, you know, whatever you all want. I would think 5 to 7 would be more than enough. But, you know, our top pick, 3, whatever. We'll come up with, you know, 1 to 7 or whatever our number is that you want to take the time to invite here to interview. Okay? So if we know ahead of time that we're going to come forward with our list of top picks and try to agree on whatever number we want to interview, we would do, what I'm proposing then is that we would send out those invitations on Monday, the 26th. We would have private one-on-one discussions with those candidates. And then what we would do is at that time, you know, the board, well, even on the 26th, I guess we'll have, excuse me, on the 13th, when we see how many candidates we have, we'll have to decide how much time you think you're going to need. Do you want half an hour per interview? Do you want an hour per interview? You know, if you want an hour and we have 7 candidates, you're talking about all day, you know, to be here to do it. But that's our call. But I personally think a half an hour after we've read the resumes or whatever, and in a half an hour one-on-one interview should be enough. So if that being the case, let me just pick a arbitrary number. Let's say we pick out 5 people. So on the 13th, we pick out 5 people. We send out those requests. On the 26th, one-on-one, I guess Doug would set up these appointments. We would meet for whatever time you want with those 5 candidates privately, one at a time. And I say privately, I mean 1 commissioner, 1 candidate. Not all the commissioners and 1 candidate, just so everybody understands. So each commissioner would meet privately with 1 candidate. And then once we've interviewed all of them, then the following day is a board meeting on the 27th. What I would like to see us do on the 27th then is say, we'll invite those 5, again, assuming it's 5, candidates to come and make a public presentation at the board meeting. The board at that time can ask any further questions they want. And then, this is where it gets interesting, it's a public process. So after they sat down, I've seen it done both ways. Professionally, usually they leave the room. That's their call. And then we would debate, you know, and discuss who you want to make the job offer to. And then the way it's been done in the past is we'd make the offer to your top candidate. In the past, it's been where you've tasked the chairman and the attorney to reach a contracted agreement with your top pick. and that we would look at that selection being the 27th, and then I believe what we say, October, what was our, expect to have the person on board date, October?
Sometime in October.
Well, we'd have to have the contract come back for the board to approve.
First meeting in October.
First meeting in October. So that's the proposed, where we are, how we got here, what's in front of us, comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I'll be right up front. I'm not too impressed with and all the applicants. I'll be honest with you, there's probably only 2, possibly 3 that I would even give an interview to based on what I've already read and seen. I'm just not impressed with, I know we have some coming late. I did see some, good qualified candidate there and maybe one other, maybe 3 at the most, but I think this board needs to have a discussion whether, on moving forward, because my expectations are higher than what I've seen come in, being honest with you.
Okay, any other thoughts? Again, I would kind of echo what Commissioner Carney is saying in the fact that, like I said, if we only have 2 that we want to talk to, and we're not compelled to hire anybody, keep that in mind, okay? So this is just a matter of who you think that you reasonably could expect to be county administrator. And when I say 3, the way this has worked is maybe your top pick doesn't accept our offer, so we have to go to the second. So if there's only 2 on there that you would make, an offer to, then that's all we interview and that's all we talk to. So, yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
I would like to jump on Commissioner Carnahan's bandwagon, and I was just curious, what's our plan B if we couldn't find the person? I mean, how fast could we get the ball rolling again to get the next group of applicants? I mean, what is the process? What will we do? Because again, this is the first time I've done it. I know the first time you guys had to do it, you got lucky enough to get Randy Oliver. I don't see any Randy Olivers in that group.
That absolutely I could agree with that. But, well, that's the thing. I mean, at this point in time, I would like to see this process out. And then, if somebody goes, because there could be some hidden gems in there that we're just not picking up. But if the board can't agree, on anybody or only 1 or 2, then we move forward. And in the end, your selection process might be, I don't want to make an offer to anybody. So we could even do that, So I just think we've gone through this to this extent. Obviously, there's people on there that I don't think we should even be talking to, and we don't want to waste their time and ours. But there are some, and I'll be curious, I've kind of done my own selection, and I'll be curious to see what Mr. Slavin's list looks like compared to mine. If I have some of the same people or not, or whatever. So I'm going to be curious about that as well. But yeah, it was, when you have Randy Oliver, you get spoiled, and that's kind of what I was kind of looking for. So, Commissioner Kennard, any comments, any thoughts? Schedule sound okay to you?
I have been purposely staying quiet about it, just letting the process play out.
Okay.
I'm waiting to see what his vetted list is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if we're in agreement with that, then, Mr. Oliver, we're going to have the vetted list on the 2nd. Let's put on the 13th for board discussion, discussion of candidates to invite for an interview, if any. Okay? Is that good? And we'll take it, so if we proceed, then you know the schedule we're talking about. If we don't proceed, then we'll drop back and go to...
The only thing I'd like a little clarification on, so that we can do time management and figuring out how it's going to do, is do you want a half an hour or an hour interview? What's the consensus of the board?
Everybody seems to think it's going to be less than 5 people, maybe, so you guys need an hour? You need a half hour? What do you say?
These are the individual discussions?
Yes.
I would think a half an hour is long enough.
That's what I think.
That's what I thought too. Half an hour was my first go around. So want to split the difference, say 45 minutes?
I'd rather have it scheduled for an hour and finish early if needed.
Yeah, well, we only need half an hour. If we can, how about this? We'll plan for an hour. If we can keep it to 5 or below, and we might have to drop back if the board all of a sudden decides they want to interview 6 or 7 people or whatever. But on the other hand, it's like Commissioner Davis said, if we only pick 2, or we pick 5 and we only spend, because I know some of these, when I did this before, some I spent a full half hour with, some I spent 5 minutes with. You know, so it's just a matter of what you think you need to find and to go around. So.
To me, it's pretty simple. The parameters we set out there, and what we got. I mean, you either meet the parameters or you don't. And you know, and again, I only see 3 that meet the parameters that we set out there as a board. So, you know, I'm anxious to see what comes back to us, just like everybody else.
I am too. That's where I'm anxious to. There's some folks on there that I'm curious about, but I want to hear what Mr. Slavin has to say about it. Okay, so we're good with that, Mr. Albert. Okay,
I can handle it.
We'll plan, as of right now, we're gonna pencil in an hour, and then we'll adjust as we go. Okay. Okay, and I guess that would be the end of my committee reports. So let's move ahead then with Commissioner Carnahan. You got anything else for us?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard, you got a couple things for us.
Yes, I'll jump right into first the traffic light at Gospel Island and Highway 44. DOT has determined that it meets warrants to put one there, and county staff was first approached with an idea, I guess, or a proposal of DOT is going to get to this. Is the county interested in participating in the cost of this to help move it along a little bit faster? Simply because it hasn't been on a work plan. This came out of a request by the county to take a look at it, and it was just very general. Is my understanding is how this discussion went. I asked a little bit more detail about it. You know, what kind of money are we talking about that you're looking for from the county? And the answer that I got back was the initial request was 40 to 50%, and I said there's no way that we're going there. What I heard back, the response that I got was, give me something to go to DOT with. You know, throw something out there that I can take back to them and say, this is what the county is willing to do to move this project along. This would not be, in our county, it would be to some degree setting a precedent, but regionally it would not be. Pasco County, I'm told, is the one kind of driving this train in our region, that they are coming up with local funds to try and move their projects along faster. I've not verified that with anybody down in Pasco County. That was just what I was told, and it wasn't a. I don't want anybody to mistake this as a, you guys come up with money or this project's going to sit on the shelf for years. That's not. David Glenn is all about safety. I mean, that is a big driver in his mission, I guess, for our district. But it was put out there, and I thought, Randy and I have had a little conversation about it, and I thought that something the board should discuss. Do we want to propose putting a figure out there to try and move this project along, or say, sorry, we've got as tight a budget as we can get to, and we still have the funds, and we'll see the light when the DOT can get the light up there for us.
Well, you're not
gonna hurt my feelings either way.
Well, good. I'm glad you said that. Now I can go ahead and speak. Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate their point of view, but there's a lot of people that want traffic lights in a lot of places in our county. And my concern is if we do that, then the next thing we're going to hear is, well, I want a traffic light at such and such, and the county put money in to get this one for them, so we want you to do it for us. So when you say it might not be a precedent countywide, it could be from that perspective. If we do it for one group of folks out in that area out there, and if we change the funding formula, I mean, but on the other hand, you have what's fair is fair. I mean, we had that discussion, I remember when Mr. Stillwell was up here, although he didn't want to answer my question, but it was like, who determines who creates the flow of traffic and the need for the light? Is that most of it on the state road, most of it on the county road? Is it an intersection of state roads or an intersection of county roads? So I don't know. I mean, it might seem fair. We participate in SCOP, we participate in some of that, but to me, this kind of looks like changing the rules. I mean, we never had to do this before. When they came, either they come back and said, no, you don't need it, or yes, you do. And when they've come back and said, yes, you do, then there's never been a discussion. To me, Commissioner Kennard, it would carry more weight if they said, no, you don't need it, and we said, yes, we think we do, and we're willing to put money up. The fact now that they've agreed it's needed kind of seems puts the onus back on them to make it happen. That's just my thought.
I will tell you, if it adds more weight to this board participating, is that the requests that I received for looking into this light are not people traveling down 44. Put a light up there for us to stop us at Gospel Island. It's the folks trying to get onto 44 at Gospel Island, or the people turning off of 44 on the Gospel Island Road. I'm told as well that there are a couple other roads further east that have seen the accidents that occur there. Apparently pretty significant accidents, and if it meets DOT warrants, I would assume that there are some major accidents that are occurring there, to some degree due to the curve of the road there at 44 for whatever reason. That's made it a little bit more dangerous intersection. But it's the folks that live out there on Gospel Island that are asking for this. So I'm only one of 5, so yeah.
I said my 2 cents.
My question, where's the money going to come from? And again, I do believe it sets a precedence. County roads that we're responsible for. But again, where's the money going to come from? That would be the question I would have.
I would suggest contingency fund. If we're not going to use money out of the contingency fund, then let's not have one. I mean, I don't know that we ever spend that contingency fund down to zero.
And it gets trued up and moves forward into the next budget.
I understand. But anytime I mention that fund, I always get a groan, or that's it. Off the top of my head, that would be where I would look to. We've got there are funds there. If you want a suggestion, that would be where I would suggest that we look. Or we can move public notices to county websites. We're going to save $100 grand there.
There you go.
No,
I'm all for it.
Just a second. You done?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Do you have a figure in mind?
Can you get closer to the mic? Sorry.
Do you have a figure in mind?
I wanted to see how this discussion would go here. I think if we put we're talking about nearly $1 million traffic light, and my understanding is that there may be some changes in turn lanes and stuff like that need to be made there as well. I think that it's reasonable, or shows some degree of good faith to throw a number out there, maybe in the range of $100,000. That this is what we can do.
10% of the max figure.
That's
And is this not increased capacity, i.e. impact fees? No? I assumed you would have said that if it were. I'm not really feeling myself right now, so I'm sorry. That's all I have.
Any other thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Slagle.
I think the chair was very kind to you. He said that he was very nice. I think it's a slippery slope, and I just don't know that I would be able to support it.
This kind of ranks right back up there with the lights at the intersection of 486. Remember, well, we changed our rules, now we want the county to pay for them. We go, no. You know, that's what you guys do, you know. So I can understand that. I mean, I understand why we get SCOP money and we charge gas tax for that. I mean, we do our share. But, you know, I just see this, then this, and then the next thing will be, well, you did it last time, now we expect this all the time. And so I don't know. Well, you just told people to come back and demand people to hold to their budget.
Can I take one last bite at the apple here? Again, I don't believe that it's the slippery slope or the precedent setting. I think that when we've got these traffic projects that we want to get done, DOT is not telling us they're not going to get done. When you've got 67 other counties begging for a relatively small pie, they're going to divide it up into those districts as best they possibly can. And when you've got counties that have got their transportation impact fees, and they're putting that up there, when the counties are putting in some local or more local skin in the game, that's when DOT is finding ways to move money and get your projects done faster. What I'm told is that's what Pasco County is seeing with all of their projects moving along a little faster, is that locally they have found ways to use local funds and push DOT to get those projects moving. So, you know, when we look at projects like the 200 bridge that eventually, you know, we're pushing and working with our neighboring district to make sure that that's on the radar, that we can get there. Or some of these other projects that we've got on our plate to move them along. I would not be surprised to hear, you know, you guys are going to need to have some more local skin in the game, not to get them done, but to get them done on the timeline that you'd like to see them done. So, just my thought.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, I tell you, I mean, there's a lot of questions to be answered. So what I would like maybe is you to see if we can get those questions answered, see what Pasco's doing. And the biggest one is, so if we put skin in the game, how much quicker is it going to get done?
Mm-hmm.
You know, those are the questions that I would, you know, okay, you put the money in there, what's it going to take, we'll move it up 5 months or 2 months, or is it, you know, is it worth doing that?
Right.
So, you know, I think those questions need to be asked. And I mean, if you can't, I know I'll be on the phone with Jack next week. I mean, I can ask him that question.
We've got an MPO meeting Thursday.
There you go.
Treat Thursday.
Personally, that's an outstanding question. You know, is the project a year away, and if we give them $100,000, is it going to happen in a month, or is it 5 years away, and it's going to happen in 2 years? You know, I mean, that is an excellent question. So that kind of goes back to the time value of money. You know, what's it worth to us, and what else can we do with it? You know,
you're going to put just $100,000 in, and it's going to move it up a month, and then no, you know. Right. So that would be my question: is what is Pasco? You know, and listen, Pasco County, I think, has to move some projects along quicker because of the economic development that has hit them on that east side, and then it continue to come. So they've got a, you know, I can see them getting a lot more money to help because of what they have brought in. So anyway, those are the questions I would like to see to maybe bring it back to us.
All right, we'll have a conversation Thursday about it.
And one final one, depending on the timeline, that's going to depend on the budget cycle. You know, because if this is not going to happen for at least 12 months, then you could program this into the next budget cycle. Then you would have identified funding that you could propose, you know, $100,000 or 50, or whatever you want. But that would, because I can't see committing money now for something that may not happen for 12 months. Or,
right.
You know, so I think that's something you could add to it. So that's
Okay.
my thought. Is that okay? You good with that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I won't count that a win or a loss. That's a maybe.
Nope,
there
that's
for
on
you.
there. It's
Okay.
on there just for discussion.
Okay, and what about L2?
L2, the Salvation Army has been handling the as the agenda item says, misdemeanor probation services for the county. They have funded this out of fees that are paid by those that are on probation. Those fees, many of those fees go unpaid, and so the Salvation Army has been coming out of their pocket to cover the costs of it. They have been asking if the county would be willing to help them cover their costs up to a total amount of $60,000 per year is about what they've been losing on managing this, and you know, it comes out they're not looking for a solid 60,000 number. It's up to that number based on how much they're losing by managing this. There are ongoing discussions with the judges to make these fees part of the sentence, so that hopefully more and more of these fees get paid, and there's less money that's required of the county. But Salvation Army naturally collects donations nationwide to run their different programs. Those programs here locally are being shorted whatever they have to move out of that to handle these probation services. So the ask is for up to $15,000 per quarter to supplement their costs in handling this program for the county. And the other option is, if the board says no, we don't want that, then then certainly we can tell them we're not going to do that, and we will just take this program back on ourselves. My guess would be that it's likely more than $60,000 to run it. Would be my guess.
My understanding is there's private companies out there that do this, so it wouldn't be necessary for us to do it.
Right. I don't, and I have Randy has mentioned that to me. I have no idea what those private companies would cost. So if it's the board's desire, say no, we're not going to do that. We're going to put it out for bid, and private companies could come back and say, yeah, we'll do it for you. It's $30,000 a year, which I doubt, or it's $80,000 a year, whatever that number ends up being. We certainly run that risk of paying more than what Salvation Army.
I just have one final question.
Yeah.
Also, my understanding is, I kind of heard that the judges have agreed to make sure that the prisoners start paying this.
Yeah.
So the money's going to be there.
Maybe.
Well, why wouldn't it?
Well,
you know where I'm going to with
yes.
this, Commissioner. The problem I have with this is my constituents are outraged that
Yeah.
they're already picking up $1 million a month to incarcerate prisoners in Citrus County.
Yeah.
Now they want us to pick up $15,000 for them to not be in prison, right?
Right.
So they're like, how come I continue to pay for these people to break the law? And I can't make that argument. I can't turn around and say, well, sorry, I mean, so that's the problem I have with this. I can see even for the traffic light, that fits more of a public purpose than this, but to me, this is now getting into even going out and bidding it again. If the Salvation Army was doing this for what was coming in from the courts, and the courts bring in more, then the problem should go away. It should be fixed.
Should be. You're still going to have that percentage of folks who are not going to pay their fees, and the judges can threaten to throw them in jail, but that's not going to happen. And so somebody's got to eat that. And what we're hearing from the Salvation Army is we can't continue to eat this while asking people to donate to fund these other programs that we do, and we're having to move some of those funds over to take care of this. I don't see any way that program is fully funded by the fees, because you've got the population of folks that you're dealing with either can't or will refuse to pay those fees.
Madam Attorney, do we have to have this program? Is this required that somebody pays for this program?
Well, pay is the key to that.
Right.
Does there have to be a program? If the judges allow for probation as part of sentences, then there has to be a probation service. But who provides it? The statute provides that the court or the county provides the probation service. And there are private companies that do provide the service. And I would state that we're only talking about misdemeanor probation. There is also felony probation, which that gets paid. Somehow that system is there. My understanding from talking to the courts is that it is true that the fees for this service were not being put on the orders, but that Salvation Army is working with the courts to make sure that happens. So going forward, it should be self-funded. We have a contract with Salvation Army that was signed in 1992. It was renewed in, I think, 2003. I think Josh Wooten signed that contract when he was on the commission. And it doesn't provide for the county to pay for any of the services. So you would actually be amending your contract if you decide to do this, because the existing contract with the Salvation Army doesn't call for the exchange of money.
Well, Commissioner Kennard, again, it's just me. I'm sure you can continue to bite at the apple and get your colleagues to look at it differently. I just can't see contributing more taxpayer dollars to something that now even the courts say these folks should be paying themselves, and they're going to order that they pay it. And then it's going to be up to them, because if I was one of these judges and I told one of these guys to pay it and they ignored me, I would think there'd be consequences for ignoring the court order. So, let's let him finish the other four next.
And I just want, the reason that I put this on the agenda is to finally get a decision on it. This has been going on. Salvation Army first approached me about this last fall, last October, November, and said, look, we're bleeding every year on this program. Does the county want to take this back and you guys handle it, or we need some help in funding this? And so there's been numerous obstacles to coming to a final decision of whether or not we're going to participate in funding or not participate in funding. And so finally it just came to a head. I said, let's put it on the agenda, let's have a board discussion about it. We're either going to help fund this thing or we're not, but ready to put this thing to bed.
Great. Commissioner Davis?
I'm highly empathetic to their situation, but it does sound like it's going to be rectified. It was an issue with how the orders were written, but specifically, is this not what Mr. Oliver was talking about in how to get our roadways cleaned up with trash pickup with people that have broken the law and are on probation?
Well,
that would be a benefit to the community, would be my point.
But if I may, we're not allowed to tell them what they have to do. They get to pick if it's community service, right? So, and this is probation. This is not direct community service, right? So I'm just trying to be clear, because I'm with you, but we were told, no, if they get the choice to work in the air-conditioned library or pick up the trash along the side of the road, they're going to go for the air-conditioned library.
I just wanted to bring it out for discussion if there was a way to make it trash pickup. That's the service we actually need.
Yeah.
So, and there might be, some dollars that would be worthwhile to do. I believe you have somebody on the other side.
Somebody out here waving, yes, Commissioner Slipper.
So we have these criminals breaking the law, and then surprise, they're not paying their bill. And then we want the citizens that don't break the law to supplement this bill and pay their bill. To borrow, this is outrageous to me.
Oh my goodness.
This is outrageous, and I went off pretty hard on Mr. Oliver during my briefing, and even though I do understand what the Salvation Army is going through, I am empathetic to that, but this should have been a part of a court order. I don't know where the ball was dropped, but this should have been, what I understand, it wasn't previously for many years put in a court order that they have to pay their bill. So I think that it's now being corrected, if that's correct. It's a court function. They're going to be self-funding. Everything is being put in place that's supposed to be put in place. Is that correct?
Wait for us to ask our questions. I'm going to let her answer all of our
And
questions.
so I am just outraged by this, so.
You got any questions for the attorney before? Okay, Madam Attorney, can you answer any of that?
I've been told by the courts that the issue between the clerk's office and the judges has been corrected and that it is being included in the orders going forward. That was just one conversation that I had with the court. I don't know if Salvation Army has the other side of that. I don't know, but that's what I was told.
And per what Commissioner Kennard has said, that's the reason he brought it forward, because it hasn't been addressed in the past. So now it appears like it has been, or it hasn't, or...
It seems to me that perhaps when it was first raised in the fall with Commissioner, it might have been first raised with the courts at that time too. So time has passed, and I understand there have been meetings between the clerk's office, the Salvation Army, and the court. So maybe those meetings happened from the first time and now. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will be interested to see what the private entities come back with as their fee for handling this program. Because while we may be outraged about it, I do not expect 100% of these people to pay enough fees to cover the costs of running the program, plus provide the profit for this new profit entity that's going to be handling this for the county. There will be, I have no doubt in my mind, there is going to be a cost to the county, whether it's Salvation Army handling it or this some for-profit company. But I just, forgive me for my cynicism, but I don't expect that the threats to encourage 100% of them to pay their fees. It ain't gonna happen. You may increase the number that are paying their fees, but they know they're not going to jail, and the threat of going to jail will encourage some of them to pay the fees. The others aren't going to do it. And that money then, that bill then will come to the county. So then we will have to pay them.
Well, with your statement, though, you're assuming that the Salvation Army is going to say, if we get 15,000 more from the court system, that's still not enough for us, and we're going to have to go look at somebody else?
No.
Because you said when we get bids back, well, why would we bid it out until the Salvation Army comes to us and says, we're done. The courts aren't collecting this, we're not going to do it anymore.
I think with the conversations that I've had with them since last fall, and it's not been a, you do this or we're doing this. It's been a, we can't continue, going to Ron Kitchen and saying, would you consider donating to Salvation Army? These are all the programs that we do in our community, and out doing all the different fundraising that they do to fund these programs. And then, oh, by the way, we're not going to talk about how we're using $60,000 a year to fund this probation service, because that's it doesn't sell real well, and collecting donations would be my guess.
Just like with our taxpayer citizens, it doesn't sell real well.
Look, I would rather not have a single bill for criminals in our county, but the bottom line is we've got criminals in our county. So anyway, that's on there. If the board's not inclined to do so, we do have some folks here from the Salvation Army. If you want to hear anything from them, or if it's a hard no, we're not putting up any money towards it, then that's a hard no.
Well, I can't support it. I can't. What about the rest of you commissioners? Yes.
I'm not going to support it. I can't.
So we got 3 not supporting it. So
right.
I don't know about where Commissioner Davis stands at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, because this is something that's going to be evolving. If it's going to be on the court orders, and then time will tell. If nobody pays it, then I think the judges would have something to say about that, because I don't think judges like being ignored. But you're right. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone will pay. Maybe nobody will. Maybe more than 15,000 $10,000 a month will come in, or $15,000 a quarter, maybe more will come in than what they're requesting, you know, so they might be made whole for what they've been going in on. So, lots of things could happen.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay. All right, let's see, Commissioner Davis, you have anything for us?
Yes, sir. I've been working on pushing the strategic plan forward, especially as staff is pretty loaded up with the budget right now. And also the importance of the strategic plan with citizen input cannot be underemphasized. So I am hitting the speaker circuit really hard as I can in September and October to town hall where we are with the strategic planning process and get feedback from citizens. I have a list of folks that I want to reach out to, and one of them is I hit the Sugar Mill website for all the various homeowners associations, and I don't see a clear general meeting. It seems to be only board meetings and probably not that well, attended by citizens. So any assistance that you might provide in figuring out how to have a meeting in Sugar Mill that will be attended by residents, that would be great.
You want to contact the Civic Association.
Okay.
The Civic Association, not the POAs, don't deal with that, it'll be the Civic Association.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the other commissioners, if you have anything you want to throw on the list where I should hold a town hall, I would be very much appreciative of your suggestions. Now we're late. We can get them to Doug.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh, anything for us?
I had the opportunity, we just celebrated 102 years of women having the right to vote, and was able to be there. Commissioner Davis was the MC, and we flip-flopped when we were there. And it's interesting, and I see out in the audience is Commissioner Bays, who's our commissioner-elect, and might have the opportunity of having 4 women sitting on this board, so it was very apropos, and I really enjoyed the women and the gentlemen there, and got to learn a little bit something and got to be amongst the community, so it was nice. The second thing is I had the opportunity to go with Veronica, our PIO, on August 18th to Marion County State of the County address, and it was something else. And if we could ever get that implemented into our cycles of being in front of the citizens, that was really very positive, telling them what they've done with their money and where it's going and what's being done, instead of, it just kind of follows up with our goal meetings that we have in January, and then at the end of it saying, this is what we did with your money. And I thought it was really interesting, and all their commissioners showed up, and that one happened to be in the Villages, and I know Veronica and I both really, really enjoyed it, and I hope you do something with it. So thank you.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so it brings me to me. I just have the one item. We discussed this previously. So I would like to appoint Commissioner Jeff Kennard to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council effective October 1st, 2022. I've made arrangements for him to attend the September meeting with me to introduce him to folks and everybody down there. And then that would at least take him through your reorganizational meeting in December, so that we would still have representation for the 3 months, because the board will meet in September when I go. October, November, and December is the new officers swearing in, so the vote for that will actually take place in October. So it'd be important for him to be there, as well as the voting member, that I won't be there. And in November, the same thing. The board meets after my last commission meeting, so you'll need somebody to come back. So I'd like to appoint Commissioner Kennard to the TBRPC.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Any public comment?
fair. I've been coming to these meetings for a long time. These things that you belong to, these committees that you're on, nobody has ever, in the past, put somebody on before they left. So, I mean, why are we breaking precedent because it's TBRC? I mean, Tampa Bay, you know, big deal. If Mr. Kennard gets appointed, when it's his time, when Mr. Kitchen is finished, or is Mr. Kitchen going to resign from that position, and then Mr. Kennard, you know, Commissioner Kennard take over at that point? What about sunshine laws? 2 commissioners going to the same meeting. I don't know if you're allowed to, but the thing that gets me is we've always waited until the new board took over, and at the meeting in December, I thought it was December, everybody, the new commissioners, because there's going to be at least 2 new commissioners, okay, that's when the positions were opened. Why are we trying to do this now just because Mr. Kitchen's leaving? You know, I don't know. I'm in charge at Citrus Springs as the president there. I'm leaving in January, December 31st. I'm not going around appointing people to committees right now. Okay, whoever's in the job is doing their job up until I'm done, and then if somebody new comes in, the new president is the one that works with the person to find out who's going to be the committees. So I have no idea why we're changing what the commission has done in the past.
I'll be happy to answer all those questions once we finish public comment on this motion. Is there any public comment on this motion? Okay, close public comment. Commissioners, I've explained this to you in great detail. I think I started 6 months ago explaining this process to you. Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is an extraordinary complicated position. I've explained to you over and over, just now I explained there's 3 meetings occurring after this, and particularly the last one in November, that I won't even be coming back to come to the board with. So it's important that Citrus County has representation at the TBRPC, and that it has representation that is respected by the other members of the TBRPC. Okay, so this is what I asked the board to do before. It's always been the chairman does not have appointment authority, but they make suggestions to the board that has to be approved. And that's why I came before this board on several occasions, and that's why it's on the agenda today. So, and I would just, with all due respect, the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners and the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is not a homeowners association, okay? I'll just say that as nicely as I can. We operate under a different set of rules. Under the sunshine, you know, I feel I shouldn't have to answer these because they're so obvious, but I will anyway, okay? The sunshine law isn't in play because Commissioner Kennard and I will not be voting on anything at the September meeting. It's an orientation, it's to get to know everybody, to get to be introduced. It says October 1st, I'm the only voting member. There's nothing going to come back at any further vote of the TBRPC that either one of us would be there at the same time voting on, okay? So there would have to be both of us there participating in a meeting, discussing how we're going to vote at a future meeting. That's not going to happen. So once again, it seems like no matter how many times you go into detail explaining all this stuff, and again in October, or in December, it's the new board's prerogative. You know, the chairman can come forward with recommendations. The board may say we like those or no, we don't. This is what we want. And you just can't quit a board either. You just can't say I'm not going anymore. You have to be removed by a vote of the board. So because these positions carry the voting authority of the Board of County Commissioners. So again, I'm not going to sit up here and argue about stuff that I've explained in great detail just because some folks don't understand. So that's my discussion. Anything else?
Chair?
Yes.
If I may make a gentle suggestion, I know that I had expressed interest in it, and I believe Commissioner Schleba also expressed interest in it. Perhaps one of the new commissioners would be interested in it as well. I know I'm planning to go in September. Are you?
Yes, I'm going.
Yes, so I'm doing it. I would like to go simply for edification. You have spoken so eloquently about the important work they're doing there. And I want to make sure that I'm in the know for Citrus County. And so I'd like to go, and I'm hoping that you would introduce both of us as well as your esteemed colleagues, or maybe not so esteemed colleagues, that you know, it's a feather in your cap that you've spoken so eloquently about this board, to have so much interest from your board in serving on it. And then, you know, we'll see what, I believe that of the 5 new commissioners, whoever the 5 will be,
I mean, 4.
well, there are two new commissioners, the 5 total. I'm not feeling well, so take it easy on me, please. Of the 5, we all are going to have, whoever we are, we're going to have our own strengths and interests and all that, and so we have to divvy up the board. I think Commissioner Kennard is a fine choice for that. I think I would be. I think Commissioner Slaybaugh would be, as well as Ms. Bays. So all I'm asking for in this particular moment is in September, if you would please introduce all of us, and I'm happy to support his nomination for the remainder of the year, because to Ms. Barrett's point of view, you know, those votes are important. We have to have somebody there to take your place in October when you can't make it in November. So I agree with it.
Okay, and Madam Attorney, give me the parameters of this now. I'm sure it's a public meeting. They're allowed to attend, or are they not? And if they are, what can they say? What can't they say?
I'm planning to just say hi and listen.
Well, you tell us. Keep us out of jail. That's your job. So you tell us what we have to.
Good thing I'm not going to be there.
Well, as we always say, that, you know, any meeting where anything will be discussed that may foreseeably come before the board for a vote in the future, you can't all be together. So it would depend on what's being said at that meeting and whether or not any of it would ever come back to this board for a vote of this board. I always discourage you from any 2 of you attending anything, simply because of the appearances and because it's difficult. But if you're all sure that nothing will come up that won't foreseeably come before this board, then you can all say hi.
Do you trust me to make that call? In other words, if I'm sitting there and I hear them start to bring up something that I know is going to come, because you're talking about that may come back to the BOCC.
To this, yes, sir.
Right. So then I can say we need to stop here and some of my commissioners need to leave. Because I have a pretty good idea, I mean, in the last 7 years, what I've brought back to this board to vote on and what hasn't. So I have a pretty good idea about what that could be. That's all I'm saying. I'm just fascinated. We have all this interest in the DVRPC.
It's great.
You sold it, Rob.
It's great. All I can say is you all know the law. So, you know, I trust you all to all follow the law.
Well, we're going to have a great delegation then from Citrus County, because I'll introduce everybody that's there. So, Doug, you open on the...
I'm not.
Okay, well that's what. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I had always, it's been on my calendar, always planned on going to September. I didn't know that you had put into the works for Commissioner Kennard going, but you're saying because you won't be voting on anything with just him, that's how you're getting around it?
We won't.
That's
well, no,
right.
he and I won't be on the TVRPC at the same time.
Right, okay. Yeah.
So that's the first segment. The second segment is it's got to come back to this board. Okay, so like for you two to even be there, or the 3 of you to be there, if it was something that was going to be discussed, that, hey, we want to have Citrus County do this, then we're going to have you guys leave.
Yes.
You know, that,
All 3 of us.
Right.
Yes.
All 3 of us.
Right.
Jeff, and then
Right.
what if...
Anything that would come
if
back.
Commissioner
to be-
Bays decides to come, then you got 4 of us.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So, yes, ma'am.
Well, if it's only Commissioner Kennard, then there wouldn't be any, it wouldn't come back to this board where he would have to leave that meeting, because none of his colleagues would be there at the same time.
And I don't count.
You don't
I'm not
count
coming
because
that
you're
way.
not going to be here.
Right.
So that's the only difference.
So we got that?
Well, I was planning on going, and I do trust that if there's something comes up, it's not going to hurt my feelings for you to say, you know, Commissioner, you're going to have to step out.
No, and I can't see that happening, but I just want everybody to be forewarned,
Yes.
because like you said, I don't want people to say, oh, everybody went down there and had this big secret meeting in Tampa, which it's not, it's, whatever, so.
Well, if he came, then we.
No. No, anyway, that's all my plan, is I just thought it would be good. I know when I went down there, I had to sit there for about 6 months on the farthest table away from the chairman, and I sat there for about 6 months and never opened my mouth, okay? And I was just trying to absorb it all until Barbara Sheen Todd, which you all will see who that is, signaled me out, because I opened my mouth one day, and that was my mistake. I should have never opened my mouth. Then she says, yes, what he says, and again, just to remind everybody of the 40, I can't remember the number, 27 municipalities, 6 counties. The counties are automatically on the executive board. So the 6 commissioners are automatically on the executive and budget board, okay? So that's where a lot of the work takes place that's recommended to the full board. So that's why it's a big deal for the commissioners, okay? So, with that said, any more discussion? With that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. County Attorney, do you have anything for us?
No, thank you.
Okay, this takes us to the last segment of open to the public. Anyone here to speak at this time? Okay, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Oh, come on. Let's go. Come on. We have a 5:01 coming up, and we're going to be here a long time. I'll give the commissioners a break. So, yes.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. When you guys, let me back. When the commissioners agreed to spend Citrus County money on road resurfacing and repaving, Citrus Springs had no agenda. We couldn't say what roads you paved, what roads you didn't. It was the 5 commissioners that were elected that decided where that $10 million went, not 12. Every time I turn around, it keeps going up, but it was 10. And every single resident in Citrus Springs was upset as to where the roads were, because it wasn't roads that had houses or electric or water or anything in the streets. It was owned by developers. And the residents in Citrus Springs even came and said, you made a big mistake. We did not, as Citrus Springs residents, pick what you chose. And to have that thrown at me every time I come to a meeting and talk to you about roads is very discouraging, because we didn't pick it. The Board of County Commissioners did. 2 of the commissioners that are currently on the board were on that board. And I want people to understand, I'm a Citrus Springs resident, and I represent the people of Citrus Springs. Because they want me to be here. They want me to come to these meetings and sit for hours and hours and read all this stuff and read the backup materials and try and keep things going in a positive way for them as residents of Citrus County. I don't pick and choose what I talk about. The thing is, I read all the things. And to have you keep saying that, well, we spent this there. Yeah, you did, but you didn't finish 491, did you? You spent this there. Okay, how much did you spend on the traffic light on 200 and 491? County didn't do it. The state did. Because the traffic light was necessary. The traffic light at 19 and by red level, state put it in. So when you're talking about putting in a traffic light on 44 and Gospel Island, let the state do it. Okay? I would love to see a traffic light at 491 and West Hampshire, personally. A lot of people have proposed it at Citrus Springs and at other meetings because of the traffic. They actually went to MSBU meeting and have been proposing it at the MSBU level. They were told to come to one of these, but they haven't had enough courage to get up here and stand in front of you because they don't want to get picked on. But the thing is, West Hampshire and 491 is going to be a really bad traffic situation. Okay, so the thing is, there are many, many places that are going to need stoplights. Let the state do their job and pay their money. Okay, use your contingency fee, the money in that fund for other things. That's what it's for. But not to say, well, if we put up 100,000, then we'll get it built faster. That's not right. And I agree, let that one slide. But I've had my 5 minutes or close to it, and I will be back in about 2 weeks to see how you're doing then. And I hope everybody enjoys the Labor Day holiday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
My name is Douglas Lobell, and I'm on the Salvation Army board for Citrus County. Have been for many, many years, served as chairman about 10 years ago. I had a brief period when I was off the board, and I have rejoined the board. And one of the things that I noticed was we were bleeding in this corrections department. And we had a discussion with the new board that was there. I suggested we talk to the sheriff's department about the money they collect when they seize property and stuff from offenders and they sell it, and there's a pool of money that's built up. Now, we used to be able to access to the sheriff, but I understand that now goes through the county commission.
Not quite. We'll come back to that, Chris.
Okay. But my thoughts were that those dollars could help cover what we're bleeding. The situation is, and I met with Judge Yerman about it, and he said, Doug, but the best thing we can do for you is give you a judgment against these people. And I said, we don't have the people to go out and try to collect a judgment. During the pandemic, it was worse, but it's been averaging about $5,000 a month that we're having to cover. And it's not fair for people who are donating to us for the other programs that we're running to have to use that money to pay for people who should be paying their own way. Judge Yerman, he said that's the best I can do. So now we met with Judge Yerman, Judge Carney. He suggested we talk to the clerk's office, and we've been meeting with them and trying to get this situation corrected, but I can tell you we're never going to be able to collect from everybody because the judges say, look, if they have an order and it says if you don't pay, they're going to turn it back over to me. They're not going to put them in jail because the cost of putting them in jail is a lot more expensive than them just paying the fees that they should be paying. Based on, from my perspective as a board member, if we don't resolve the problem, we have a 30-day thing where we can just say that we're not doing this anymore and the county has to take it over. And the cost of those operations, I can tell you, it's not going to be $60,000. It's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I would hope that we would revisit this situation and come up with a solution so that our board can say let's continue to honor this contract and not exercise that out clause. I've asked Major Harwell, he's our new commander. I've served under 5 different commanders, so I wanted him to be able to speak to it as well.
Great. Hey, your time's expired, but we'll give you additional 3 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for entertaining the...
Could you give us your name, too?
Oh, sorry. I'm Major Hank Harwell, Corps Officer for the Salvation Army in Citrus County. And again, I want to thank you for at least entertaining the idea. Just as a couple of points of clarification, Doug is correct. We met with Judge Carney to discuss it, and he was very frank in saying that, yes, he can admonish the defendant that if they don't pay, that they're likely to see him again. But he confided with us that there's only so much that he can do up to that point. After that, we're also working with the clerk of the court and working on an agreement where if someone has a warrant for their arrest and they are a part of our clients, if they go before the judge and he gives them an opportunity to either cash bond their sentence out or go to jail, if they elect to cash bond that out, then we would get a small portion of the cost of supervision. Again, not going to be not going to add up to the fees that they already owe for us. Again, a very small part of that. So in that respect, that's one reason why we're just looking for a little additional support for that. My guess is, as Doug has indicated, that with the judge's admonishment and with some supplementary income from the cash bonding, we won't need, you know, the amount of money that we're asking for. However, it's just nice to be able to say there is a place that we can go to keep everything on an even keel. We're not looking to make money at all. We just want to break even, and that's all we're asking for on that. And again, thank you for at least considering it, and I hope that you know, you can take a look at the additional information, and maybe we can revisit this. Hopefully we won't need to, but just in case, we want to leave the door open a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else to address the board at this time? Last opportunity for public input. Okay, we're going to close that. Board, any comments? I would say this, Ms. LaBelle, just so we're clear, the way this you're talking about, I believe you're talking about the sheriff's forfeiture funds. And what has happened is, yes, the board has final approval on those, but there is legislative listings of what that money can be spent for. And if it meets that list, they first have to submit it to the sheriff. And the sheriff is the one that then says, yes, this meets the requirements of the legislature, and then they would send it to us. I can't tell you, I can't remember of anything that we've declined since we started this new procedure. Have you? So since the sheriff has said, yes, it meets this criteria, this is what they're going to use it for, it's come to us, I don't think we've declined anything. So you might want to revisit that to see if it is a listed use of those funds. So. Okay, anybody else have any comments? No? Okay, very good.
I have one comment.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you do, Major and Doug. I really do appreciate it, but like I said, I just can't get there yet. And I want to thank Janet, because I know we do beat up on you, but I do appreciate you taking your retirement years and being here and, you know, keeping our feet to the fire. You're doing a good job, and just keep it up. Thank you for thank you for your service. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll get about a 3-minute break, but that's what we're going to have to deal with. So, well, wait, we're not done with this meeting yet. We have announced our upcoming meetings, which are regular meeting of September 13th in the board chambers here at 1 o'clock, our regular meeting of September 27th in the board chambers here at 1 o'clock, and October 18th at 1 o'clock. And if you were paying attention today or heard, these are going to be very interesting meetings, because there's going to be some very large discussions and decisions made. So, with that, board, I see no other business before us, so we will be in recess until 5:01. It's okay, it's time to reconvene our meeting here, please. I would take a seat. We're going to move forward tonight. We have a couple of three actually public hearings to conduct tonight, so we will go through them. I'm going to talk about the rules for all of them at the same time, and then if anybody has any questions, we can deal with that. I have been told that for some reason we're continuing to have audio-visual problems, so those of you making presentations, we won't be able to see them up here, but we do have the backup in our packages. So if you can refer to the pages that were supplied to us and then our backup, that will help the commissioners follow along, and perhaps they'll be able to reboot and get, you know, everything up and running as we move along. Okay. So I'm assuming that all the applicants are here tonight, so I'm going to run through this one time. Once we get the attorney here to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So to ensure everything runs smoothly, we're going to go over the procedures of how things will occur. First, the applicant will have an opportunity to present its application. After that, the county staff will make their presentation. Then the commission will open it to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal only to those items that were brought up by the people in opposition to the discussion. It's not going to be a re-presentation of it. Okay, if any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered to this meeting, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for organizations that have a letter on file with the clerk. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, you need to print your name, address, and number on one of the green cards and give that to the clerk, so we will know who you are for future reference. Then we ask that you give us your name first when you speak. Comments from the public and parties must be limited to the subject of the issue before the commission today. So we've spent all day here today listening to many, many issues, but tonight it's going to be focused on the presentation and what you're going to hear. Additionally, when you come up at this time, it's your comments and any of your comments need to be made to the chairman. Okay, don't direct your comments to the audience, to the applicants or the staff, or call out individual commissioners, okay? Maybe a long proceeding, the commission may, at its own discretion, take recesses. We usually don't, but if we do not speak to any of the commissioners during any of the recesses about any of the issues we're talking about tonight. If a formal party to the proceedings makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. And in a minute, I'll give the opportunity for the applicant to take care of any other procedural questions they have. Staff, you have no questions, I assume. You've heard this lots and lots. Madam Attorney, anything I should have covered? We haven't gotten to the process yet, but as far as the regular rules go, you're good?
Yes, sir.
Applicants have any questions about the procedures that we're going to follow tonight? Everybody's good with them? I would take that as a yes, no objections, so I see none. So, with that said, we are going to begin, and we'll have the county attorney walk us through this. We're going to start with AA-22-03. Madam Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to AA-22-03, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
Can you guys turn your microphones on? Everybody
No.
turn your microphones on. Okay. No.
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 Thank you. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to adopt an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 14.4 acres from the coastal and lakes residential district to the low-intensity coastal and lakes district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And that would be the only ordinance, and we have Ms. McKenzie on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, first another thing, we need to have the commissioners make a motion to adopt the backup and materials that we've received into evidence. So,
Second.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You want to make a motion?
Yes, I move.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes that
Second.
motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any other board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously, so the material's been adopted into evidence, and now we'll ask the applicant to come forward.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Brenda McKenzie. I'm with McKenzie Permitting and Consulting, and I'm here tonight, or this evening, or this afternoon, or whatever we want to call it, for AA-2203 for Holland Properties, Richard Pospich and Curtis Flanagan. And to make it brief, and you have all the paperwork in your files, these clients have 135 acres at the end of Eden Drive, which turns into Moccasin Slough. He's wanting to divide them into 4 tracts that are all over 20 acres, parcels for his personal home, his daughter, grandchildren, son, and a family friend. We've already been through PDC, and everyone was in favor of it. We meet all the conditions and requirements in zoning, and I'm here this evening to request the Board of County Commissioners to please respectfully grant this application.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Staff ready?
Yes. Hi, I'm Jen Perkins, planner with Land Development Division. Atlas Amendment 2203 is a request to amend the land use atlas map to change a portion of 2 properties from coastal and lakes residential to low-intensity coastal and lakes for the purpose of subdividing. If you'll go to page 860. Tracks A and B make up the subject properties. This is an aerial view. Page 861 shows the current zoning. Tracks A and B make up approximately 134 acres. That front portion is zoned coastal and lakes residential, and that totals about 14.4 acres. I'm thinking there might be a disconnect between what I have in your packet and what's on the presentation.
We're dealing with the evidence that we've adopted that's in front of us, so that's what we're dealing with.
But the next slide is the future land use map, which shows that the entire properties are zoned low-intensity coastal and lakes. We have the survey that was submitted by the applicant that shows the desired subdivision. So granting this request will be consistent with the generalized future land use map and the comprehensive plan. The Planning and Development Commission heard this on July 7th, and they recommended approval.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions of the staff? Okay. Applicant, have any questions of the staff? Not this time? Okay. Guess we'll go ahead now and open this to the public. What we'll do is we'll ask those that are here to speak in favor of this application to come forward if you wish to speak in favor. Anyone speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone speak in opposition? Third and final time, anyone speak in opposition? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Board, what is your?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Move to approve T1AA-22-03AB.
Second.
Okay, and what's that based on, Commissioner Carnahan?
Competent and substantial evidence.
All right, very good. And that was seconded by Commissioner Slabaugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, very good. So we have a motion, a second. Is there any other board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item, it is past 5:05, so we'll move on to item T2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is actually a legislative decision of yours, so we don't have any ex parte polling. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan by amending policies relating to open space in Chapter 2, Recreation and Open Space Element, Chapter 3, Conservation Element, Chapter 10, Future Land Use Element, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And Ms. Katu is here to explain the potential amendment.
If I could also, my understanding is we've already transmitted this, we approved it, transmitted it. This is the adoption phase tonight.
Absolutely. You've already seen this. There's been no changes. Department of Economic Opportunity had no changes, no comments from any state agencies. You're correct. This is the adoption phase that you saw, that you actually saw on. Thank you. Yeah, you've already seen this, so you transmitted it in May.
Right. Is there any new responses that we should be aware of? Like you said, I see what's in here. I don't see anything right.
Absolutely not. There were no comments from any state agencies.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions before we go to public? Okay, so at this time, we'll open this public hearing to hear about this revision to the comprehensive plan. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this?
Good evening, Commissioners. Clark Stroll, P.O. Box 250, Inverness, Florida. You have in the record my written comments about this on behalf of several clients. This is a policy that originated in 1990. We've had multiple material changes, not only to the law, but to our county since then. This is an archaic policy that really needs to be repealed. The fact of the matter is your comprehensive land use plan today reflects that there's been an increase of 8.3% total acreage in open space since 1990 without this policy ever being applied previously. So please pass it along. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in favor of this? Anyone else to speak in favor? Third and final time. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to this? Anyone to speak in opposition? Third and final time. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Board, what's your preference with this?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Move for approval of CPA-22-01 based on competent and substantial evidence.
Okay. And we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan.
Second.
And second by Commissioner Kennard. Okay, board, is there any further discussion, any further questions? As we said earlier, we've already heard this once before. This is just the adoption of what we've heard before. So that's it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. And now we will move on to, again, it's 5:14, so we can go to the 5:10. This is CPA AA PUD 2204. Madam Attorney, do you need to do the ex parte again?
Yes, sir. With regard to CPA AA PUD-22-04, have you had any ex parte communications to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
No.
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 And Mr. Chair, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider two ordinances. The first is the Atlas Amendment. It's an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 13 acres from the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the coastal and lakes commercial district with a planned unit development for a gas station and convenience store, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearings, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 13 acres from the low intensity and lakes district to the coastal and lakes commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And Dr. Wilburn is here for the applicant.
Dr. Wilburn, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Please do.
Good evening. As stated, my name is Mike Wilburn, Local Engineering, Inc., P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida, 34436. I'd like to first say that I love Floral City. The Wilburn family moved to Florida from Ohio in 1973, and Floral City is where they chose to homestead, and the Wilburn family has never left. I love the history and heritage that our little town has to offer, and I'm proudly passing that on to my 3 kids and teaching them to appreciate the same. Over the years, I've turned down helping with projects in Floral City because I didn't think they were a good fit. I couldn't support them, didn't think they were unique to the community. That said, I have worked on several developments in Floral City, including bringing to life an old building which burned in the late 1880s at the Red Light, which is now at the Red Light in Floral City. Many of you now know as Stagecoach Square, a 6-unit retail plaza which became the home of a locally famous restaurant, Pudgy's, which is now under new ownership. I've also been in this chamber many times where that building has been discussed as a model project of contextual blending in with the environment and looking well and hiding storage. My client, Mr. Adams, like myself, has a long history in Floral City. He loves Floral City and appreciates our heritage. Currently before you is a proposed land use change from Coastal Lakes to Coastal Lakes Commercial for the purposes of a gas station, convenience store, general store. This land use change currently seeks to change this from a residential to a commercial area. Gas stations are allowed. It's an allowable use within that designation as well as a general store. And this is being submitted in the form of a PUD, which means hopefully before you have a master plan which limits the footprint, limits the layout, and means you're not voting to allow any of the uses in Coastal Lakes residential, but specifically that prescribed within this PUD. I would also like to say that this board just a few years ago voted to change one property directly across the street from this subject property from Coastal Lakes residential to Coastal Lakes commercial. I do not believe that this is a case of spot zoning. For at least 60 years, there has been an active church on the north side of Highway 48 across from this property, as well as a lawnmower repair shop, a chainsaw shop, etc., and is now home to another church directly across the street. So we're going to do this, hopefully the old-fashioned way this goes okay. If you guys look at slide number 2 before you, you'll see just an overall map of
Can you give us a page number?
Slide 2, page 2. Oh, you guys don't have the...
We don't have it that way. Does staff know what page he's talking about? I apologize for this, but all we have is the packet page number in front of us.
So how,
It's page 10. 1087,
Okay,
Oh, boy.
and then sequentially after that.
okay, so we're going to
1087 is the beginning of the applicant's
Mr. Chair.
presentation.
Yes.
All right,
Well,
so,
while we're on this subject, because some of us don't have printed copies and I'm able to follow your presentation, I think, fairly well. But when it comes time to Mr. Hockadel's, make sure I know what I'm clicking on the website to follow what you say.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm at 1087. and
The
I see-
lightning apparently took out some things this
Okay,
afternoon.
I think we're ready now.
she tried to help me, and I didn't understand what she was saying. That's my bad. So, yes, page 1087 starts presentation. If you look at page number, oh man, front and back. If you look at page number 1088, you'll see an overall view. Everybody sees 1088? Yep. Okay. That's the roadway system in Citrus County. You'll see the red circle that isolates the area. If you go to the next slide, 1089, you'll see an even closer view. You'll see a 39 and a 48 within that circle. The center of that circle where Istachatta Road and where Highway 48 come together is where this proposed development is to take place. And so I'd like to detail for you guys the specific location before we move on. There are several reasons why I think this is a great location. The first one is, if you look at that map on 1089, you'll notice that it is outside the historic overlay of Floral City. The second thing you'll notice is that the project is outside of the Avenue of the Oaks, which is a protected roadway. And then the third thing you'll notice is that it is at a corner parcel, which is something that gas stations are looking to when they develop property. So if you go to the next slide, slide 4, or in your case 1090, this specific location will reduce traffic from the Avenue of the Oaks. And so I know this is probably going to come up, and this is important to me, and it's an important factor, I think, in this project. Reducing traffic on the Avenue of Oaks is something that I think everybody who loves Floral City desires. And so it's hard to visualize sometimes things in the conceptual phase. Sometimes people aren't visual people. And so just as a fun fact, maybe you guys want to try, or anybody in the audience can try. I went to South Floral City on my phone this morning, and I dropped a pin south of Stagecoach Road. If you're familiar with Floral City, 41 turns Stagecoach, or you can keep going south on 41 to Brooksville. So it's South Floral City. It's south of the light. I dropped a pin just south of Stagecoach. And then I dropped a pin at the proposed gas station location, and I said, go. And I used Apple Maps. I didn't use Google, but my Apple Map sent me around the red light. It sent me down Istachatta Road instead of going to the red light and turning. And once that, if this is approved, once that populates, we will see directional traffic change south of Floral City. So when I say it will reduce traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks, everyone who is on Stagecoach, west of Stagecoach, south of Stagecoach on 41, or east of this site on 48, will not be using the Avenue of the Oaks to access this property, or unless they want to go the long way around. So it will reduce traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks. This location provides easy access for many farms which exist in Floral City without impounding, again, the load at the light in Floral City, the one single light that we have. This will not increase the traffic over the bridge from Sumter County due to the capacity. This is something that will serve our county, and I think the capacity of that bridge is a moot point in the discussion of this zone change because it's not regulated by us or by the county. And I would also like to point out that from 2014 to 2019, I lived at the end of the Avenue of the Oaks. I currently still own property on the Avenue of the Oaks, and my parents still currently live on the Avenue of the Oaks. And so it's personal to me. Increased traffic, large trucks, especially semis, is not something that we need in Floral City on that roadway. If you'll go to the next slide, slide 1091, I'd like to discuss some public comments. There's been many public comments submitted, both for and against this project. But I have received every single one of them, and I believe I've received every single one of them, and reviewed every single one of them, and I've lumped them into several different categories. And so for illustrative purposes, I wanted to share with you guys that at the time of my submission of this PowerPoint, there's been probably 7 or 8 more that have come in after that, so my math is slightly skewed, but for illustrative purposes, I think you'll understand where I'm going with this. The furthest public comment came from almost 16 miles away. Almost 88% of all of the comments were from people who live 2 miles away or further. 50% live 3 miles away or further. 21% live more than 5 miles away. So that's not necessarily a bad thing, but what I want to use that to show you and illustrate to you guys is Floral City is a large landmass area. I mean, it is outside of where many people live and work in our county. It's a small fraction of our county, but it still represents a large land area. And so to think about this large land area having all these services, having all these businesses, and yet not having a place to fill up tractors or diesel trucks, things of that nature. I think it kind of speaks for itself in that regard. So if you'll follow with me to the next slide, 1092. This is a radius that you'll see here. There's two radiuses. One's a 5-mile radius. One is a 10-mile radius. If you go to the next slide, this is a iPhone map populated search for all of the gas stations. So you can kind of see where gas stations are in location to the subject site. Keep in mind, Floral City has a strong history of being agriculturally based. This means that many of our ranchers, many of our farmers are driving to Brooksville, because again, 16 miles away and still in Floral City. It's very close to go to Brooksville. It's close to go to Bushnell. And so we have many farmers, many ranchers leaving our county to go fill up instead of staying within our own county. And so personally, I've asked the question, why can't Floral City have diesel fuel? A fueling station in Floral City would be a tremendous asset and a resource to the local community, which is one of the things that we look at for a zone change, both for agricultural services that Floral City is known for, as well as servicing the waterways, which I'm about to branch into. So if you look at the next slide, 1094. 1094 is it's one of my favorite pictures of Floral City. Actually, I kind of got ahead of myself here. So before we get to that slide, a benefit of having a gas station in Floral City and a general store. Not only will it provide fueling options for farmers and ranchers, not only will it provide diesel fuel for people, not only will it relieve traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks, but it'll also provide tackle. It can also provide ice, non-ethanol fuel for the boaters who use our waterways, and other miscellaneous groceries in the form of a general store. So my favorite picture of Floral City, you'll notice, it's from the 1880s, and it's really hard to see, and hopefully you can in your printout if you have a large picture like I do that Ms. Katu gave me. At the very bottom, it says that Floral City is a place where people do business. And I think, hold the phone with me here real quick here. Oh, these slides are backwards. All right, we're just going to run with it. You'll see that it says a place where people do business. And so this is a motto that I think has thrived in Floral City. You'll see on the next slide that building that you see on the right-hand side of the old picture was located at the light, and it's in that red rectangle that I showed you. In the next slide, slide 1095. This building is one that was reproduced in Floral City. It's still standing now, Stagecoach Square, brought to life an older building in a contextual historic way, which is what the developer would love to do for this project as well. If you guys will look at slide 1097, I'm not sure if that's in the order that you have it or not, but if you'll look at slide 1097. Because of the convenience and close proximity to both the waterfront and the community, both from the boat ramp from Floral City as well as the Withlacoochee River, this site is specific to waterfront use. It will service the community around, and it's hard for me to understand how it could not provide service to the surrounding community. However, for a point of illustration, I would like to show you the importance of the waterway and the community who uses it. As you'll see on the slide, the boat ramp on Highway 44 in Inverness currently has 12 boat parking spaces for boat launch. The boat ramp on Eden Drive has 15 boat parking spaces. And the Floral City boat ramp, which you'll see the bottom right, this is most of it. There's another subsequent parking lot that's not counted here or shown here. Floral City boat ramp, about a mile from the subject site, has 32 boat parking spaces. The boat ramp for Floral City has more boat parking spaces than both Eden Drive and Highway 44 ramp combined. However, in representation, there is limited or no ethanol gas stations available for the marine motors. Many people in the audience and many public comments have came back that said that it's not necessary for the surrounding community to have ethanol and to have a gas station this close by. And it's not grounds for justification of change. It is interesting to note that if you drop a pin at this subject site, there's 267 residences on the water of Floral City within 3 miles of this site. 267 residences, all with probably at least one marine motor, all of which will be serviced by this fuel station, all of which could buy tackle at this service station, all of which could buy ice and drinks and utilize the waterways in a more beneficial way without having to gas up in other locations and then come back, as me and my family have to do. If you look at Slide number 1098. Beyond this, there are still some who would say Floral City, for those 267 waterfront homes, already has 2 fueling stations. And so I provided you a picture of those 2 fueling stations. This picture has not been manipulated. This is just a Google Street View of these 2 gas stations. And as you can see, not only are they small, but they're also very tight. And if you are pulling a boat, you may just drive right past both of these by looking at it and keep going to Inverness or to Bushnell to receive your non-ethanol fuel, just because of the layout, because of the maneuverability. Okay, if you guys would look at slide 1099, this is a picture of Stagecoach Square. This board approved that, I believe, in 2018. You go to the next slide, 1100. These are both just examples. These are all examples of how you can contextually build structures that fit in with the history, that fit in with the community, and that are not an eyesore. There's a church directly across the street from the subject site. It is located on your PowerPoint slide 1100. You'll see it in the bottom left. That building was a blighted building for many years, received many complaints from the surrounding community to fix it up, and the developer purchased that and put a new front on it, and now there's a church that meets in that building. But as you can see, it blends in with the community and is contextual. On the right-hand side, you'll also see a new home that was built around 2018, 2019, that again has that same desire to bring back history to life. Now, why am I talking about bringing back history to life? Because as a part of this PUD, you guys have the opportunity and the option to require that this building be contextually integrated with the surroundings. You guys have the ability through the restrictions of the PUD to put an overlay on it that it has to meet contextual architectural design, that it has to have certain features, things of that nature, and we would welcome that because that is something that we desire to do, to blend in with the community. And it also gives an added layer of protection that it won't just be a regular racetrack or a regular 7-Eleven that is thrown up. It'll be something that looks like it belongs. It'll be something that services not only the community, but services the eye appeal of the community as well. All right, if you guys will turn with me to look at page 1102. My client owns both of the properties that are shown on page number 1102. The blue on the west side of Vista Chatter Road, and the subject property, which is in red, on the east side of Vista Chatter Road. I'm a student of history, and I believe many in this room love and cherish history, the deep history of Floral City that I do. With that being said, it may be helpful for you guys to examine the history of this parcel. Both of these properties, if you'll flip back to look at slide 1102, both of these properties shown were phosphate mines in the 1800s. And I would like to point out that both of the pictures that are on slide 1101, while they're not of this specific site, these are both 1800 pictures of phosphate mines in Citrus County. And so you can kind of imagine what these 2 sites may have looked like in the 1800s as phosphate mines. In the 1800s and early 1900s, there was a jail and a work detail housed on these 2 sites. There was a time when the property in red, the subject property, was utilized as an Orange Grove depot. For over 60 years, both properties have been owned by the state of Florida and utilized in a variety of different ways. For many years, recently, the Citrus County Roadway Department utilized these properties for equipment storage, equipment staging, and employee parking. In fact, the properties have had such a long history of intense commercial uses that it warranted the state of Florida to spend thousands of dollars on over 40 monitoring wells prior to being able to sell the property. Which brings me to an important public comment, and I believe the only public comment that came within 1 mile of the subject property. There was a public comment that came in that was concerned about the cavernous materials underneath the subject site and contamination and possibly what a gas station might do. And so I went on SwiftMud's website and I searched all of the surrounding wells, which is public information, anybody can do that. And the wells range from 30 to 60 feet. And I also went and found the geotechnical firm that did the 40 investigatory geotechnical borings and the remediation of the 2 subject sites, and talked with that professional engineer about the soils, about the groundwater, and he told me that there was no cavernous materials underneath the 2 subject sites, and if there had been, then they wouldn't have been able to remediate because it would have went straight into the groundwater. But they didn't. The cavernous materials were not under these 2 sites. They were able to 100% remediate these 2 sites. And so I would like to offer 4 conclusions in regard to the groundwater. I'm not 100% sure that public health in the groundwater is something that is involved in this zone change, but if it was, the second comment, over the 40 wells that were performed, the geotechnical engineering firm as well as DEP and SwiftMud 100% completely said that there's no more contamination. They've been resolved. And in order for that to happen, there's no groundwater source, there's no groundwater penetration, there's no groundwater leaving the site. 3, I already talked about that. And then number 4, I would also like to mention that as a part of this gas station, as a part of this, if this gets approved, the stringent FDA, DEP, and SwiftMud will all regulate to the highest standards how this gas station is to be built, in addition to the zone change. If you guys will follow me to my last slide, slide 1103, I would just like to conclude with the following comments. Why can't Floral City residents and boaters and farmers have a convenient fueling station to call their own? Why can't the boating community of Floral City who uses our waterways and our river be able to purchase their own fuel in their own community? Floral City right now has more potential boaters than the other 2 boat ramps in Inverness combined, and no equitable representation in service. Some have also brought up this particular site does not have central utilities. If you'll note on the site plan, there's about, and I'm glad that this is brought up. If you look on the site plan that has been submitted into evidence, you'll notice that there's about 10 acres that if you approve this PUD remain green space, not developed. And that, I think that'll set some of the public comments at ease. As submitted, this PUD, that remains green space. This leaves plenty of space for adequate drainage, public consumption well as a small treatment plant, which this project would require. And again, all would have to be permitted under the strictest guidelines and standards. Again, I would like to submit that I do not believe, based on the surroundings, based on the history of this property, and based on what's happened on this property for over 100 years, that this is not spot zoning. This is an example and an opportunity for the board to recognize this Coastal Lakes commercial parcel and allow the commercial lakes designation and honor the historical commercial activities which have taken place on this property. This is not an example of a project which has no value to the surrounding community, to the immediate community, as it will help the farmers, it'll help landowners, it'll help boaters, and it'll help the surrounding community by giving them convenience and ability to have gas and a general store. And at this time, I look forward to answering any of your questions. I'm sorry for bringing a lengthy presentation. It might have been a little faster with PowerPoint, but I'm glad I had the papers. Thank you, Mr. Tu, for providing those.
No problem. It's sometimes good to do things the old-fashioned way if we have to.
It's okay.
Any questions of the applicant board?
I got one.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Wilburn, so you're telling me that they're willing to sign an agreement that they will not develop the rest of this property, only the gas station?
Yeah, and as a part of this PUD, the first time it was submitted, there was self-storage. It was maxed out almost 70%. And as a concession, that has been removed and that green space has been added.
And they'll sign an agreement where none of the rest of this will be developed?
Yeah, I think that's, yes, and I think that's what you're doing by approving this PUD as it's, if you approve it as presented, yes.
So just to be clear, that's the area in red.
The area in red includes the gas station site.
The area in blue is not.
The area in blue is a subject property across the street that the client also owns.
So we're only dealing with the, I guess we'd call it the left side of this picture in the red area,
Yes,
right?
yes. I just showed it for a visual, for both sites, because they both historically similar.
Mr. Slagle?
Thank you, Doctor. That was very informative. You answered a lot of my questions. You did say that across the street that there was another CLC piece of property, but I don't see that. And I'm looking at slide 1118.
Yes, so 1118. The address of that subject site is 9977 East Bushnell Road. I know that because that's currently where my church meets. Let me get your, say the slide number again.
It's 1118. Do you see it?
It's the little purple square on the right.
Ms. Schleywahl, that is staff's PowerPoint.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought this was the
I was gonna say, I don't
proposed
see it.
piece.
Okay.
I thought that was the proposed piece
I'm
of
pretty sure
the
Joe's
Adams.
going to talk about it too.
Okay.
But yes, it's across the street to the northeast.
Oh, the little, okay. It just you couldn't get CLs.
Don't
Okay.
say it's too little.
Okay,
Anything
thank
else?
you, thank you.
Any questions?
And I
down
believe
here
that
of the
was in
applicant?
2017 or 18 when that happened.
Thank you.
Any questions down here of the applicant? Nope. No question. One quick question, then we'll have a staff report. Since they're not here and you get a chance to do rebuttals, I'm curious, that the PDC voted unanimously to decline this, saying that it was inconsistent. What would your response, your rebuttal be to that conclusion?
I think my rebuttal would be similar to how I concluded the PowerPoint, that if you look at the history of the two subject, or this specific subject parcel, it has been, as long as there's been history of Floral City, it's been used for commercial activities. And so, similar to the property that this board voted a couple years ago to accept, that was a commercial building that had been there since the 60s. That was through the comp plan, I don't know what the language is, but it was zoned residential. But it had always had a history of commercial. And so this board saw fit to recognize and honor that history. And so I would submit the same thing. To say that it's not compatible when the county, Citrus County, for at least 18 years of my life used it as a commercial site, I think is probably not so.
I think their motion said inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So, and again, I'm not to debate and not to argue. I'm just giving you a chance to tell your side of it, since they're not here, right? But we've used their report as evidence, so I want to give you an opportunity to respond to it. And I guess, you know, what I'm reading through this is, yeah, well, what you're saying may be true, but the comprehensive plan was around in the 1880s, right? So we're
no, it wasn't. But when it was developed, it probably should have, where the county was actively using that site, it probably should have placed both of these for what zoning for what they were being used for, rather than a blanket zoning, which we saw in that area. And it didn't. And there's other areas of the county which the same thing happens, which is why these hearings come before you guys. I think I've clearly showed as best that I can that it is necessary and will support the immediate population. You look at the boating population right there. So I think it meets all of the boxes and the criteria for the proper zone change and to allow it. But I think, again, yes, it wasn't in the 1800s, but it possibly should have been recognized when the blanket zoning happened in this area.
Okay, great. Thank you. Staff ready with their presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is requesting to change the subject property from low-intensity coastal and lakes to coastal and lakes commercial. And so if you look at page 1114, and also the second page of the PowerPoint, not the title card, but the next one after that, you can see an aerial of the subject property. The parcel in its entirety is about 13 acres in size. It does include that little triangle piece across Istachata Road. And then if you go to page 1115, which is the third slide, you can see the proposed master plan with the gas station and convenience store located at the corner of Istachata and Highway 48. The master plan did previously have a mini warehouse component to it, as Dr. Wilburn had stated. Oh, it is online? Oh. My apologies. All right, so this page shows the master plan with the gas station located at the corner with the convenience store. Dr. Wilburn stated there was previously a mini warehouse component associated with this request. After the Planning and Development Commission hearing, they did remove that component, and so the remainder of this parcel is to be open at this time. The master plan does meet the improvement.
Yeah.
We heard the same words.
I heard the same words. I am going to ask this question again. What I heard from the applicant was they would sign an agreement where the rest of this property would remain green space. And you're saying that if we change this, in the future, they can do something.
The land use component to Coastal Lakes Commercial is for the entire property. The plan unit development is for a gas station with convenience store, as you can see on the plan.
I'll ask the question to the applicant, because I asked a specific question. Would they sign an agreement where the rest of the property wouldn't be developed? And I was told yes. And now I'm something different.
Well, you want to answer this? Because the word that I think we both caught was you said at this time.
Correct.
So did you have something you wanted to say about that?
Well, you all are hearing the testimony, and you all are the fact finders. I'm not aware of a provision to have an agreement signed by anyone in this, of this nature. I think what Dr. Wilburn was saying, that by the planned unit development, but you can, I mean, you guys are the triers of fact, so you have to assess the witnesses and what they say. But I'm not aware of any type of agreement requiring a signature being involved in this application.
Okay.
But I would come back that if this is a PUD, they can only do what the PUD says. And if the PUD says this is open space, that's what it needs to remain.
So
correct?
long as the PUD is not changed.
So, okay. all
So
right,
when
okay.
Mr. Hockadell says at this time,
Mhm.
that's what he's saying, that right now, but as you all know, PUDs come before you
Okay,
with
okay.
requests to change them.
Right, okay, very good. Thank you for the specific language, that
Yes.
helps. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So this request does meet the impervious surface ratio and floor area ratios of our comprehensive plan and land development code. However, based on the master plan, there are a lot of the typical non-res standards that we usually see that aren't shown, although the applicant has not requested any deviation specifically from the land development code at this time. So the page 1116, which is the slide number 4, shows what the site looks like right now. And page 1117, which is the 5th slide, shows what this will look like if approved with the surrounding area. The proposed intensity does not seem appropriate for this area. The area is predominantly single-family dwelling and agricultural type uses with lakes and wetlands, which if you go to page 118, which is the 6th slide, you'll see the surrounding land uses. The application is not consistent with the surrounding character as proposed. Water and sewer services are not available for this property, and it is not located within our planned service area. So those services are not proposed to ever go into this area. And the request is not compatible with the comprehensive plan. And so all the findings are not positive findings. The Planning and Development Commission did recommend denial of this application at their May 19th hearing. And as you have in your backup, there have been quite a bit of public comment for this application.
Okay, board, any questions of staff? No questions? Does the applicant have any questions of staff?
Does the attorney count?
That's up to the attorney. I don't know if she's going to give you legal advice or not, but
Dr. Wilburn wouldn't ask me for legal advice.
There was some discussion between Joe and Mr. Hockadill and Miss Lynn about an agreement. And to answer, I don't know that there is one at the moment, but we wouldn't be opposed if the possibility of one being crafted could be created.
There's not a process that I'm aware of to have an agreement to not change land use in the future.
okay.
Okay.
I don't know of a avenue to make that happen.
Right. Great. Okay. So, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the staff, so let's hear from the public. Is there anyone here, we'll start with in favor, is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone to speak in favor? Are you coming forward to speak in favor? Okay, this will be the third and final time. Anyone to speak in, okay, I need to know. Come on up, if you're here to speak in favor, come on up. Everybody's standing up and nobody's moving, so please come up, give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ray Morris.
Can you move closer to the microphone, please?
My name is Ray Morris. I live on the island, Floral City. Been there for many, many years. And the reason I'm in favor of this is basically, he took my speech away from me, and I've never met this man. Anyway, you're pretty good. But this is why I think it should be. The allegation that this project will cause congestion to the Floral City intersection has no merit at all. The reason being that the site of the project is more than 1 mile east of Floral City on Highway 48. Number 2, the facility will bring a much-needed diesel fuel to the southern southwest section of Citrus County, which is now not available in this area. Number 3, there's a large number of residents who use diesel fuel to supply vehicles driven for personal use, commercial, and farm use. Number 4, as the situation is now, diesel users are forced to travel miles out of their way to purchase fuel. This forces farm implements owners to travel long distance with fuel cans in the order to purchase what they need in the back of a pickup truck. Okay. 5, the plan for this facility has been presented to you will blend in with the country scenery, which I think you have a picture of what it's going to look like. The plan is good taste, will in no way therefore interfere with the atmosphere of the area. Number 6, the area located at this corner on 48 and Insticana Road, as well as all known, is the projected bypass of the bypass around Floral City. For the last 3 or 4 years, the power company's been out there moving all the lines. So eventually it's going to bypass Floral City altogether anyway. That ought to make them happy, make us all happy. Number 7, this facility will generate more tax revenue for the entire county through property and fuel taxes, which will be a win for the entire county. It's more money coming in the coffers. Okay? And the last statement. In closing, there will always be a few people who will stand in the way of progress, which helps the county as a whole. And yours truly, Ray Morris, 6950 South DeVaul Island Drive, and I'll give each one of you a copy of this if you want. I've got them made up. You can take them home and read them. Here's my phone number.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Your time's expired.
Okay.
You can leave those with the clerk if you want,
I
and we'll all get a
certainly will.
copy.
I'll bring
Thank
them
you.
right back.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. And I've been following this since the very beginning, including the PDC. And it's my recollection, Mr. Chairman, that was a great question you asked, why they did what they did. It was my recollection that the many warehouses were in at that time, and there was some discussion about that and not being compatible, but you may check with your staff to make sure of that. So I also spoke to the applicant about trying to appease some of the people in the area, and all these people here are fine people. I've worked with them on various projects. They want to preserve what's special about Floral City, and I think that they've done that. I think they've come up with a product that, you know, little towns and rural areas, they have little commercial pods with services. You know, I pointed out the Lake Lindsay store. It's out in the middle of nowhere. You know, you go in there and get the best sandwiches in town. And so, and as far as the PUD goes, this is maybe mostly for public digestion, because y'all know, if the applicant's here and he says, this is what I'm gonna do with the 13 acres, that's what he has to do with the 13 acres. Now, anybody can come back in 2 years, or that's what property rights are all about. Somebody can come and say, I want to take a chainsaw to the Avenue of the Oaks. Well, that's never going to be allowed. And I can assure you, we're not going to, the Chamber's not going to support any more intensive use ever in the future, because this applicant has come in the direction of the opponents, and I think that this could be a very well done project, and I think that it could be needed. And sometimes outlining, y'all are in a unique position to say, well, what is this area going to look like 5, 10, 20 years? You know, to be able to say what that 13 acres is going to look like, that's kind of an advantage at this given time, because you don't know what commission's going to be sat here in 10 years, 15 years. So we support the project based on the convenience of the neighbors and the fact that the applicant has come very far into the direction of eliminating some of the major concerns.
Thank you. Is anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else to speak in favor? Third and final time. Okay, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Please come forward. You don't need an invitation after this. When you get a chance, come on. You can give us a copy, right? Yes.
Hi, my name is Bob Rudemiller. My wife Judy and I reside in Floral City on Tower Trail. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. I believe that there are two main functions of being a county commissioner. The first one is to represent your constituents. It includes making decisions that affect the lives of your constituents in the future. This would include health, safety, environmental, and quality of life. I'm going to go into the second one in a minute, but the first one, in summary, there's two main points I'd like to get across. One is this project can present the potential for as a long-term health hazard. And the second thing I want to talk about is that there is a potential of avoidance in avoiding the intent of the normal permitting process. So let me talk about the first one, potential health hazard. I'm former chairman of the Floral City Water Association Board of Directors. And I know very well the Floral City water distribution system. Over 2,500 people are connected to that. And there's only one main operational water source, which is halfway between 41 and what's the next road down? Anyway, the next road heading west, I forget the name now.
Stagecoach?
It's on Stagecoach. It's about 5 miles down on Stagecoach. It is drawing water from the aquifer and serving all of Floral City connected customers. It was voted for 2 years in a row as the best water in all of Florida. Very, very clean, pristine. We don't do anything to the water except we put a little bit of chlorine in it. And then it's drinkable. And the quality is extremely high. So why am I telling you this? Well, it's because it's well documented that this proposed location of a gas station is over the Florida aquifer and an extensive cave system. And in fact, the extensive cave system has been well documented by Western Kentucky University, my alma mater, and there's maps presented in some of the documentation of those cave systems. As a matter of fact, there's a couple excellent videos of people who have actually gone through the caves.
Your time has expired.
Okay, I'd like to ask.
No, I'm going to say, can't give you any more time. That's it. So.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to read this in detail.
Thank you.
It's very,
but you're
very
continuing to
impressive.
talk, and I told you your time has expired, so I'm going to ask you nicely to please move on. And I'm going to remind everybody, the timer is in front of you. Please watch the time so that you don't get cut short and you have an opportunity to say what you want to say. And you can always pass on a point to another speaker if the time is there. But we're only giving people 3 minutes. It's the only thing that's fair. So, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Laura Hennings. I'm a resident of Floral City. I live about a mile down Trails End Road, which is right off of 48. I also am a store owner, which is right on the corner of 48 and 41. My issue is the traffic. We have so many semis that are coming in. I can sit in my store and count at least 15 to 18 every Saturday. It's Chatta, being a bicyclist, Chatta Road crosses that trail I don't know how many times. If we all of a sudden have trucks going down there and it's going to be a bypass, it's a hazard. It's going to be absolutely a health hazard. There's just going to be accidents. We have General Dollar, we have Family Dollar, we have Floral City Foods, we have a gas station at Gobbler, we have a gas station right there on the corner near 48 and 41. We don't need another convenience store. We had 2 feed stores, one of which has gone out of business, and we have the hay barn, which we all are trying to support. I just see this being a really bad situation. Once Google Maps gets on and says, there's a diesel fuel at such and such, they're going to be even coming in more and more off of 48, off of 75. The trees are at risk, the old houses, the whole structure situation is awful, and they're not going to slow down. They speed. So can you imagine them going down Itchachata Road, curving in between the bicycle paths? It's not a good situation. We don't need another convenience store. We have a bait store. We have a feed store. We have a hardware store. We're a little town. We're a village, and we're really proud of it. We don't need another one. Bing.
Thank you. That means you still have time left. Next speaker, please. Is that the 30 seconds? Is that what the warning is or not?
No, it's 60 seconds,
60,
so it goes
okay.
to yellow.
Yeah. When it goes to yellow, by the way, you have a minute remaining, just so everybody knows.
Jean DeFelice, Floral City. You probably saw in your packet that there were many form letters sent in support of the project. I'm going to tell you it doesn't matter how many form letters were sent in support. It doesn't matter that they were from the property owners, business associates, relatives, friends, that one person signed the letter 3 different times using 3 different names, that 20 people signed 2 different versions of the letter. Doesn't matter. That manufactured support means nothing other than some people want something that they have been told will benefit them without understanding the full impact of that change. This is understandable given human nature. What does matter is that this project is utterly incompatible with the area. The property owner knew that what the zoning was when he purchased the land, low-intensity coastal lakes. Zoning designed to protect environmentally sensitive lands adjacent to or abutting waterways and wetlands. Per the GIS page of the county's website, the commercial designation of coastal lakes, zoning has the least amount of acreage of all 5 CL zoning types. There are a total of 200 acres zoned coastal lakes commercial compared to 57,376 in all other coastal lakes designations. This is 0.348%, 1/3 of 1% of the total coastal lakes designated properties. Granting this comp plan amendment will be the zoning equivalent of Pandora's box for this area. It will open the door to future land use changes that are radically different from the compatible and intended use of the area. It does not hew to nor uphold the county's master plan. The property owner has a 10-acre parcel immediately west of the subject property and a 12-acre parcel immediately to the south. Is the current application part of a larger plan to introduce further incompatible commercial development to the area? There are multiple uses, including agricultural, permitted within the low intensity coastal lakes zoning. Denial of this application will not prejudice the property owner's rights to reasonably utilize the property. Granting the request will adversely and permanently affect the public interest, overall quality of life of the area residents, and be incompatible with adjacent and surrounding properties. Please deny this request.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker? And we're still taking, this is opposition, so.
Good evening. My name is Deborah North, and I am a resident of Floral City. I live on 9240 South Twist Road. It is about a mile and a half from the designated area of the gas station. Everyone, the past people that have said that they oppose this. I'm going to jump in. We already know that there's a lot of stores there. We already know that it can do damage. But what I will point out is that for the Environmental Protection Agency, indicates that pollution from diesel exhausts includes soot, particle matter, oxide of nitrogen, hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, and other hazardous air pollutants, which is part of when it's burned in engines, the emissions that result contributes to air pollution that has serious human harm and environmental effects. Even though it may be a mile away from downtown Floral City, it's still going to impact the environment surrounding that little area. There are lakes on one side, there's a little lake on the other side. It's going to have a negative impact. And it's just not conducive to the environment that is right there. Along with, I just also want to point out is that I looked at the National Incident-Based Reporting System, and it indicated that the statistics say that convenience stores are the 4th most common location for violent crimes, along with convenience stores are the most common, is the 7th most common location for crimes. The area that it is in, I-75 here, 48 is Chatter Road, a lot of different avenues they might, if it will take because of the nature of where we live and the environment that we live in. So I oppose this for the environmental reasons, along with, in our area, violent crime, it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Tom Ritchie. I have property on East Daniels Road on Lake Bradley, about 11.5 acres. And after hearing Reverend Wilburn's presentation, I'm wondering how have we survived so long without this convenience store and gas station? No offense to Reverend Wilburn, but I have learned to not completely trust Florida developers with what they say, when it's not in writing especially. We all know what the Planning and Development Board thought of this project, and I think it's safe to assume the owner was well aware of the local zoning when he purchased this land at a bargain price. The state of Florida protected it previously to its sale. Citrus County has continued this protection by keeping it coastal and lakes zoning. And I'll tell you, it scares me to think of the idea of burying huge fuel tanks. There's more to this than just supplying diesel fuel at a convenient location. When you talk about the shallow water table with Lake Bradley right nearby, it has a great potential for pollution. And as has been pointed out, there's no public water supply or sewage supply supporting this area. Changing the zoning to allow development in the scenic rural region of mostly agriculture, forested, and ranch land, I think is wrong. And as it said before me, a development placed here will likely set a precedent that will inevitably start a trend that could turn State Road 48 into something like the commercial zoning lining that we see on US 41 between Floral City and Inverness. I mean, is that something we really want? I mean, apart from Florida developers? The potential customers of this business will have to drive through, most of them will have to drive through Floral City, past filling stations, convenience stores, Dollar General, and Family Dollar stores to get to this site. I think the proponents of this business venture are missing the point. If they truly believe there's a need for yet another combination convenience store or gas station, as well as more self-storage units and or any other future businesses that could be added to this site, then it should all be placed in a properly zoned commercial district, not in the unspoiled and sensitive coastal and lakes region. So I hope you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, I'm Paulette Ritchie. I live on East Daniels Road, just down the street and around the corner from this proposal. Have you all been to Floral City, commissioners? It's pretty, isn't it? Yeah, it's really pretty. I don't have any science for this, but I think that when a person goes down 41 and turns left onto Orange Avenue with the Oaks, I think maybe his or her blood pressure drops a little bit. And the trees, the aura of the town, the calm, it's just so special. And I think when a person goes through that avenue of oaks and continues on 48, it'd be nice to preserve that blood pressure drop and see forests and pastures and fields, and not an unnecessary gas station and convenience store that we don't need. And I've noticed when I've been to this sort of thing that a lot of times when people object to something, there's maybe a neighborhood or a few folks on a road. We're here from all over Floral City, many areas. None of us want this. We're representing our whole town. I kind of think of Floral City like Old Homosassa. It's a treasure, like Old Homosassa is a treasure, and it benefits all of Citrus County. And I don't want to see this happen and take away from what we have. I see it as detrimental to us all, and like, I'm sorry, like Mr. Wooden said, all little towns have commerce centers, and we do have one. This is another one. This is far from our little commerce center. So we don't need it, we don't want it, and I'm asking you to please deny this request.
Thank you very much. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Hello, I'm Terry Hartman. I live 1.5 miles away from this project. I have a little farm. I've been there since 1999, and I've loved Floral City 10 years before I got a chance to move there. And, you know, I have a little farm, and I have a diesel tank. I had diesel delivered to the farm. So I don't see how that's a real big hardship for people to go get diesel. You know, how the community's suffering for lack of that ability. And as for the big parking lot and all the boat places in Floral City, 267 property owners, they live on the water. They put their boats in, they keep their boats at their house. They don't haul the boats out. So I can get diesel fuel in a can. I go buy my feed somewhere else. I buy my groceries downtown. We have a great town. I think this is inconsistent. And I think it's dangerous because we can show pretty pictures. I love Wilburn's Pudgy's restaurant, and the church does look better. But there's no promises in this application for any of that. It says, give me the zoning, give me the approval, and then we'll work out the details. I was here for Sterling when they came before you for a PUD. In the zoning that they had was already an existing zoning. They gave details galore. So I don't think you can grant this and say, well, I'll do something really nice, just give me the zoning. I think it's dangerous. I'm nervous. I didn't read my prepared, but I thank you guys for everything.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. All the speakers, we know it's very difficult to speak in public, so we appreciate you taking the time to do it. Yes, sir.
Button. Hi, my name's Don Clark. I live on Great Oaks Avenue in Floral City. Oh, about a couple hundred yards from where it meets Floral Park Road. I have a different complaint about this problem. Mr. Wilburn actually confirmed a suspicion that I've had for months. You heard the residents of Floral City, especially in the business district, have a problem with trucks going through. But at least 48 is a state highway. Mr. Wilburn used one of his arguments that it would reduce traffic on 48, and he mentioned trucks, diesel trucks. Have you ever driven down the Istachata Road? It is no place for a diesel truck to be. And there are 2 lakes come together there and a canal to the big lake. And the road is maybe like 6 inches or so above the level of the lake. Your highway department will have to do a lot of work on that road if what he says happens, and you will have accidents there, and you will have things floating in. The trucks are bound to have some leakage. This stuff will end up in 1 or 2 of the lakes and into that little tiny canal that feeds them from there, and you're going to have accidents if you allow this. He actually said it will reduce the traffic because they'll go down Istichata Road. And I can confirm because where I live, when I come from I-75, my GPS says I should go down the Istichata Road, and I do. It's a beautiful drive in a little car. In a semi, it would be a nightmare. That's what I have to say about it. I'd rather have them on 48, even though people don't like it, than on Istichata Road.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. My name is Tim Dutton. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service to this county. You have tough jobs in front of you, and I appreciate that. My wife and I reside about a 5-minute drive from the proposed development site at the corner of 48 and Istichata Road. We purchased our property because of the tranquility and the verdant character of the area. Those characteristics are assets that distinguish Citrus County, and they're fragile, requiring diligent stewardship. This project threatens those qualities and is centered narrowly on maximizing profit for the landowner rather than preservation of the most attractive qualities of our community, or thinking about what's better for the entire community instead of one person. I believe that the current land use designations of this area tends to lean heavily toward prioritizing the natural environment and recreation. It seems to me that one of the charms for people to live here and enticements that draw people to move here is the natural and pastoral beauty. It's reasonable in my mind to judge any project against that standard. In other words, does this project enhance or detract from the special quality that is Citrus County, and especially rural Citrus County? This proposal fails to make a reasonable case for ignoring the current land use plan. But more importantly, I trust you will continue to center the preservation of the profound natural assets of our community and the atmosphere that it creates. Please deny this proposal.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please? Hello.
My name is Janet Donovan. I live in Floral City, very happy there, and I enjoy the quiet community. This route down 48, County Road 48, is one of the joys of living in Floral City because it is beautiful. There are cows, there are horses, there's just so many pastoral views as you drive down 48. Everything that everyone has said I agree with as far as not allowing this to happen. You just let them have one piece of this parcel and develop it. What they're putting in there is light pollution in the evening. The idea that people are going to go from Stagecoach through Istichata to get here is not real. They would come up 41 and then turn right on 48 and go down. It'll just create more traffic. Nobody's going to go the back roads that are so windy. But the other thing that you have to consider is when a gas station is put farther away from most of the commercial districts, usually they reduce the price of gas in that gas station to draw more people. And I do believe that's what will happen. I actually look for those gas stations as I'm driving around town because I know that if I go up a little ways on 41, the price goes down a little because they're not in a commercial area. Floral City has 41, a huge commercial area where if you want to develop a gas station, put another one closer in that area. You don't have to go on 48. I would hate to see this beautiful corner of Floral City destroyed by a commercial property. I wrote to you back on May 18th, and I didn't write a letter this time because I felt strongly enough to come in and speak my mind. I have a yellow light. That's all I wanted to say. I want you to know that I'm just one more Floral City resident that is completely opposed to ruining this beautiful drive toward Sumter County. Go across the bridge, put it in Sumter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. I'm not a public speaker. I wasn't planning to speak, so please bear with me, as I thought I was going to be the caboose of all these elegant speakers before me. My husband and I live at 8940 East Daniels Road on Lake Bradley. I'm surrounded on 3 sides by Lake Bradley, and I've been told, as the crow flies, you're probably closer to this proposal than anybody else. And one thing that I have not heard addressed tonight was the light problem, the pollution, the light pollution. When my husband and I bought this property in 1998, we could see the Milky Way. Sometimes we can still see it on a good, clear night. Are we still going to be able to see that? How much light pollution are they going to have there? Also, in regards to the comment about not being in the aquifer, I have a over half-acre pond on my property, and I've had that tested, and they said there is so much water flow through your pond on a daily basis, the water turns over almost daily. What is that going to do to my fish? I had ducks on the pond the other day, wild ducks. I have deer. I have all sorts of animals that use this. And also, I wanted to comment something Mrs. Hartman said. We have animals too, horses. We had taken care of cows, ducks, of our friend. We have chickens. I have my half-acre pond full of bass and bluegill and everything. And I have a diesel tractor. And I, like her, go and take my diesel cans. I'm now a widow, 4 years. And I still take those diesel cans, put them in the back of my pickup truck, and I go down to Eden and get diesel fuel. It's not a big deal. I would not go to this new station, which is going to harm our environment, our community, to just get diesel fuel. And one more thing, not everybody who lives on the lake has a boat that needs non-ethanol fuel, which you can also get at Eden, which I do for my cars and my lawnmowers. You can go to Eden. They have all those services there. If you really want to protect our way of life and our environment, please turn this down. Like they said, we've lived there for 20-some years without it. We don't need this. It would do so much harm to the community and possibly my pond and my well water and everybody else's, because I cannot believe that that does not go into aquifer. It does. And if you want to come test my pond, you'll see that those are all interconnected. Well, I thank you for your time, and I did it.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't
Yes.
believe she gave her name for the record.
I thought, she did.
Did
Yeah,
she?
Yeah,
Okay.
she did.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I was listening intently,
okay.
somehow I missed it.
Okay, thank you. And you did a pretty good job public speaking, considering you said you couldn't do it. So, yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Vaughn McIntyre. I live on Steve's Point, which is a little less than a mile from the project. I sent you all an email. I hope you got it, so you know what I'm going to say. My experience, my family moved to Florida in 1957. I've lived and worked here ever since. From 1964 until 1976, I was an iron worker doing reinforcing steel and structural steel in South Florida from Miami to Vero Beach. So I've seen development. And my concern about this is not whether this project is good. I mean, I would use it. I live there. It would be a benefit to me. But if I look to the future, based on what I've seen all along South Florida, is that areas either go residential or commercial. They very seldom go commercial and then go back to residential or back into a farm. So I see this, as the gentleman said, this is the second exception you've made to the land use plan and the zoning requirements. So you'll see a trend. I don't know whether it'll take 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, but that strip will grow into a larger, ever larger commercial area. Right now, the nature of Floral City and the East Citrus County is residential, low-density farm, agricultural communities. I would like to see it grow up that way. We know it's going to grow with the population projections for Florida and Citrus County. It's going to grow and get bigger. And I just would like you to, and I would like the landowner to consider doing something that would be more in keeping with low-density rural residential development. Thank you much.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
This is 4477.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Janie Stewart. I live on South Great Oaks Drive on Lake Bradley in Floral City. I would like to point out that many of the people here tonight belong to the Heritage Council in Floral City. They belong to the Garden Club in Floral City. and they participate in our town to keep it beautiful and to make it more beautiful, to keep the museum open and running. And we love our town the way it is. It's quiet, it's peaceful, and we would just like to say that we've never seen Dr. Wilburn or Scott Adams come to any of the meetings to do anything to participate in keeping Floral City the beautiful, wonderful place it is. Anyway, on Lake Bradley, it's a bird sanctuary. We have all kinds of fish, bass, and turtles and things. And just across the road across the lake is Istachata, and that corner where they're going to talk about putting the gas station. So at night I sit out there and I listen to the frogs and the animals chirping, and they make this cacophony of sound. Well, I'm thinking I won't be able to hear that noise from the animals at night and from the crickets and the skeeters and whoever's out there chirping, because there's going to be car doors slamming, there's going to be people yelling, there will be people buying beer and throwing their beer cans down, and there'll be all those huge lights that other people before me have mentioned, the light pollution. And that just really scares me, because noise really travels on water. And then there's that other issue about the piece of property that we're talking about. It was originally supposed to be for cattle, and there was this great big sign up there for probably 2 years, and it said, there's going to be cattle here. And the first thing you know, all the trees were cut down, because if you're going to have cattle, you don't have to get a permit, I don't think, to cut the trees down. Then the next thing is the turtles. If you're going to have cattle out there, then you don't have to worry about getting permits to move the turtles. Well, now there's not going to be a cattle ranch on that piece of property. It's going to be a gas station. So now you have bypassed getting the permits to move the turtles. You're not going to have to pay the thousands of dollars that costs. And you're not going to have to worry about the trees, because you already cut them down because you're going to put cattle on the field, out in the field. Anyway, I think the whole thing is kind of, it almost has a sneaky overtone to it, that we went from we're going to have cattle on it and now we're going to have a gas station. So I'm really nervous. Anyway, I want you to really think about the things that all the people before me have said, because they all had great points. And thank you very much. Please don't pass it.
Thank you very much. And your timing was impeccable. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Chris McIntyre, and I live on Stevens Point, a little over a mile from this corner. Our home is on well and septic, and out there, one of the concerns is, again, a station is going to need bathrooms and facilities. And so that is a concern, because that will increase septic tank usage. Gas stations have had pollutants, not intentionally, because it's not to their advantage to spill oil and gasoline and fuel into the aquifers. They want to keep it and sell it, but it does happen, and it has happened many times. I did write you, and as you know, Citrus County is spending thousands of dollars, and we let a lot of bad things happen to our lakes and rivers that we are now working at cleaning up. We have a beautiful area of wetlands and waterways, little monkey swamps and turtles and all kinds of wildlife habitat there. We need to protect it. We have high-density areas in this county. This is kind of a low-density area, and it can be just as advantageous. We are working hard in Floral City to enhance the historic side of our county, and this is not in keeping. Istachata is a curvy country little 2-lane road that doesn't need to be made into a major highway, and I'm sure the people who live in there are not expecting that. When as part of the garden club, we have done roadside cleanup. Coming from out on 48, at any rate, when we walk and we clean up, we get all kinds of trash from McDonald's and things like that. You can see it has come from the gas stations and the convenience stores and thrown out. We have convenience stores nearby. We have gas stations in less than 10-mile area. We have all of the things we need close by, and we would like to preserve low density. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the next speaker, please.
I'm William Gilmore. I live at 8601 South Shady Point. I live about 200 feet from this parcel. I had written concern about the cave. My well on my property, the drop pipe is about 35 feet. It goes straight into a cavern full of water. Lake Bradley is to the north. The floral pool of Lake Solopopka is to the south. The place is almost completely surrounded by water. But I wanted to mention what the U.S. Geological Survey hydrology of the Florida City Pool notes, that the surface water and the groundwater levels are closely related in the study area. The overburden and confining layers above the Floridan aquifer system are thin or absent in places. These places have a large potential for recharge and discharge between the surficial and Floridan aquifer systems. So you have high water tables. You've got a very porous aquifer. Any kind of development that you have here would tend to threaten the area ecologically. It's very sensitive. Dr. Wilburn mentioned that remediation had to be done in this area before. I don't think we need to put ourselves in a position where remediation needs to be done again. The water is critical for us. I wanted to talk about convenience stores. That it takes 2,100 to 2,500 people to support a convenience store. I don't know where they're going to come from. There's 20 houses on Oak Street. There's 20 more on maybe Cove, some down down at Chachata. You can't come up with more than 400 or 500 people. So where are these customers going to come from? The target demographic for a convenience store is 15 to 24-year-old males. And they're basically buying tobacco products, beer, wine, and lottery tickets. Now, we don't need that there. I mean, the people there look like me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Marcia Beasley, 9626 East Salapopka Drive, Floral City, Florida. Have been a resident for 46 years. You've heard some very dedicated residents of Floral City. Some have worked for the past 30 years, donating their time, their physical labor, and their financial resources for the preservation and enhancement of historic Floral City and its County Road 48 entrance. They have reminded you why this application is not a good fit for Floral City. But as I understand the comprehensive plan correctly, your task this evening is to determine if the applicant has justified an exception under which he's applying. That exception is for services, a gas station and a convenience store that are, quote, necessary to support the immediate area. The question as I see it is, can the inconvenience of driving less than 2 miles for a convenience store, or 2 miles for a gas station, or maybe as much as 7 miles to get your diesel fuel up at Eden Drive, justify the removal of these 13 acres from low-density coastal lakes in Citrus County? That is the task as I see it. Has the applicant proven the necessity for these services to support the immediate area? I certainly can't see it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Wynn Webb. I am a lifelong resident of Floral City. Grew up there. Live in Inverness now. A couple of things that I really want to, it kind of hit me when Dr. Wilburn was talking. On that little farm, we never had to drive to Brooksville to get gas or diesel. We always got it locally. And the same goes with the bridge. The bridge is not a moot point. The bridge is an important point. The maximum weight load for a semi is 20 tons on that bridge. A Mack truck, mid-cab Mack truck, weighs over 27,000 pounds without a trailer on it. And you put fuel, fill it with fuel, and now you're over your 14 tons right there. So anything that goes over it, and by law, they are legally allowed to go up to 80,000 pounds or 40 tons. That's double the weight limit of that bridge. That is not a moot point. Also, the Avenue of the Oaks. That's another thing. If they're not coming in off of 75, crossing that bridge, then they're going to have to come in through Floral City. If you've driven, as somebody said earlier, if you've driven Ister Chatter Road, you know how rough that is. Well, try Orange Avenue. It's just as rough. It's like Patch City. It's ridiculous when you drive through it. So anyway, if you look at that and you look at the light, the traffic light, they've worked on the traffic light a couple of times over the past few years. Semi-trucks have taken out the poles that were holding the traffic light up. They took out the part of the building that used to sit where now we have a beautiful landscape. The trucks took that out. And right now, they've had to move the white lines back so cars can't pull up and actually see when they're waiting on the traffic light to see if something's coming, red light. And the problem is trucks can't make the turn if you're sitting at the white line. So they've actually had truck stops and the driver get out and ask people, could you back up so I can finish making this turn? That's reality of Floral City. We don't need this. And quite frankly, this is clearly an example of urban sprawl, exactly what the comprehensive plan prevents, and spot zoning. I want to touch that. While there may be a little country church there that meets once or twice a week, that does not equate to a 24-hour truck stop being on the corner across the street. It's not, they're just not the same. It's not compatible, and I agree with the county and I agree with the zoning board. It's not compatible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? This is still in opposition to the application.
Now, I don't technically live in Floral City now. My mom, she still does. But I followed her down.
Could you give
to
us your
Florida.
name, please?
Angela Hamilton, and I currently live at 849 East Gospel Island, here in Inverness.
You can live wherever you want. We just need to know who you are.
Thank you. I am Citrus County, though. When I first came down here, I followed her down to Citrus County, down to Floral City, because she and my dad, who passed away, they found a beautiful property. And after about a year, I settled down, I was working my way up, and I bought a property here in Inverness. And the two of us had something really important in common, a beautiful backyard. Her yard, she has two, let's see, I had to write it down because we share a problem with public speaking. Only I'm a teacher, so I tend to get over it. But you are all too old for me to be talking to directly over a microphone. Sorry about that. So she didn't mention the nesting pair of sandhill cranes that are out in Lake Bradley, and they fly out about 20 feet into their little nest out there. She didn't mention how very quiet it is. The stars are beautiful, but it is so quiet. And when I saw my yard here in Inverness, my favorite thing about it was that I see water and then I see trees, because there's a little island there that nobody can build on. So I know I'm never gonna lose that site. I didn't visit it at 10 at night or 11 at night or 1 in the morning and realize how many airboats I'd hear or the various noises of the traffic here in Inverness. But I love my house anyway. But down at her house, when we stay there, when we're there, it is so peaceful and so quiet. And I love the fact that you can go out and look at Lake Bradley and you just see Lake Bradley. I mean, grass and things like that and birds and, you know, alligators and turtles, and you just see the wildlife there that is enjoying it so much because it's clean and healthy and peaceful. And I just worry that adding too much, you know, I think that there have been so many great reasons: light pollution, traffic dangers, the violent crime. I hadn't even thought of that as being a problem, but it's true. Gas stations and convenience stores. I'm from St. Louis before I lived here. You do not go to a gas station or convenience store at night if you're a girl. Like, you just don't do it. I think that those are completely valid points, and also some people said, I mean, do we really need it? Have we survived without it? Have we thrived without it? And I think we have. So thank you.
Thank you. Another very accomplished non-public speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Mary Potler Martinezak. My dissertation and my doctorate is in public health, to protect the public's health. I believe that the owner of the property is focused on individual wealth. Okay? I own several properties in Floral City. I own a farm on Trails End Road. When I want diesel, I get my diesel on the way to Inverness. Okay? Taking kids to school, you pass lots of gas stations. Going to the grocery store, you have to go to Inverness to the grocery store unless you go to the Dollar Tree. So you pass gas stations all the time. We have a gas station in Floral City at this time. I also own a home on Duval Island. There are 30 spots, true, he was correct in stating that there were 30 boat parking spots, but you can go there during the weekdays, you can go there during the weekends, and maybe 5 spots are filled. That it's not a highly utilized lake. And yes, there are 200 and so many homes on the lake, but most of the residents are octogenarians. They don't have boats. They just enjoy the beauty of the water. It's not a highly trafficked lake. I own the property directly across the street. I bought 40 acres directly across 48 to preserve the land, to preserve the beauty of Floral City. We don't plan on going commercial. We don't plan on developing it. We don't even plan on putting a home there. We love Floral City so much for the beauty that it provides that we really wanted to preserve that property. I think the proposal has a lot of assumptions. Traffic flow assumptions, that people are going to actually go to the gas station is an assumption, and that boats are going to go there for diesel. I think there's a vision that the property, that 48 is commercial. Like, I'm thinking the only thing I can think of driving there is the church. There's an organic blueberry field that wasn't mentioned. There's Riverbend Cattle Company that wasn't mentioned. You know, it's really a rural area. It's not a commercial area. Commercial needs to really stay on 41. I'd also like to mention that it brings environmental threats from underground petroleum storage tanks to an environmentally sensitive area. Pollution from these tanks is an issue across the state. Currently, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is monitoring 19,000 of these tanks. Some of them have leaks that are taking over a decade to actually fix. So being between 2 lakes is just a really high risk for our area in Floral City. Additionally, the owner of the property is stating that he's relocating to North Florida. He's moving to North Florida. So he's going to leave us with a gas station and a convenience store and leave the area. So, keep the commercial on 41. We don't need it on 48. Preserve the beauty of our little Floral City, and I urge you to reject this application.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition to this? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Third and final time. Anyone else speak in opposition? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing, and commissioners, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to jump out onto this, or does somebody want to go first? I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Rebuttal to anything that you heard in opposition, please. And sorry, I had rebuttal written down right here. So.
Thank you. The first comment I think I would like to address is that if you look at all of Floral City, there's no sewer anywhere. If we were going to use no sewer, no utility as a benchmark for no development, Floral City would have no development. There are many opportunities, there are many cases where treatment facilities have been utilized in Floral City. And in fact, the State Health Department prefers monitored treatment facilities over septic tanks. And it is well documented that it is a safer alternative and safer for the environment. I don't know if it's possible, but again, as stated before, there is 10 acres of green space that could be a green belt, could be preserved. I did want to point out to your concern, and this public comment came up, this because of the zoning, and if you guys were to approve the zone change, this parcel has to remain one parcel. It has to remain one ownership. You can't dupe them and get a 3-acre gas station and then sell the 10 acres to somebody else. It has to remain one ownership. That green space that's surrounding that site plan stays there. This parcel cannot be split. It's not even something you guys could approve the split of. Health and safety, the first comment that came up, health and safety, I don't know that that's necessarily something that's involved in the purview of this zone change. So again, I'll mention to you that the state of Florida has conducted a peer-reviewed, engineer-evaluated, and professional engineering firm performed exploration of this site, and it's public information. You can see it and document it and rely on the professionals, not myself, who have done that, and the state who have oversight that, showing that cavernous materials, while they may be in Floral City and while they may be prevalent in other areas of that study that was referenced, this specific site does not have that. Excuse me. There's traffic concerns about a bypass. In my presentation, I did not mention a bypass at all. I don't know information about a bypass. I do confirm that there have been utilities that have been moved over the last several years, but I did not mention specifically a bypass, and so I would like to just object to that being stated that I said that. Thirdly, I think this is important to note, and you guys probably have it on the presentation that Mr. Hockadale provided you. If you look at the area surrounding the subject site, there's been a lot of discussion about how close it is to the lakes and other surrounding properties. But if you look, the client owns, and there's also other adjacent properties that are large tracts of land that separate this subject site gas station from wetlands, from waterways, from woods. There's dozens and dozens of acres of buffer that surround this. There was some discussion about quality of life. Again, one of the things I stated early on in my presentation is that I was for this project because I believe it would improve quality of life for the citizens of Floral City. I think it's a good project. Look at what Circle K has done to Eden Drive, and that Circle K has been mentioned several times in public comment. I wasn't there my whole life, but now it is, and it's full. It was full on my way here this morning, or this evening. The fourth comment was, again, public health concerns, which I don't think I'm going to address. The fifth comment, personal point of privilege, I would like to object to the reference to me being a reverend. I didn't use that terminology in anything that I presented. Don't prefer that reference, and I would just like to object to that. And to his point, sometimes you don't know what you have, what you don't have until you have it right in front of you, and many of us have seen that with modern technology and things like that. How do we get along without a phone in our pocket? 15, 20 years ago, we didn't have that. And so I think, again, being a visionary and looking forward, this gas station is something that could serve the waterfront, that could serve the community, and the Circle K is a great example of that. I've already addressed the EPA guidelines. These gas stations, and it was just mentioned again, these gas stations are under greater scrutiny than ever before. Their tanks have to be lined, triple lined, and there's a lot of processes that go along with these new gas stations that weren't there with all of these that are now contaminated sites with old gas stations. And so again, I would say that's a higher governing power that would address and ensure that those safety concerns are met and that guidelines are met. There's so many comments, just bear with me here.
Take your time.
Oh, the lady who came up and said when you turn and head east on the Avenue of the Oaks, your blood pressure drops, 100% agree. I love the Avenue of the Oaks. If you guys have ever seen historical pictures that we as a county put out there that's on social media, the Avenue of Oaks is a beautiful thing. We are not talking about changing the Avenue of the Oaks. We are talking about something that has been stated by public comment is about a mile east of the Avenue of the Oaks. I stated that there will be no increase in traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks. I stand by that comment. If you're familiar with Floral City and you think about the lakes, you think about the 41 South and where Stagecoach is, and specifically think about the 267 boaters that are only within 3 miles. That's not everybody, that's just within 3 miles. Every single one of those houses can access this gas station without going on the Avenue of the Oaks, if you're familiar with the area. So again, I stand by that comment. I believe that comment to be true. I do not want increased traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks. I've already mentioned this property cannot be split up and sold. So you guys are approving a plan unit, or you guys hopefully will be approving a plan unit development that has that 10-acre green space that can't be split off, that has to permanently be attached to this. Light pollution was brought up 3 consecutive times. Light pollution is something that you guys regulate in the Land Development Code. The Board of County Commission has adopted Land Development Code, has strict guidelines for not letting light leave your site. We're not asking for any deviations, as Mr. Hockadell has stated, from any of the guidelines that the Land Development Code puts on. And if you are very familiar, plan unit developments are oftentimes asked for by the applicant so that deviations could be made. And again, we are not asking for any deviations. We'll comply with the Land Development Code completely. And again, in terms of the light pollution, not only will we be regulated by the LDC, but again, if you look at those aerials, you'll see there's a lot of woods surrounding this property. Septic tank concerns. I've already mentioned again that a wastewater treatment facility is far safer than multiple septic tanks. And with that, I'd like to also lead into several of the other comments about gas tanks and having diesel tanks on their property, things of that nature. If you guys have used the gas can recently in the last 5 or 6 years, you'll notice the EPA has made gas cans very difficult to use. That's because they don't like multiple gas tanks and gas things being available to the public because of drip, because of contamination, things like that. So again, from public health's perspective and from the government, DEP and other organizations, having that contained on one site rather than hundreds of parcels or dozens and dozens of farms in the area, again, is a safer solution. And again, I would submit that I fully looked up that hydrological study of the cavernous materials that was produced and the gentleman spoke about, but again, that's talking about a much broader area that encompasses almost all of Estachada, all of the Lake Bradley chain, including Lake Consuela, Church Lake, and others as well. And it's not specifically subject to this site. And proof of that would be 40 soil borings of 40 plus feet showing that there's no caverns, which again is public information. I'm almost done. Again, I just want to point out that it's outside the historic overlay, but that since history is apparently and rightfully so important to so many in the room, as a part of this PUD, you guys have the ability to restrict development architecturally to comply and be contextual to the surroundings. I think that this presentation and this project has shown that it is a need or necessary or a use for the water-related activities which are in the area, which is one of the guidelines for this zone change. And again, I would point out that the 267 homes that I brought up and that have been mentioned in public comment are only within 3 miles. There's a big lake. It's one of the biggest lakes we have, singularly. And so there's a lot more people than just that. That was just within 3 miles, which I consider close community. And then, yes, there are 2 other gas stations. There's one in Gobbler, and I showed you pictures there in my presentation. They're both small, they're both cumbersome, and they're both not conducive of being able to be utilized with a tractor trailer, or sorry, with a truck pulling a tractor, with a truck pulling a boat. And lastly, I have no knowledge of my client moving up north. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, well, we had the rebuttal. Madam Attorney, you good with where we are now? Everybody's presented, everybody's rebutted. Are we ready for the board to discuss? What? Well, you caught me on a rebuttal last time. I'm making sure that we're going this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
Good,
Yes,
okay.
sir. Sorry.
See, you say I never pay attention to you. I always pay attention. Okay, so commissioners, I went back to previously saying, does somebody want to jump out there? You want me to go? I'll be happy to sit back, whatever you guys feel like doing, so.
I'll go ahead and jump out there.
Okay.
And it will, while empathetic to everybody's input today, I'm sure that my position on this will make me the most hated man in the room. But I would support this. The property there, as Dr. Wilburn indicated, the property has been used for commercial purposes for 100 years. The county was using it apparently for parking vehicles and such for 18 years. And it does look like that it was a case of blanket zoning, and the current owner is looking to change that. Had each one of these parcels been addressed individually, when these zoning classifications were put into place, I believe that likely along 48 out to the interstate, you would have seen a lot more commercial zoning, and likely at an interchange like this, I believe that you would see it. I do think that that the monitored wastewater treatment plant is a much safer option, and the lighting can be addressed. I would, if there's support for this application, I would want to see condition of a design with architectural context with the surrounding community. I believe that can be done. I've been to places, particularly I can think of out in Texas, where they've done that, where there's business hubs, but out in the middle of these rural agricultural areas, that there will be a little general store there, that type of thing. And while it may be something that's relatively new, it is designed to look like the surrounding community and fits quite well. So I would support it. I would be interested to see what the rest of my colleagues say.
Anybody else want me to
Sure.
go out there? What?
If you want me to, I will.
It's up to you.
Okay. I drive a gas pickup. My last pickup was a diesel dually long bed, and I've been stuck out in the middle of nowhere hauling horses and in desperate need, running on fumes. So I am empathetic to that argument. However, I am absolutely not in favor of this application for all the many reasons that you stated, especially it's too fragile of an area. It's just way too fragile of an area. I love Floral City. I have driven, I can't pronounce the name, but I've driven on it. Sorry, I'm tired. But I love it, and I think I have listened very carefully. I read very carefully prior to this meeting, and I'm just not going to, there's no way I'm going to be in favor of it.
Okay. I'll go, and I'll let you two fight out where you want this to go.
We don't fight.
Well, I know. We agree and disagree sometimes. First of all, I got a couple things I want to say. First of all, this was an excellent presentation by all concerned. I've been here 8 years. I don't think anybody in my mind carries more professional I'm just trying to think of the word. Who represents his profession as well is Dr. Wilbur. Okay, he's been here. Some of his stuff has passed, some of it hasn't. His presentations have always been excellent. They've always been, I think he's exemplified the profession that he represents. And so again, sometimes we see it his way, sometimes we don't. Even as we've heard from the first two commissioners tonight, the same thing happens. Where I always come down on this, and I appreciate where everybody's trying to get to, but I think what was pointed out to us earlier is, yes, maybe the property can't be split, but we've gotten into this before. A PUD can be changed, okay? So a PUD passed today is the PUD today. It can come back whenever and have a board down the road say, I want to change this PUD, and it can be changed. So just because it's approved as a PUD today doesn't mean it'll stay that way forever. But all that aside, I mean, I'm sure this will be a quality project. I'm sure it would do all the things that Dr. Wilburn states as far as aesthetics and so on. But here's the problem I have. When you're sworn in as a county commissioner, there's one thing that you're supposed to do above all else, and that's uphold the comprehensive plan. Period. That's what you're told. That's our job. So we have a unanimous, and that's why I asked this question to begin with, we have a unanimous vote of our planning commission that says it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. That's heavy. We're supposed to make decisions on competent and substantial evidence and findings of fact. That was their findings of fact based on their competent and substantial evidence. Again, that's why I asked Dr. Wilburn to address that, because that carries a lot of weight with me. And then, I understand we don't want our communities to change. Some do, some don't. But this board has talked many times about urban sprawl, about trying to keep future development where the services are right now. So with all that said, and the reason I'm saying all this is if this is ever challenged in court, only what we say tonight and what's been presented tonight can be used. Okay? So I'm trying to be very specific on why I would vote the way I would vote, and that is for all those reasons. I couldn't support this because I just find it incompatible with the area that's there now. And again, the argument of what it was in the 1800s, probably a viable argument. An argument what it could be 50 or 100 years from now, maybe so. I'm a county commissioner today charged with upholding the comprehensive plan. And again, we have encouraged development in those areas we've identified for it. I don't think this meets that test. So, and again, all good points. Everybody on both sides made great points. And I particularly want to just comment everybody on the very civil manner in which you've conducted yourselves tonight. It was done very, very well. Communities agree, disagree, and I still don't know the way this is going to go. Regardless, I don't think there was any bad intentions on anybody's side. But this is why when they talk about county commissioners having a hard job, that's why. It comes down to 5 people making a decision about a community. And I can tell you none of us take it lightly. And whatever we vote, we truly believe we're doing the best that we can do based on our opinion. So whether you agree with the vote, I don't know that Dr. Kennard is going to be the most hated man in the room tonight. But again, I withhold that title for myself, Dr. Kennard. So anyway, that's what I said. I would have to agree with Commissioner Davis that I wouldn't be able to support this. Who would like to go next? Yes, Commissioner Slavo.
I've spent a lot of time on this. Actually spent the whole weekend back and forth, back and forth. I came up with, from the staff's recommendations, there were 3 positive, 2 negative, and 4 neutral. I'm a big proponent. I'm a native Floridian, and I kind of took a little bit of umbrage of, I'm not going to say your name because, but saying that Florida developers, don't care. I'm a native Floridian. I have watched what's happened to Florida. I don't know that it's necessarily Florida developers doing that to our Florida. But Dr. Wilburn is an honorable, professional person, and when he brings something forward in the 19 months, 20 months I've been up here, I know that he is putting the community first. It's not about, he's going to put the best product out possible. That being said, is it going to bring a lot of jobs to the area, quality jobs? It didn't make the mark for me. The light pollution, we did address that. Being a bypass, that doesn't cut mustard because the farmers, yes, would use it, but not diesel trucks. The diesel trucks are going to come off of 75 and hit there. It's not even going to come that area. And the PUD. You know, and if this were to pass, you know, I would want to make sure that the architectural standards would fit to that area. But what I come back to is, even though I really think that this is something that I would support, I can't get past the inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. This does make this job very difficult, because I think this might be something that would be valuable to the community. I do understand people wanting to come to Florida and stop growth, but it's going to happen. Those farmlands are going to be bought up, and things are going to be changed, because we're not always going to be sitting up here fighting for this area of Florida. So it hurts me that I can't find, that I have to go with, that it's incompatible with adjacent properties, and I will not be able to support this project at this time.
You have the final word tonight, Commissioner Carnahan.
I mean, great comments from everybody, but I'm gonna agree with you guys on it's not compatible, and it's not consistent with the comp plan. The PDC board specifically stated that, our professional staff actually stated that, and that's our job to uphold the comp plan. So with that, I won't support it tonight.
Okay, well, it doesn't appear that we're going to be able to pass in favor of this. Do we need to take any action to deny it, or do we just not take any action on it? What's the recommendation?
It needs to be denied.
Denied, okay. So then we'd need a notion.
Or approved.
Or
I'm
approved,
sorry.
either one. Well, I was based on the conversation. I understand what you're saying. Whatever the board wants to do, I need to entertain a motion to move in that direction. So who would like to offer one? Okay, I'll start off. I'll make a motion, we deny the application. How's that? Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Based on
competent and substantial. You got me.
Yay,
didn't you?
Denise.
Based on competent and substantial evidence and findings of fact. Okay?
I'll second it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and do you guys want to do a roll call, or does everybody know where they stand? We'll make it easier on the clerk. You want to do that? You want to do a roll call? Okay. I had that down. I made the motion, and then Commissioner Carnahan made the second. So.
Chairman Kitchen.
Aye. Yeah, I'm voting aye in favor of denial, right? This is one of those confusing things where if you're against it, you're voting aye, right? Okay.
Commissioner Carnahan.
Aye for denial.
Commissioner Slayball.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
And Commissioner Kennard.
No.
Okay, so that motion passes 4-1. We thank you all for being here tonight. That concludes our business, and we'll see you at our next regular scheduled meeting, September 13th. Thank you.